In the next 6 hours, we're gonna build a production-ready chat application that has everything that you can imagine, like real-time messages, online status, reactions, typing indicators, creating threads, image uploads, and even video calls where you can share your screen, add reactions, and even record the entire call. And these video calls can be either one-on-one or group calls. This entire app is a part of a language exchange platform that has 32 different UI themes that we can choose from. And let me give you a quick showcase of the end result. So let's say your native language is Turkish and you want to practice some Spanish. First, you would sign up and then you would need to complete your profile. If you don't complete this onboarding process, there is no way for you to visit the other pages. But once you complete the onboarding, you will be redirected to the home screen where you could add some friends and they can accept your request from the notifications page. And once you are friends, you will get a notification and then you will be able to start chatting with them. As I said before, the chat component has everything that you can think of, from reactions to threads and even typing indicators. And if you wanted to have a video call, you would send an invite link with this button and then just jump into the call. Now in this project, video calling is absolutely needed because if you wanted to learn a new language, you have to practice your speaking skills with other people. And this is what our application is all about. A complete language exchange platform where users can have video calls and real-time chat messaging without paying anything. So by building this project, you will learn how to create an entire backend with Node.js, Express, and MongoDB. You will learn how to build an authentication system with JSON web tokens, how to test out your endpoints, and how to protect your apps from unauthenticated users. Then you will learn how to build an entire front-end application with React, and we're gonna use all the best practices, such as creating our own custom hooks using a production-grade technology like TanStack query. And most importantly, you will learn how to create a real-time advanced chat and video calling application that can scale to millions of users thanks to Stream. And finally, at the end of this course, you will learn how to deploy your applications so that you can have the live URL on your resume. With all that being said, if you're ready, let's jump into it. So to get started with, I have created an empty folder on my desktop called Streamify. This is the name that I came up with. You can call this anything that you wish. Just go ahead and open this up in VS Code. Now we are gonna need 2 different folders, one for our backend and the other one for the frontend. Now in the first section of this course, we will be building our backend. Once we are done with it, we're gonna go ahead and build the frontend. But let's initially just initialize a simple frontend application with Vite and specifically React. So I'll say cd into the frontend and I'll say npm create Vite add latest and initialize it under the current folder. So we'll just put dot at the end, which means create it under the frontend folder. Now let's go with React and JavaScript. We got all the packages or all the files and folders we need. To install every single package, we need to run npm install. So I'll say npm install. That will get the node modules that we would need just in a second. And then we can just run npm run dev. Alright, so this is the simple React application that we just got. Everything is working as expected. So for now, let's go ahead, kill this, and instead cd into the backend. So I'll open up a new terminal, cd into the backend, and if you just press B and press tab, it should be auto-completed. And to be able to initialize a Node.js application, we will say npm init-y, which will give us a package JSON file. Now we need a couple of different packages. So normally we would say npm install like Express, Mongoose, bcrypt.js, whatever we would like to have. Now instead of doing it in this way, I will install some specific versions so that even if you are watching this video a couple of months or even years later, it should still work. So I have prepared a GitHub gist that you can find the link in the description. just go ahead, find the package.json file, copy this. Let's just copy everything. And we would like to paste this under the package.json, like after the description, just put a comma, paste this in. We got all the dependencies and we have an extra comma. Let's just delete that. All right. So we got a bunch of different packages with some specific versions. So that will make sure that even if you're watching this later at some point, we are gonna still have the exact same versions. And we have also a dev dependency, which is Node.js. And with this in mind, let's go under the backend folder and just say npm install, which will basically see your dependencies list and install all these packages with the specific versions. Looks like we got everything. It's completed. Now let's create a server.js file and get started with it. So I will say import express from express. And as we use these packages, by the way, I'll explain every single one of them. So for now, just install it and follow along with me. So the first package that we used is Express, which is our web framework. This will allow us to build an API super easily, quickly, and it just has every feature that you can expect from. Now, to be able to use this import syntax, you need to visit package.json and put this type field to be equal to module. By default, it is common.js, but we would like to go with module. So if you don't put this module, it's going to give you some warnings. All right, now let's create an Express app just like this. We will say, let's listen on a port. I'll go with 5001. Let's say we're gonna get this function and we can basically say console.log server is running on this port. Now let's save and try to run this file. To be able to run this, we would like to create a script called dev, and we will run the server.js file with the Node.js package. Now let's open up our terminal, and we can even add a route. So I'll just go ahead and say app.get before we run this file. If you visit localhost 5001, we would like to run this function where we got request and response, and we can return something like res.send hello world. Now under the backend folder, just say npm run dev. And here we go, it says server is running on this port. Let's visit localhost 5001. We should be able to get this response that we just sent. Now, since we are running this with Node.js, right? We are running this with Node.js. If you do some change like 5001, save, it should immediately restart. So this is the beauty of it. Now let's add all of our routes that we would need for the authentication. For now, I'll just keep it simple and put everything in this file, and then we're going to optimize it. Let's just say first we'll have this route API auth signup. In this case, we can return signup route as the response. Now I will duplicate this twice. We are going to have it for login and for the logout. Let's test this out pretty quickly. So if we visit /API auth login, this is what we got. If we visit signup and logout, everything should be working as expected. Here we go. Now later in the video, we're going to change this code base. We're going to put the actual routes and controllers into their own folders and files, but this will be a little bit later in the video. So the other thing that I'd like to set up is my .env file. I'll go under the backend, create this .env file, and have my port coming from this file. So I'll put the exact same value, but instead of putting it hard-coded, I will create a variable, say const port process.env.port. And to be able to use this, we need to import the .env package. And this is something that we have installed. Here we can see. Let's say import .env from .env, and we need to run this config method to be able to read this file content. Now, instead of this hard-coded value, we'll be using the variable that we have just created. And let's make this to be a dynamic string, like server is running on this port, put the backticks, and we're gonna update this part with the port itself. Now if you save, everything should be working as it was before, but now this value is coming from the .env file. And the other usage is, like for the .env, you can either use it like this, or you can say import .env and config, just like that. So this should still be working as it was before. Now let's do one more thing. If you take a look at the front-end folder, what they do is put the application code into a folder called source. So this is one of the best practices where you would like to put your application logic into the source folder. And this is exactly what I'd like to do for my backend part. So I'll go ahead, create this source folder and put the server.js into it. So this is our application code, right? Later in the video, we're going to have something related to database, our routes, and everything will be going into this folder. But now if you take a look at your terminal, it should crash because we need to visit this path. So we would like to run the server.js file, but it is under the source folder. And let's update our main point. So if you don't update it, it should still work. Just kill this and run this. So it's going to work still, but we would like to just be a little bit more consistent and just say our main entry point is under the source and it is the server.js file. Okay, so with that, everything should be working. And this is going to be our very first section where we just set up our backend folder. So this is where we left. In the previous section, we have built our authentication routes and we put everything into the server.js file. Now this is what I call the noob way of doing things, right? You would just put every route into the server.js file, and after some point, this file will get really messy because every single function will take, let's say, 20 lines of code or maybe sometimes 70 lines of code. And if you think about it, this will be really hard to manage, and you'll have a bunch of different routes, right? So just imagine, right? You'll have lots of different routes. So instead of doing it in this way, what we would like to do, let me just delete every single mess that I have just created. So this is the logout route that we have twice. All right, here we go. And I'll just zoom out. So instead of creating everything here in this file, we would like to create some routes under the routes folder. So what I'll be doing is maybe just comment this out first, and I will say app.use, and there is one thing that I want to highlight. So every one of these routes, so we have sign up, login, and logout, all of them are starting with /API/auth. So this is exactly what we'd like to say. We'll say /API/auth. In this case, we want you to put the auth routes, which is something that we will import. So let's delete this part. So instead of all that mess, now we have only one file that we're going to create right here. So I'll say auth.route.js. So this is a commission that I'd like to use. You can just call it as auth.js. This is a normal JavaScript file. This is exactly the same thing, but just the name is different. So it is really convenient to see from this file explorer that this is a route file and it's an auth file, right? So we'll say import express from the express, then we'll just create a router. So I'll say express.router with the capitalized R, and then we'll say export default this router. And now we can put those routes. So I know this might look complicated, but just follow along with me. It should make sense just in a second. So we'll say router.get method to the signup. We'll just return this response, and we'll do the same thing for login and logout. This is exactly what we had a couple of minutes ago. Now let's put them side by side. Here we'll just say import this route. So I'll say import auth routes. That is going to be coming from routes auth.js, and make sure to put this .js extension at the end, otherwise it might not work because we're using type of module. You're gonna get some errors or warnings if you don't really add this part. Alright, now let's save this file and let's see what we have done. Now, if we visit /API/auth/signup, we're gonna hit this part and we're gonna return this response. Same for the login. So basically everything that you have seen here will be prefixed with /API/auth. And now we can just double check by refreshing here. We got the logout, we got the login, say login, and sign up. Everything is working as it was before. But what we have done is basically make our code base look a lot more cleaner, right? Especially the server.js file. Now, here these functions will take around 50 lines of code or maybe a lot longer than that. We don't really want to put all this logic into here in this file. Instead, we would like to create a folder called controllers, and this is another best practice that we should be doing. And we'll say our auth controller.js file. Once again, this is the convention that I'm using. You can just call this as auth.js or anything.js, right? But specifically, I'll go with this convention. Now, we don't really want to put this signup function here, but instead I will cut it. I'll say export const, or maybe let's go with the function. It's the same thing. I was going to do an arrow function, but instead let's say signup function. We're going to take the request and response and basically just say res.send something like signup route. Not request, let's delete that. And do the same thing for login and logout. I'll say login and I'll say logout. Okay, now we're gonna delete that part. We'll say import the signup from auth controller.js. Make sure to put the extension at the end. Let's do the same thing for login method as well as the logout. And then we can basically save this file and it should be working exactly the same way. So I'm not going to test this out, but let's actually do it so that you're happy with it. We got the logout route as well as the login route. That's just giving us the same exact response. Now we are going to call these functions actually async function because we'll be doing some promises stuff inside. Let's call them as async. For the logout, I think this doesn't really have to be an async. Let's save. This is what we have for the authentication route. Later in the video, we're going to have a couple of different routes, such as for the user routes where we can send friend requests, so on and so forth. But for now, let's have these routes for the authentication. And now they are not going to be get methods. Instead, they will be post methods. So we have just done get so that we can test this out in the browser. But now we don't really need it in production, right? In the real world applications, this should be equal to post method so that we can send some data with the request. So this is exactly what I'll be doing. Just 3 post methods for sign up, login, and logout. Now that's gonna be it for this section as well, where we just optimize our code base a bit. This is something that I specifically wanted to do and do it in this specific section so that I can really highlight what is the best way of doing things to adding up your routes and how you would do it as a complete beginner. Alright, so that's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we are going to connect to our database, which is gonna be MongoDB. Now for the database, we're gonna be using MongoDB. Let's go ahead and sign in. I think I'm already logged in, so it'll just take me to the dashboard. If you don't have an account, go ahead and create one. It's completely free. No credit card is required or whatsoever. Now we'd like to create a project. Here I have one, but I'll create another one. Let's say view all projects and create one from scratch. Let's call this as Streamify. Say next, create the project, and then we need to create a cluster. Let's go ahead, say create. And I'd like to use the free plan. We don't really need to pay anything for this application. And let's say create the deployment. So it'll take you to this screen where we can copy our password. Let's say create the database user and say choose a connection method. Now let's say we would like to connect from our Node.js application. So that's why we'll say drivers. Now this will give us a connection string. Okay, so with the help of this connection string, we can basically connect to our database. First things first, I have copied my password that I'll paste here in the .env file. We'll be using it. And then I'll go right here, copy my string. Now I can see they have this show password option, and I want to just copy it while selecting this so that it can give me connection string with the password. So I'll say mongo_URI. This is going to be our connection string. So we have MongoDB server, my username, and the password that I have copied. So we don't really need it. We can delete that. So in your case, if you didn't get your password, let me actually display this. So if you get something like this, you would like to delete this part and put your password. Oops. So just delete this part and put the password that you have copied. All right, then we have the entire connection string that we can use. Now, what is going to be the database name? So if you don't put anything here, it'll be test by default. But I'd like to call this as stream_by_db. Okay, so let's save and maybe delete these extra spaces. It's not really important, but let's go ahead and create a folder under the source called lib, and I will say db.js. We are going to create a function, but first we'd like to import mongoose. Let's say mongoose from mongoose. Now this is a package that we'll be using, and we have already installed it. So this will allow us to connect and communicate with our database as if we are writing some English code. Really, it's super easy to read, and we'll just see this in action. Now I'll say export const connect db method. Let's say this will be an async arrow function. I'll have some try catch blocks. In the try, we'll say await mongoose.connect. We'd like to connect to our MongoDB URI, right? And this should be URI, not URL. You can call this as URL, but you have to update this part. I'll just go with the URI as my name. Then we can say something like console log, and even before that, we can assign this into a variable. This is not really needed, but I'd like to use this connection string. Let's say console.log MongoDB connected, and here is your host. For the catch, we can say process.exit of 1, which means something went wrong, right? Failure code is 1. Let's say 1 means failure, and I think my keyboard just died. Let me make that work. I'm typing, it is not working. All right. So here we can actually specifically say connection, or let's say error connecting to MongoDB, just like this. So this is a super easy function that we need, and we are going to run this as soon as we start listening our application. So here we'll say connect db, import the method from this libdb.js file. Now let's open up our terminal. Here we can see whenever we save this file, first we are listening on this port, and then MongoDB connected, and here is the host. All right, now we can go into the MongoDB dashboard. We would like to do one more thing so that we don't really get any errors in development. Go ahead and visit the network access, and from here you would like to say add IP address, and access from anywhere, we'll say confirm. This will take a couple of seconds, and then we should be good to go. So after about 15 to 20 seconds, it is active. Now we can visit our clusters and say browse collections. We don't really have any data at the moment, but when we sign up later in the video, a user document will be created here, and we can see everything, every data that we have in this dashboard. Now, since we are setting things up, let's go ahead and set up our video calling platform, which is going to be Stream, and you can find the link in the description. So this is exactly what I'll be doing. And if you don't already, you can create an account. Once again, it is completely free to get started with. We're going to create an application in this dashboard and then connect to it, just like what we have done right here. So if you don't know already, the Stream is the video calling platform, or I should say it is a platform that will provide us with all the tools that we need to build an application that has video calling, chat messaging, and even feeds. And this can scale to millions or even billions of users. And some of the most popular companies, here we can see, are using Stream, such as Adobe, SoundCloud, Gumtree, so on and so forth. So this is seriously a perfect platform to get started with, especially if you are building an application for production, for production ready purposes. And we'll see how to use it. It's really easy to get started with. So we're going to create an application I already have in the past, but now let's create one more from scratch. You can give it any name. I have some stupid things here, but let's create one from scratch. I'll just say Streamify, and let's select some location, and then say create the application. We can leave this as development. If this name doesn't work, you can change this, obviously. Alright, now we got our API key as well as the API secret. Let's copy them one by one and try to use it in the .env file. So the first things first, I'll say stream API key, paste this in, duplicate it. This time this will be secret, and we can basically copy this value. I think I just copied it. No, I didn't. Now it's been copied. Let's paste this in. Here we go. Don't try to use mine because it's not going to work. I'll delete them after publishing this video. You should have your own API key and API secret. Let's go ahead and save. Later in the video, we'll be using them to be able to have these video calling and chat messaging features. For now, we'll just leave them as it is. Alright, so in this section, we have just set it up our database, connect to it, as well as we have set up the stream. That's gonna be it for this one. I'll see you in the next section. Now we are ready to start with the sign up route, where we can get the user information and save it to our database. Now, to be able to save a user to our database, we should know what fields that a user should have. So for this, I will create a models folder and then a model called user.js. And notice how the first letter is capitalized because this is a convention that we'll like to follow. Let's see how we can create our user model. So say import mongoose, and then we'll like to import another thing. For now, I'd like to leave it. Let's say const user schema. So the first thing you would like to do, create a schema just like this, and then create a model based off of this schema. If you have never done this, it might look complicated, but I think it'll make sense just in a couple of minutes. So this will take two different arguments. The second one is optional, but I'd like to have this. We'll say timestamps is equal to true. So this will give you fields like created at, as well as updated at. So we can use this created at field to be able to show something like this user is member since and whatever the created at date is, right? So this is one of the use cases that you should have, that we have for the created at field. So this is really cool to add this. I would highly recommend it. Then here in the first object, we're going to add all the fields that a user should have. So every single user in our database, in our application, should have a full name. So let me show you the sign up page pretty quickly. So when they sign up, we want them to add a full name field, an email, and a password. So these are the fields that are absolutely required. And when they sign up, they will be taken to a page called onboarding. And here they have to put the bio, native language, learning language, and location. So these fields are also required. Okay, so let's see how we can build it. We will say full name, and this will be an object because we would like to say type of this will be string, and this will be required. Then we would like to have an email field for every single user. In the same way, type of string required of true and unique of true, right? We don't really want to have two users with the same email. Same for the password. Let's say it's going to be type of string required, and we can say minimum length, I think just like that. If I can type it correctly, here we go. It will be 6. Now I'd like to add other fields. Instead of typing this out, I'll just copy and paste so that we can just save a little bit of time. So we got the bio, that it'll be type of string. It is not required for now, right? In the signup, it is not required. By default, it'll be an empty string. Then we have the profile pic. It'll be default of empty string. Then we will have the native language as well as the learning language. Let me copy and paste everything. So native language, learning language, location, and finally an is onboarded field that will be type of boolean. So hear me out. By default, this will be false. When the user signs up, let me display. So user will fill all this field and will say create an account. But now this user is not onboarded. First, they will visit this page. And if they want to visit a page like chat page, if they try to visit /chat, they will not see this kind of an output. They will be redirected to the onboarding page because this field is equal to false. Once they say complete onboarding, this will be equal to true, and then they can visit the other pages. So I hope that makes sense. Thanks to this field, we will just decide if they can visit other pages or they should still they should be in the onboarded page. I hope that makes sense. And the very last field that we're gonna have will be friends. Okay, this is gonna be an array, so I'll delete this part. I'll say we will have an array of friends, right? So let me pretty quickly display once again. So like this is our home page. We can send friend requests, and if they accept, we would be friend. Now the thing is, in this array, let's say we have friends array, we don't really want to save these objects. We would like to store them as ID. So let's say ID of John is equal to 1. We will store the ID if they are friend of us. And then let's say ID of Kenji is equal to 2. We would like to store this just like that, right? So this is going to be an ID instead of an object. Let's go here. We'll say we'll have friends array, and it's going to be equal to type of ID. And specifically, it'll be mongoose schema types.object_id. This is how you would say, and it will be reference to a user object. So once again, if you are friend with John, you're going to take the ID of it and put it in your friends array. And we are going to see this later in the video. If this doesn't make sense at the moment, please ignore that. This will make sense once we implement the friend requests functionality. Alright, now we created all of our schema, or only one schema. We have all of our fields. We would like to create a model based off of this schema. So we'll just say const user, and we'll say mongoose.model. We'll say this is called as user model. Once again, you should be uppercase. Then we'll say take a look at this schema. And then finally export default this user model that will be importing in other files. Alright, so we basically just said go ahead, create a model for users and take a look at the schema. We should have all these fields under that model. Now we would like to add something called a pre-hook. So let me just type this out. We'll have a pre-hook. Now what does that mean? Just before we save a user to our database, we would like to hash their passwords. Now, what does that mean? Let's say we have a user with john@gmail.com email, and their password is from 1 to 6. We don't really want to store this as it is in the database, because if someone hack our database, they should be able to see all the user passwords. We don't really want this to ever happen. So we would like to take this password and hash it to something really unreadable. So let's say we will take this value and put it something like this, not exactly, but you get the point. It'll be something absolutely unreadable, some gibberish. So this is what we call password hashing. And let's see how we can do it. We will say user schema.pre. AI tries to help me, but I'll just ignore that. We'll say just before we save a user to our database, we would like to run this async function. That is going to take the next as the argument. And then we'll just go below, let's say try and catch. In the try, we can say const salt, we will generate a salt. And for this, we will have an import, let's say bcrypt from bcrypt.js. And this is another package that we have in our dependencies list, exactly here. So here we'll say await bcrypt.generate salt, gen salt of 10. So this is a nice value that you can use. And then we'll just say this dot password. So this is whichever the user that is just signed up. We'll say this password will be equal to await bcrypt.hash. So we'll say hash the password of the user with this salt. And then we'll just say call the next part. In the catch, we can take the error and just say next of error. Now, I know that this might not make too much sense at the moment, but once we write our signup function, I'll just come back to this part and explain it once again. So I'll just add a to-do, explain this once again later in the video. Okay. So this is what we have for the pre-save hook, but one optimization that you should always add is this if check. We'll say if not this is modified. Let's type this out, or maybe I can let AI to type this out for me. So basically, we are just trying to say if password is not modified, do not try to hash it. Just say return out of this function with the next. Okay, so we have a warning. If you delete it and bring this back, we think it should work. VS Code is kind of stupid time to time. Alright, so we have our pre-save hook that I'll explain later in the video once again. But if you don't understand the entire logic, I think it should make sense what this tries to do. It gets a password like this, or really any password, and try to hash it. And later in the video, we'll just see the hashed password in our data explorer in the MongoDB atlas. Alright, now let's save this file, and hopefully we should be able to build the sign up route. Now when user wants to sign up, they are gonna send you their full name, email, and password. We would like to fetch all of them under the request.body. So we'll say request.body, we're gonna get the email of the user, let's say password, and full name. To be able to make this work, you should come here, and before you add your routes, you would say app.use express.json. Okay, just like this, you should be able to now get these values. Otherwise, they would be equal to undefined. And just before we write this signup function, I'd like to give you a quick showcase of the authentication workflow. So I have a diagram that looks kind of complicated, but I'll try to simplify it. It's actually really basic. So we have two different use cases, one for the signup and the other one for the login. Let's first go through the signup logic. So we have a user that will click to the signup button, which is going to send a request to our endpoint, which is /API/auth/signup. Now we're going to take the request and we will create a user in our database. Once user is created, we would like to create a token that is called JWT, right? JSON Web Token. Now this is going to be needed for the authentication. Once we generate the token, we are going to send this back to the user in the cookies. So that means user is now authenticated. We have a second part that I'll explain later in the video. We are not really interested in that at the moment. So all we want to do currently in the signup function, just take the request, create the user in the database, and generate a token, a JWT token, right? And we are going to send this back to the user so that they know their account has been created, they are authenticated correctly. I hope that makes sense. Let's go ahead and try to see how we can write this in code. Oops, I'll just shrink the left-hand side and have a try catch right here. Let's save to get this formatting. In the try, the very first thing we'll like to do is some validations. So I will say if user didn't send the email or not password or not full name, we will say all fields are required. So first I'll just say return out of this function with this status code. So response.status of 400 and message will be all fields are required. Now let's add more checks. So I'll say if password dot length is less than 6, we will say something like password must be at least 6 characters, just like that. Then we'll go below. I would like to also check if user sent me a correct email, because they might say John at, and that's it. This is not an email, right? We would like to check for it. Or if they say John at Gmail, but not .com, still not an email. For this, we can create a regular expression. So I have created something in the GitHub gist that you can find it in the description. So I'll copy this part and paste this in. So let me save to get this formatting. So this is something that you don't really need to type this out by yourself. And to be honest, if you delete this and ask me to type this out, I cannot really. So this is some code that you should most of the time get it online or generate it with AI and just put it right here. So this will say invalid email format if it is invalid. Then we can check if this user is already existed, because if you remember in the user file, we said if like the email should be unique, right? Now we can say if this email is already existed, we can say email already exists. So I'll say const existing user, and to be able to check for this, we're going to import the user model. Let's give out the space, import user from the models. And this is the file that we had, user.js. Make sure to add the extension at the end. So I'll say existing user, we can search for it. We'll say user, find one with this email that user is trying to pass. If existing user, right, if this is equal to true, if we have a value, we'll just say return res status of 400. Instead of saying user already existed, we can say email already existed. Say exists. Please use a different one. All right. Now that we have this if check, finally we can go ahead and create the user. Now I'd like to generate a random profile image for this user, and we'll be using this API. You can get this URL. It is avatar-placeholder.iran.lyra.run. All right. So if you take a look at it, they have images from 1 to 100. So let's copy this and paste it right here. So this is the 12th image. We can have from 1 to 100. So this loads is really, I have a really bad connection at the moment. Here we go. Now let's create an index between 1 and 100 randomly. So we'll say const index, we'll say math.floor and math.random. We need to call this method times 100, and at the end we'll just add 1. So this will basically generate a number between 1 and 100, and they are included. So we'll say const random avatar, and I'll paste the URL that I just copied. This will be a dynamic string. At the end, instead of 12, this will be, let's say, idx.png. Okay. Then we'll just say create the new user. I'll say const new user. This will be equal to new user.create, and we're going to put this object, the email that user passed, the full name that user passed, as well as the password. Let's give out the space, password, and then finally the profile pic will be equal to this random avatar that we have just generated. So now that we have created the user, we would like to just create a token, a JWT token. So we'll go ahead and say const token, and we'll say JWT.sign. This is how we can create it, but first we need to get this instance. So I'll say import JWT from JSON Web Token. This is a package that we have installed at the beginning of this course. So I'll say JWT.sign, and this will take a couple of different arguments. The first one is what we call payload. I'll explain that. Then a secret key or private key. Then some options to make this a little bit more secure. So first things first, we will add our payload. Let's say this will be called as user ID, and we're going to put the new user dot underscore ID. So this is kind of like a unique identifier that will be put into the token so that we can see which user owns this token, right? So this is to identify who owns this current token that we just generated. Then a secret key, we're going to get it from our .env file. Let's say process.env.jwt secret. We're going to create this just in a second, or let's say secret key. Then finally some options, which is going to be like expires in, let's say this will expires in 7 days. Now let's create this secret key. Before we forget that, I'll go into the .env, let's say JWT secret key. You can put anything like my secret key. If you'd like to generate one that is really actually random and secure, you can open up your terminal. If you're on Windows, just press here and make sure you selected ZSH or bash. Then you can say open SSL rand -base 64 and 32. So you're going to get something like this every single time when you run it. It'll just be different on every run, and we can paste this in right here. So this is what I'll be using. Let's go ahead, kill this file and move on with where we left. So now that we have created the token, we would like to put it into the response cookies, right? So I'll say res.cookies, or cookie I should say. The name, this could be anything like token. In this case, I'll just call it as a JWT, and then I'll say this is the token that we would like to send, and finally some options. So we'll say maximum age, and actually these are the options to make it a little bit more secure, right? So I'll say maximum age, you cannot really say 70, this should be in the format of milliseconds, just like this. So this is 7 days, and we'll say HTTP only of true. This will prevent an attack. Let's say prevent XSS attacks. If you really wonder what that is, you can research it after this section. Then we can add same side of strict. Instead of none, this should be strict. Let's say prevent CSRF attacks. Then finally, we'll say this will be secure if you are in production. Because if you take a look at localhost, it is equal to HTTP, right? So just copy this part and try to paste here. It is HTTP, it is not HTTPS. So we'll say it will be secure only if when we are in production, right? Say process.env node_env if it is equal to production. And currently we are in development. So now that we have added the token to the response, we can send the response. We'll say res.status of 201, which means something has created, right? A resource has been created in the database. And we'll say JSON of success of true. Then we can say, here is the user that has just been created. All right, so this is what we have. Let's just go over it. We got the email, password, and full name from the user. And we just have some validations to check if everything has been provided, if it is a valid email, so on and so forth. And if email already existed, throw an error, but else create a random image, create the user, and create a token for the authentication. And in the token, we need to have a payload. In this case, we put user ID so that later in the video, we can use this ID to check which user owns which token. Then we added this token into the response and sent the response back to the user. Now here we are missing a step. I'll add a to-do. We'll just say to-do, create the user in stream as well. Now we need to create the user in the stream in the dashboard so that this can handle the authentication in its own end. because when we have video calls and chat messaging, we need to know which user is authenticated, which user can visit these pages, right? This is the chat page and this is the call page. All right, so we'll just leave it as a to-do at the moment. This is what we have for the sign up method. And let's handle the catch case. I'll say console log for debugging purposes, say error in sign up controller. And we can put the error, then res.status of 500 JSON, and message could be something went wrong or internal error. Alright, so with this, I believe that's gonna be it for the sign up method. Let me just zoom out so that you can see it entirely. This is what we have. We are just missing a to-do. Now, I actually want to test this out before we end this section. So I have a desktop application called Postman. Here we can see. I'll go ahead and run this. It's completely free to get started with. You can install it, and there are other options if you really wanted to use it. So here I'll go ahead and create an endpoint. So here I have a bunch of different things, but let's say create a new one, new HTTP method, and let's put a URL. That's going to be localhost 5001 API auth. We call this as sign up. Let's try to add some body. Row, it should be JSON. So make sure to select those. Then the fields that are required is full name. Let's say I'll sign up with John Doe. I'll duplicate this twice. This is going to be email. Let's say john@gmail.com, and let's give a password. So first I'll just put a password that is less than 6. Let's say send. All right, looks like we got an error. What are we missing? Let's see. Okay, so it says we cannot find the route. We have API, auth. I think I tried to send a GET request. This should be post. So here it said you cannot get to this endpoint. That's correct because we said API auth sign up will be post request, right? Let me just zoom in. So we have this as post. Just change this to post and say send. Now here it says password must be at least 6 characters. Let's make this 6, but go with an invalid email, like this one. Invalid email format. Let's say .com, and maybe not at this part. It should say all fields are required. So that means all of our checks are working. Let's say send. Internal server error. Let's see. What do we have in the terminal? It says user.create is not a constructor. What do you mean? Let's see. So I don't really want to delete this from the editing because I think this is really important for you to see how to debug your code. So here it says new user.create is not a constructor, and that's correct. This should be await, not new. So let's save. I just realized that. Our server is working. Let's try to send this request once again. User has been created. Here we go, success of true. We got all the fields that we would need it. And let's take a look at the database. I'll go ahead and refresh my page. So we got everything as needed. John Doe, but I think we have a problem in the password. It is not being hashed. So why are we missing this? So we had from 1 to 6 and it has been saved as it is. It should be hashed. Seems like our model pre-hook doesn't really work as expected, which is this part. Alright, so the reason that it did not work is because this should be put before we create the model, right? So because we are trying to add something to the schema, and this should be added before we create the model. So I'll save this and go ahead, clean my database. So I'll delete the user and just try to run this all over again. With the same data, I'll say send. Now here we can see password has been hashed. And if we take a look at the database, we should got the exact same value. Here we can see password is being hashed, and this is Like the rest is working as expected. Since we had the timestamps, we got the created at and updated at fields by default. And in my code, I just realized I have a to-do. Let's try to explain it just before we end this section. So once we create the user, right? Once like it's about to be saved to the database, this will run and it'll say, before you save a user to the database, just go ahead and hash the password. This is possible thanks to this package. And we just say, if user is trying to update something else than password, don't try to hash the password, right? This is really, really important to add. Otherwise, users might lose their passwords because it'll be hashed without their realizing it. All right, so I hope that makes sense. That's gonna be it for the sign up function. In the next section, we can get started with the login function. And at some point, we will fix this part as well, which is a to-do that we'll be doing later in the video. So this is where we left. We would like to build the login method. Just before we jump into the code, I'd like to give you a quick showcase of this workflow that we will have. So user will click to the login button that will send a request to our endpoint, which is API auth login. Then we will check for the credentials. If it is valid, we will generate a token and send it back to the client. So that's all we have to do. Just take the request, check for the credentials. If it is valid, generate a token and send it back to the client. Once again, this is a part that we will explain later in the video. This is not really needed at the moment. All right, now let's just jump into the code. During the left-hand side, I'll have a try and catch block. So if user wants to log in, the first thing they need to do, just send email and password. So we'll grab this from the request.body, and we need to check if they provided both of them. So I'll say if there is not email or not password, we can say something like all fields are required, just like this. And then after this, we can check if this email is valid or password is valid, right? So I'll say const user, and I'll say await user.find one with this email. And if this is not existed, we will say maybe return res status of 404 user not found. But this is not really the best thing to do. Most of the time, you don't really want to say if email is invalid or password. You would just say email, let's say invalid email or password. You don't really say which one is incorrect so that they cannot really check if an email existed or not. And instead of 404, we can go with 401, which means unauthorized. Then we can check if password is correct. I'll say const is password correct. And we will say await user let's say match password. And we're gonna pass the password into it. Now, where is this coming from? We didn't create it, right? That's correct. We need to visit user model and create that method. And we can delete this to do because we have explained it in the past. So here I'll just create that method under the schema. I'll say user schema dot methods, and we call this as, let's see, match password. And then this will be equal to an async function, let's say. We will take the argument as the entered password, just like that. And then we can just check if it is correct or not. Now we have used bcrypt to hash the password. Now it is time to use the bcrypt again to check for the hashed password, right? If it is correct with what user just give us, right? So I'll say const is password match, or if password is correct, and we'll say await bcrypt.compare compare the entered password to the one that is in the database, and return this boolean, either true or false. So that's all we have to do. Just use the bcrypt.compare method, compare the entered password. This would be something like 1234556. That user will type into the login form in the front end, right? and this is the password that is in the database that is hashed. So it's going to compare if it is equal to this one and say either true or false. Alright, so we're gonna get this value and we'll just do one more if check, just like what we have done above. I'll say if there is not password, so basically password is incorrect, we would like to say return res status of 401 invalid email or password. Once again, you don't really want to say if email is invalid or password. So if you think you should say invalid email and here invalid password, I wouldn't really recommend this. As I said, users can just check if an email existed or not in that way. Alright, now that we have checked for the credentials, it is time to create a token. So just like what we have done above, we can copy it and paste it. It's the exact same thing. You can create a separate function to make this happen, but since it is only 2 times, I'll just go ahead and paste this in. We just said JWT.sign, add the payload, our secret key, and then when this will expire. Then we will set it into the cookie. Finally, just send a response back with success code. Let's say status of 200. That means successfully done. And success of true as well as the user. Now in the catch, we will go ahead console log this, error in login controller, and internal server error. That's going to be the response. So that's it for the login method. Let me just zoom out so that you can see it entirely. Alright, and then we need to build the login method. That's going to be really basic. All we have to do is just clear the cookies because they want to log out. And to clear the cookies, we could say res.clear cookie and call the name that you have given, right? We call this as JWT. If you have called this as a token, right? So if this was a token, then you would say token, but we call this as a JWT. And then we can say logged out successfully. Res.status of 200. Let me just zoom in. We'll say JSON success of true, or you can send a message only. Let's say logout successful. So that's it for the login and logout methods. Let's go ahead and test this out. I'll open up my Postman. This is what we had for the sign up. Let's try to sign up with this account once again. We should get something like email already exists, right? Now let's try to delete the email and we're gonna send request to login. I'll put the wrong password. I think we should delete the full name. Let me bring this back. We're gonna delete the full name. Let's first do not pass the password, just email. It says all fields are required. Let's put this with the wrong password. Invalid email or password. Password is correct, but let's say email is incorrect. Again. Now let's put everything correctly and say send. Looks like we got an error. Let's see what is the case. New user is not defined. So why did we got new user? So in this function, I should have a new user variable. Alright, so instead of new user, this should be the user, right? This is how we called it, just because I have copied and pasted from the sign up. That's why we got an error. Now let's test this out. Alright, now we are logged in. We have the cookie that is called JWT. This will be valid until the next 7 days. And this is the token that we have. So it is HTTP only and it is not secure because we are in localhost. In the production, when we have HTTPS, this would be true, right? When we deploy the application, this will be equal to true. And now let's try to log out. I'll just say this will be logout. Again, a post method. We don't really need to send anything. Let's say none. Send the request. Here we go. Cookies are cleared. For the body, it says a true logout successful. So that means we can log in, log out, and sign up successfully. The only thing that we should add is this to do. Let's go ahead and do it right now. When we sign up, when we save the user to the database, we would like to save the same user to the stream as well. So we would like to save the user to stream so that they can handle the authentication correctly in their end. So that, when we send the message or create a call, everything would be done successfully and authentication will be handled. So I will go under the source, under the lib, and I will create a file called stream.js, and we're going to put the configuration right here. So first I'll say import this stream chat from the package called stream chat. This is something that we have in the package JSON. Here we go. And then we can import the .env as well. Then we'll go ahead and get our environment variables, which is the stream API key as well as the API secret. So I'll say API key and say process.env that is equal to stream API key, and let's do the same thing for API secret. Now that we got both of them, let's put a check. We'll say if they are undefined, we can put a console log. Let's say actually console.error, and this will be equal to something like stream API key or secret is missing. And then we would like to go a little bit below and create a stream client. Let's create it and then I'll explain what this does. So I'll say stream client. This will be equal to streamchat.getInstance. We're going to pass the API key as well as the API secret that we just have above. So with the help of this stream client, we can communicate and interact with our stream application. So this is what we have created. Here later in the video, we will have users that we can see under the Explorer. Then we can have messages, etc. So maybe like channels have messages, so on and so forth. So by default, you will get a user, which is the account that you are logged in. And here you will have fields like if user is online, if it is, banned, when this has been created, the image, etc. And we would like to just keep this in mind, right? So let's go back into our VS Code. Now that we got the stream client, let's create our very first function that will allow us to create a user. So I'll say export const create stream user. And this will be equal to an async function where we will just get the user data. This could be their image, their full name, etc. So here, all we want to do, just have a try and catch block. Here we'll say await stream client, and this is one of those times where we'd like to use this variable. We'll say stream client dot observed users. So this is a method that we have, and we are gonna put this user as the user that should be created, right? Now observed means either create, and if it doesn't exist, just go ahead, update it, right? Create or update, depending on the case. And this is actually what I'd like to call my method. Instead of create stream user, I'll say observed stream user. So once again, if it is not existed, it will create that. But if it is existed, it would just update it, right? With the given data. And we'll be using this actually, so you will see when we want to update it and when we want to create it. Then here, all we want to do is just say return user data. In the catch, we can say console.log, or let's go with the error, and I'll just say, let's say error creating stream user. Or actually, let's say error observing stream user. So that's gonna be it for this method. All we have to do, just get the user data and save it to stream application that we have. One more function that we're gonna need. This will be a little bit later in the video, but let's create it. Let's say const generate stream token. Let's say async, or just get the user ID for now. And let's leave it as an empty function. I'll add a to-do. Let's save. I'll add a to-do. Do it later. Alright, so this is the only method that we are interested at the moment. And we'll be using it right here just before the token. So I'll just give a little bit of space and go above. Let's delete this to-do. I will add this await observed stream user. Let's import it from this file. Make sure to put the .js at the end. And then we're going to call this with the user data that we need to pass. So this will take the ID. Make sure this is just ID, not underscore ID. This is how Stream wants you to pass this data. We will say new user dot underscore ID. And we would like to take this, convert it to be a string. Then we will say name. That's going to be equal to new user dot full name. And then we'll say image new user dot profile pic. And let's say, just in case if it is undefined, we would like to put an empty string. Alright, so this is what we need. And if you don't really want this to break your sign-up flow, let's say something went wrong, we don't really want to hit the catch block. So what we can do, I'll just cut this for a second. I'll create another try catch, and we can put this right here. And after this, we can say console log stream user created for this new user. It should be like this. Let's make it a dynamic string with the backticks. New user dot, let's say, full name. Okay, and then in the catch we can say console log, and for the error message, this is what I'll just say: error creating stream user. Now once again, you don't really have to create a try catch block. If you don't really want to, just delete that, but I'll just have it in this case. Let's go ahead and save. Now I'll try to sign up with a different account. So we had a sign up right here for the body. Instead of John, this time I'll go with Jane, and let's say jane@gmail.com. Once we sign up, this user should be created in MongoDB. Looks like we got that, and it should also be created right here. So I'll refresh, and maybe we can take a look at the terminal. So it says stream user created for Jane Doe. That means it worked successfully, and this is exactly what we got. This is Jane Doe. It ends with ID of, let's say, 4528. Let's double check. So we had John, now we got Jane. This is the ID, ends with 45 and 28. So everything looks like working as expected. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section as well, where we have added the login and logout methods, as well as the stream configuration, where we can upsert the user to our database. To the stream dashboard. So with that, I'll see you in the next section. So now that we have the three main endpoints for the authentication, we would like to create another one called onboarding. Let's say post method of /onboarding. And here we would like to call our onboard method. This is something that we're going to create just in a second. But first, I'd like to show you this page. So once users sign up, right, they will be redirected to this onboarding page where they need to fill some information, like their bio, let's say native language or learning language, as well as location. If they wanted to, they can update their full name as well as profile image. So we want them to fill in this information and send it back so that we can update it in our database. But now, not everyone can visit this page, right? Only if they are authenticated. So we would like to protect this route. First, let's create this method under the controller.js. Just shrink everything and say export async function called onboard. And as I said, we would like to protect this. Let's import it, and we will say before you call this method, just make sure that this is protected. We will say protect route, and this is a function that we will create under the source. Let's say under the middleware just middleware folder, and then auth.middleware.js file. Now before we write any code for this file, I'd like to take you back to this part where we had the diagram for the authentication, and this is that part we would like to create. So once user is authenticated, we said we will send a token in the cookies back to the user, right? Now user got that cookie, and if they want to send another request, in this case it is the onboarding, right? They would like to update their profile. So they will send the request, and in the request, they have the cookie, right? So in the request, they will send you the token in the cookies, and we will validate that token. We will just check if they have the token. If they have it, is it valid or not? If it is valid, we will say something like, success, you have this privilege, right? You got the grant access. But else we'll say you got an error, this token is not valid. Alright, so this is exactly what we would like to do in this method. Just validate the token. So let's go into this file and import JWT from JSON Web Token package, and also get the user model from this file. We'll be using it. Now I'll just shrink the left hand side. Let's say export const protect route method. That will be async function. We're going to take the request and response as well as the next. I'll explain this next just in a second. Let's say we'll have try and catch. The first thing we'll like to do, just get the token from the cookies. We'll say request.cookies.jwt. Now you cannot do this unless you visit server.js and import this package. Let's say cookie parser from this cookie parser package that we have, and you'll like to add this app.use cookie parser. Now with this, you can access to the cookies inside the request. Now we'll say if you don't have the token, in this case, we'll throw an error. I'll say return res.status of 401. For the message, we can say unauthorized, no token provided. Just like this. But now if they have the token, we would like to check if it is valid. First, we would like to decode this. We'll say decode jwt.verify. We would like to verify this token that they sent. We would like to verify this with the secret key that we have created. Because when we created the token, we have encoded with this secret. Now, if we want to decode it, we would like to again use the same secret key. And this should be decoded. Then I'll say if this decoded value is falsy, we will say return res.status of 401, which means unauthorized, but this time the token is invalid. You have the token, but sorry, it is invalid, right? Then if this is not the case, we can just grab the user. We'll say await user.findById, and if you remember in the token, we had a payload of user ID. Now we can use that user ID to fetch the user from the database. So this is the user that we have, and let's add one more check. If no user in the database, we'll say user not found. So if user is not found, we'll say unauthorized user not found. Then we can go ahead say request.user. We would like to add the user to the request. So you can call this anything really, but most of the time you just call it as user, and the value it'll get is the user from the database. Now we don't really want to send the user as it is. You would like to just remove the password. So say select minus password, so that we don't really send this to our function. Then finally we will say call the next method. In the catch we will say console log error in protect route middleware, and maybe response of internal server error. Now let's try to see what we have just done. In the auth route, let's try to import it. We will say if we got a post request to this endpoint, before you call this method, just go ahead, check, and make sure that this route is protected, right? And here, if everything went successfully, we're going to call the next method, which is this one, right? Whatever the next is. In this case, it is onboard. So this is exactly what next is. Just call the next part of the code. And now that we have added request.user, right, we can go into this function. Under the request, we can say request.user, and we can console log it if we wanted to. Let's say console.log request.user, and any method at this point is protected with this method can access to request.user. If you go into the signup and say request.user, this will be equal to undefined because this method is not protected. I hope that makes sense at this point. Now with all this in mind, we can build the onboard method. So I will delete the console log. Let's have a try catch. And first things first, I'd like to get the user ID. And we can grab this from request.user._id. Then we can go below, just grab all the information that we are gonna get from the request.body. So we will get something like full name, let's say bio. Let me just type out everything. So this is the data that user will send. You can also add the profile picture at the end, but we don't really need it at the moment. We're gonna see why. It is not really mandatory. Now I'll say if any of these values are not provided, just like this. If you would like to say you're gonna get a response of status of 400 and JSON, let's say, you can just say all fields are required, just like this. But what I'd like to do also is say what fields you are missing. So I'll add a comma and just go below, and let me format this actually. So we have the message and I'll say missing fields. And this will be an array. So I'll say if you didn't provide the full name, we will add the full name. Same for the bio, notification, for the native language, learning, and location. And this array will be what we would need. Then finally, we can go ahead after this if check, try to update the user in the database because we are onboarding them, right? I'll say await user find by ID and update. This is the user that we would like to update with this data, and this will give us a variable, let's say const updated user. This will be the result that we're gonna get. And here the data that we would like to update will be, let's say, full name, then the bio, location, etc, etc. Now instead of typing this out, we can say just get everything that we have in the request.body and plus just say is onboarded will be equal to true because now they have been onboarded, right? And then one more option, one more argument that I'd like to add is going to be this new equal to true. Now what this does, you can hover over this and read it out loud. Let's do it. By default, find one and update returns the document as it was before update was applied. If you set new to be equal to true, this will instead give you the object after update was applied. So this will basically give you the updated user. And then we can add one more check. If not updated user, we can throw some kind of an error, say return, just like this. And then we can go below, send a response back. So I'll say res.status of 200, success of true, and here is the user. Now let's go into the catch. We'll say onboarding error and a status code of 500. Now let's save. We're gonna test this out and we are missing one more step. Let's say to do. We would like to update the user info in stream. Because if you remember, we have created the user. We just updated some information. Maybe it's profile image, maybe it is full name, whatever that is, we would like to update it right here as well. So before we do it, let's try to call our method, call our endpoint with postman. So I'll say API auth. Now we are logged in as a Jane, I believe. So this will be auth/onboarding. And for the data, let's try to send like the full name, not the password, not the email, but let's just try to only send full name. Now it says all fields are required. If you want to onboard, you need to add all these fields. And it looks like we got false. Why this is the case? So here we have the full name in the request, right? Let me explain. We have the full name, so this part will return you false. If you want to get rid of that, we can just say dot filter and only get the true values. So this is kind of a trick that you can do. Let's save. And now we shouldn't really have the false if we send the request. All right. The missing fields are only these that we have above. Now let's try to add the bio as well. So these are all the fields that I have filled in. We have full name, bio, native language, learning, as well as the location. Let's go ahead and send this. So it looks like it has been updated, right? We got the success of true, and let's double check if in the database it has been updated. So this is John. We updated Jane, and here we can see everything has been updated as we did. Now let's go ahead and try to add the method to be able to update the user in the stream dashboard. Now we already have the method actually, so I'll delete this part and I'll say await. We have this upsert stream user. So this is why we called it as upsert, because at some point we would like to create and at some point we would like to update. So that's why we call this method as upsert. Then we'll say we would like to add the ID, which is updated user ID, to string, and the name, the full name, as well as the image, just like this. And we don't really need to add this part, but I'll just have it just in case. So here I would like to once again wrap this with try and catch block. I'll copy that, paste this in. We can add a console log right after this, and in the catch we can just say call this as stream error and put it right here. So it says stream error. Now let's try to do the same thing once again. I'll say updated with these values. It's been updated, and if we take a look at the terminal, we can see stream user updated after onboarding Jane Doe. So you can take a look at it. We didn't really change the image or name or ID, but if you change the name, it should be updated. Let me pretty quickly do it just to prove you it is working. I'll say Jane Doe of 2, update that. Let's refresh. So we got the name as a Jane Doe 2, right? It is also updating the stream dashboard. And I'll just make this the previous one. So with that, that's gonna be it for the onboarding endpoint as well. We have added this method, and most importantly, we have added the protect route middleware. We'll be using this a lot later in the video. Any route that needs to be protected, we'll just put it before the method. So here we need to just first check if user is authenticated or not, and that's why we have added that. And just before we end this section, I'd like to add a really basic endpoint that we're gonna need a lot later in the front end part. So I'll say router.get, yes, this time it'll be get method, to /me. So this will check if you're authenticated or not. We will say protect this route, and after this we will just run our controller. I'll say success of true, and here is the user. Now we don't really need to take this and put it into the controller. It is just one simple line. I'll leave it here. All this does checks if you're authenticated or not, right? So I'll say check if user is logged in or not. And let's try to test this out. We are logged in as a Jane. I'll say API auth me. This will be a get method, and we don't really need to send any of this data. I'll say none, send a request. Here we go. We are logged in as a Jane. And just notice how we don't really have the password field. It is because in the protect route, we have deleted that. So if you remove this part, save, and send this again, you will get the password, which is something that you don't really want to send to client. So that's why we'll say deselect the password. All right, now I'll try to log out. Let's go into logout. We are logged out, and let's try to call this again. Now it says unauthorized, no token provided. All right, so this is one of those endpoints that we would like to have, and it's going to be a get method. Now you might be asking, why do we have the logout method as post method? Why it is not get method? Because if you think about it, in logout method, we don't really send any body, right? It is just like a get method. Well, the recommended method should be post for the logout. It has a bunch of different reasons, but I can just give you one reason that is the most important one. So post method is for operations that change the server state, and logging out does that, right? It destroys a session, invalidates a token. So it basically updates something on the server side, and that's why we would like to keep this as post. It has a lot of different reasons, but this is one of them that you should keep in mind. So with that, that's going to be it for this entire section. I'll see you in the next one. So this is where we left so far. We have built the auth routes. Now let's go ahead and duplicate this. This time we're going to build the routes for users. So let's say /users, and this will be user routes, which is something that we need to create under this folder. That'll be user.route.js. And then let's try to import it just like this one. I'll give a little bit space. Let's say user routes, and from user route.js file. Now we need to save this and go ahead, create this file. Let's say import express. Let's create a simple router. And we just want to say export default this router. Now we're gonna need a couple of different endpoints, and let's get started with the very first one. That will be to get the recommended users. So in the home page, if you take a look at it, we have a section where we get some recommended users from the database, right? And then we have another endpoint that will get us our current friends. So let's try to build these endpoints first. I'll say router.get to the /endpoint. We'll say get recommended users. And let's try to duplicate this. We're going to say router.get to /friends. This time we'll get my friends. So get my friends means get the friends of the currently authenticated users, right? Or the currently authenticated user, I should say. Then now we will want this to be protected. We will go ahead and say protect this route before you call this method, and same for this one. Now we are going to need a bunch of different endpoints in a couple of minutes, and instead of adding them every single time just like this, what we can do, just delete this part from here and this one from here. We will say basically apply this to every single route. So we'll say router.use, go ahead, use the protect route first, and then call these methods if this done successfully. So I'll just basically say apply auth middleware to all routes. So this is something that you would like to keep in mind, and this is what we have just done. Now let's go into the controllers, create a user.controller.js file, and then we would like to create these methods. So I'll say export async function. We're going to get the request and response, and let's do the same thing for this one. And we can save both of these files. First, let's try to import this, and then this one. Now make sure to add the extension at the end for this one as well as this one. Okay, now we can go into the controller and get started with this very first function. Now I'll have my try catch block. In the try, let's first get the current user ID. Since this is a protected route, we can say request.user.id. You can also say underscore ID, and ID also works. So this is something that you would like to keep in mind. Then let's say const. Now this was ID, right? And now we're going to create the current user variable. And now you can either find it like this. You can say await user find by ID, current user ID, or we already have it in this request.user, right? So we can just say request.user. Then we can say just get the recommended users. I'll say const recommended users. Now, what do we want to do? So here in this list, I don't really want to see my own profile, right? So I am Kyle Doe. This is how I am logged in. I don't really want to see myself here, so I shouldn't be able to send a friend request to myself. That's the first condition. The second one is I don't really want to see my friends here in this list because they are already my friends. Now, let's keep this in mind and try to build our query. I'll say await user, and let's import it. Put the .js at the end. We will say user.find, and we'll add this object into it. Now we're going to say we will have two different conditions. So I'll say and then put this array. So I know the syntax will look a little bit weird, but let's just go through this. I'll say underscore ID is not equal to the current user ID. So this will basically exclude current user, right? Exclude myself. Then we're going to put another object. We'll say ID. Let's say not in the current user dot friends, and we're going to exclude the current user friends in this list. Then we also want to see only onboarded users. So I will say is onboarded is equal to true. If user is not onboarded, we don't really want to see it in this list because that means they don't really have they didn't select their native language, learning language, etc. And after this query, all we have to do is just say res.status of 200, success of true, and we can send the recommended users. In this case, I'll just send recommended users just like that. Then in the catch, we'll go ahead and say console.error. We got an error in this controller, and then let's send internal server error just like that. So with this in mind, that's gonna be it for the get recommended users. If you wanted to, you can test this out from the Postman. I'll not be doing it. I think we don't really need to waste any time. This is working completely. If not, we are gonna go ahead and, just fix it later in the video. So that was the very first endpoint that we have to get the recommended users. Now we would like to get my friends, right? So I'll say try and catch. In the try, we will say const user. Now let's say we'll say await user.find by ID. It should be like this. So this is the ID that we'd like to put. This is the current user ID. Now we want to select the friends. Let's say friends, and I'd like to open up the user model as I explained. Now the current user has a couple of different fields like full name, email, password, so on and so forth, and we also have the friends list. Now this is a list of user IDs, but we would like to fetch the profile information, right? Because if you take a look at it, in the friends section, we not only get the user ID, but also their full name, their profile image, their native language, learning language, so on and so forth. So in this case, we're going to use the populate method because this itself only gives you the IDs. So we'll say we have the friends IDs, right? This is a list. We would like to populate it. So we'll say dot populate, and we would like to populate the friends. And we actually want to grab all these fields. So I'll give a little bit of space, just like that. And for the fields, let's say we want to get the full name, the profile pic. We would like to get the native language, as well as the learning language, just like this. So this populate method is something that you definitely want to keep in mind when you have a list of, when you have an array of IDs and you want to populate them, when you want to grab the data, not only IDs, you would like to use this populate method. And then we can say res.status of, let's say 200 JSON user.friends. We're going to send the friends that we just fetched with the populated fields. Then we'll say console.error. This is classic as always. And then we can save this method as well. And I have to mention, if you are sending your response with, let's say, success of true and then user friends, I would say just don't do it. Follow along with me because otherwise you might get into different errors later in the video. So just try to keep your code base exactly as what I have, and once you complete this tutorial successfully, then you can change it and make it however you wish. But for now, so let's say in this part, don't say something like success of true and then recommended users, because in this case, this is what I have. I see so many comments like, hey, this part is not working, and then when I take a look at their source code, I see lots of different things is different. just follow along with me what I do in the tutorial. I think most of the time you should have the exact same thing, but once you complete the tutorial, you can just change everything and anything that you wish, right? So this is something that I wanted to mention. Just make sure that your responses looks exactly the same what I have. All right, so that's gonna be it for the two methods that we have. In the next section, we can add more endpoints. So this is where we left. Now we would like to add one more endpoint where we can send a friend request. So this is going to be a post method. So I'll say router.post, and the endpoint I'll say /friend request and the ID of the friend. So I'll just say /:ID. This will be dynamic and we'll see how that works just in a second. Then we can say send friend request. So this is a method that we're going to create just in a second. And once again, this is being protected because we have this global middleware up here, right? Now, just before we create this method, we would like to create one more model for the friend request. Now let's say friend request.js file. Now, instead of typing this out, I have prepared something for us that we can copy and paste around 30 lines of code, super easy. This is something that we have done previously. That's why I'll just copy and paste and then walk you through it. So let me just zoom out a little bit, shrink the left-hand side and walk you through it. So we are importing the mongoose. As always, first we would like to create a schema, and based off of the schema, we would like to create a model. This is what we have done in the past. Now, for this model, we are sending two different objects. So the first one is all of our fields, and the second one is optional, which is timestamps of true, so that we can get the created at and updated at fields. Now, every friend request will have a sender, a recipient, and a status. So a friend request could be either in the pending state or accepted. In this application, we don't really want to have rejected friend requests. This is how I implement it. If you wanted to, you can change it after completing this tutorial. Alright, so by default, it'll be pending. So when you send the request, it'll be pending. Once user accepted, it'll be equal to accepted. So here we just say we only accept these specific values. And then the sender will be a user ID, just like what we have done in the past. It is a reference to the user document, and recipient is also a user ID. So that's all about it. Nothing complex, I think, right? We just have a couple of different fields for a friend request and the timestamps of true. Then we just export this friend request so that we can use it in our different files. With this in mind, let's zoom in and copy this name. We will go into the user controller.js file and create this function. I'll say async function, and this is what we got. Let's try to import it right here. Save this and try to build this method. So this will be a little bit long, but let's try to go step by step without complicating anything. So the first thing I'd like to do is just get my current ID, right? The currently authenticated user's ID. We'll say request.user.id. And now it is time to get the ID of the other user. So how can we grab this value? Well, we can just say request.params, and from this we can destructure it. I'll say const ID. So if you call this as IDX, you have to come here and say IDX. But here we'll just say ID and we'll just grab it as ID. If you wanted to, you can rename this. Let's say this will be equal to recipient ID. All right, then we can go below. First, we would like to prevent sending request to ourselves. So I'll say prevent sending request to yourself. Here I'll say if my ID is equal to recipient ID, I'll just accept this autocomplete from AI and wrap it with curly braces. Okay, so if this is the case, we'll just say you can't send friend request to yourself. And after this if check, we would like to check if recipient exists. So I'll say await user.findById. and we'll say recipient ID. So if this is not existed, we can throw an error, and I'll just let the AI to complete it for me. Here we go. And instead of user not found, let's say recipient not found. If this is not the case, we would like to have one more check if we are already friends, right? I'll say if recipient.friends includes my ID, that means we are already friends and we cannot send a request. So this is what I'll add. We are just basically adding a bunch of different checks to make our application work without breaking. Now we can check if we already sent a request. So these are the things that you'd like to keep in mind. So maybe I can just add a comment right here. I'll say check if user is already friends. Then let's say check if a request already exists. We will say const existing request, and we can try to find one with these options. So we'll say or. Now let's first import the friend request. This is our model that we're gonna get from this file. Now let's scroll. We'll say if any of this correct, right? If any of this is the case, that means a request existed already. So we'll say where the sender is equal to my ID and recipient is equal to recipient ID, or if the vice versa, basically if sender is the recipient and recipient is me. In this case, that means there is an existing request. So I would like to go below and just say if this is the case, we'll say a friend request already exists between you and this user. But if this is not the case, finally, that means we can create a friend request. So all we have done so far is just add a bunch of different checks to make our application just stay consistent. So here, finally, we can say create a friend request. I'll say friend request.create, and we're going to await this, where the sender is me and recipient is this user. Then finally, we can say res.status of 201, a resource has been created, and JSON of friend request. Then in the catch, we can handle it as we have always done, just like this. So let me zoom out and go through this function once again. So we're going to get my ID as well as the recipient ID. We will prevent sending requests to ourselves, and then we'll check if recipient existed or not, and check if user is already friend with the other user, right? Then if a request already exists, so we'll say or, like if any of these cases are correct, that means we have an existing request. If not, we can finally create it and send a success message back to the client. So that's kind of it for the send friend request method. In the next section, we're going to build the accept friend request. So this is where we left. We would like to add another endpoint where we can accept a friend request. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this. I'll say this will be a put request because we are trying to update some fields. We will just say /friend request /ID and then accept. So here my method will be called as accept friend request. Let me copy this, zoom in, and let's go into the user controller, try to shrink to this one and create the very last method. Now here, as always, we're going to have a try and catch block. Let's say try and catch. In the try, we can get the request ID. So I'll say const from the request.params. We have called this as ID, and we can just rename this to be request ID so that our code is a little bit more readable is a little bit more easy to read. So the first thing I would like to do, just get the friend request. So I'll say await friend request.find by ID, and here is the request ID. Just go ahead, find that document. So we can say if this is not existed, we'll throw an error with 404 message of friend request not found. Now instead of typing this out, I'd like to just speed up the process. I'll go ahead, copy and paste line by line and explain everything that we have done. So after this check, we will add one more. We would like to verify if the current user is the recipient, right? So to be able to accept a friend request, we need to make sure if we are the owner of the request. So this is exactly what we are doing. If this is not the case, we'll say you're unauthorized to accept this request. But if this is not the case, that means we can just say friend request dot status. Let's say status will be equal to accepted, and we are going to save this to the database. Now that we have accepted the friend request, we would like to do something, which is to add my ID. Let me explain. So let's say I am your friend, right? I just sent a request, you accepted. That means your ID will be in my friends list and my ID will be in your friends list, right? Because if I am your friend, then you are my friend. This is what we would like to do. Just update the friends list of both of the users. Here, right after this dot save, I'll say await. Maybe I can add a comment right here. I'll just say add each user to the others friends array. So I'll say await. Let me actually copy and paste instead of typing this out, and I can explain. So we will copy and paste this part and then this one. You can type this out. So we say user find by ID and update. So first update the sender and then we'll update the recipient. And we're going to update the friends list. Basically, we will add the recipient to that list and the same thing for this one. I hope that makes sense. So if you pause the video and take a look at this code, it is actually what I have explained right here. We are taking the ID of this user added to this list and ID of this user to this list. And this add to set is a method that I can add a comment. So add to set, this will add the element to an array only if they do not already exist. Okay, so after that, we can basically say friend request accepted, just like this. And we can handle the catch block by sending a status of 500. All right, so now we can import this one, save, this should be good to go. And in the next section, we're gonna add 2 more endpoints. So this is where we left. Now let's add one more get request that will be /friend requests. Once again, it is a get method and we're gonna call this function. Now, why do we need this? Let me pretty quickly explain. In the notifications page, we would like to see all the friend requests that we got that is in the pending state. So we should be able to accept them. And also the connections that we had. So to give an example, Kyle accepted your friend request, right? These are the requests that we sent previously and they accepted. So with this in mind, let's try to build this endpoint, specifically this method. I'll copy the name. Let's say we'll have export async function. This is the name. We're gonna get the request and response. Let's try to import it first. Okay, so this is what we got. Now let's go into this file and try to build it. So I'll say try and catch block. Here in the try, the very first thing we would like to do, just fetch the incoming requests. So I'll say const incoming requests. Then we'll say await friend requests dot find. And we're gonna add our condition. Now the recipient is gonna be equal to the current user and the status is equal to pending, because we would like to fetch the pending incoming requests. And then we would like to populate the sender, right? So this is the sender. We would like to get their full name, their profile image, their full name, learning language, as well as the native language, right? We would like to fetch all this data. And for this, we need to use the populate method. It's because if you take a look at the sender field, it is just an ID. We need to grab the fields. We will say go under the sender, get the full name, get the profile pic. Let me actually copy and paste this entire line. Here we go. We're gonna get the full name, profile pic, native, and learning language. Then we also want to get the accepted requests. So say const accepted requests. This will be equal to, let me copy and paste and walk you through it. So friend request.find, where this is the sender, right? We are the sender and status has been accepted. The populate field will be to the recipient. We would like to get the full name and profile pic. So if you take a look at it, this is exactly what we have, only the profile pic as well as the full name. If you wanted to, you can also put the native and learning languages, but it's not really needed in this case. Then all we want to do is just say res.status of 200 and return these values. In the catch, we can put the console log as well as the internal message. So that's gonna be it for this method. Let's try to add one more that will complete this entire route. So I will say router.get. This will be another get request for outgoing friend requests. Now what does that mean? The friend requests that we have sent. So let me display this. Here, if you take a look at the home page, like this says request sent. We need this method to be able to check if we already sent a request. We don't really want to see this button here because we already sent the request. I hope that makes sense. Now, this is the method that we're going to create under the user controller. Let's say export async function. This is the function name. You can put something else, but I think this is not that bad. Let's try to import it from this file and build the logic. This will be relatively easier than what we had above. So I'll say try and catch block. In the try, we will say const outgoing requests. And what we can do is basically this. We will say friend request.find. Here is the sender, like we are the sender and status is equal to pending. That means this is still waiting, right? It is in the pending state. And we're gonna populate these values. And we can say res.status of 200 outgoing requests. And finally the catch block, that should be it. So in total we have, I think, 6 different functions. And here is what we have in this file. We have 2 get methods or even 4 get methods, 1 post and a put method. So with that, that's gonna be it for the user routes. Now the reason that we have separated the user routes and auth routes is that, so the reason that we have separated them is that first we want the authentication route would be a completely different service. So maybe after this tutorial, you would like to come here and add some different routes to maybe handle the forget password case, or maybe you would like to send some welcome emails, right? Send reset password email, so on and so forth. In this case, you can just come here. That this has nothing to do with the user route. You'll just come here, add an endpoint, add a function, and make that work. So this will make our code base super clean, maintainable, and yeah, just it's like a completely different service than user route. And then the second reason is if you'd like to add more things that are related to users, you can basically come here. Maybe let's say you would like to add an endpoint where you can reject a friend request, right? In this case, you can just come here. This has nothing to do with the authentication. You can add your function and make that work. So I think this is a really good choice where we have separated both of them. So yeah, this is something to keep in mind. In the next section, we will add one more route, and then I think the entire backend will be completed. So we are gonna add our very last route. I will go ahead and duplicate this one. This will end with chat. Let's say chat routes. Now let's create a file. This will be relatively easier than what we had previously. So I'll say chat.route.js. And then we can create a controller with the same kind of name. So I'll copy it and paste it. This will be controller.js. Now first, let's try to create our router. As always, we'll say import the express and create a simple router. And just export default this one. Okay, let's try to let the AI complete it for us and double check the path is correct. Now we can save and go back into the chatrouter.js file or chatroute.js file. Now we'll just have only one endpoint that will generate a stream token for us. So this token is different than JWT token, and this is needed for stream to be able to authenticate the users. So this will make our application a lot more safer. So let's say get / token, and in this case we would like to call get stream token method. But first we would like to protect this route, so only authenticated users can hit this endpoint, and just make sure to add the .js above. Now we are going to create this under the controllers. So let's go here under the chat controller. I will basically provide this to you. It is 10 lines of code. Let's paste this in. So let me walk you through it. So we have an async function called generate stream token that takes the request and response, and we are calling another method that says generate stream token. So we are passing the request user ID. So this is the currently authenticated user ID, and we will return the token back to the client. Now we don't really have this method. Let's go ahead and create it. This will be under the stream.js file, and here we can see we created it but never built it. So we'll get the user ID. It'll be really easy to build. Let's say try and catch. First, I'd like to just take this user and convert this to be a string. I'll say ensure user ID is a string. And let's say const user ID string. We'll basically take this, convert it to be a string. Then we'll use the stream client to return a token. So I'll say create token. We'll just pass the user ID. And then we'll say in the catch error generating stream token. Now we can delete this to do. All we are doing is to create a token and return this. Now we got the token, and let's import this method from stream.js file, and we're going to send this to the client. Now later in the video, we're going to use this token so that we can, let me pretty quickly display, so that we can visit the chat page, communicate in real time, and also visit the call page. Without this token, you cannot really have audio calls, video calls, or even chat messaging. So this is that token that we really need. Let's import this function from not here, but I think, how did we call it? I forgot already. So get stream token. Let's put this in. Get stream token. This should be coming from controllers. So once again, in the chatroute.js, this function should be coming from the controllers, and from the controllers, this function should be coming from stream.js. All right, let's take a look at the terminal so that just to double check we don't really have any errors. Looks like everything is working as expected. So with that, that's gonna be it for the entire backend for now. We have built all of our endpoints. Later in the video, if we need to update anything, if we need to fix anything, we can always come back into the source folder and try to make that work. But for now, this is what we need. In the next section, we're gonna get started with the front end. So I'll see you there. So we are gonna jump into the front end in this section. I have my terminal up and running for the backend. Now I'll keep this open and create a new one that will be cd into the front end, and we'll say npm run dev. Let's take a look at the output. This is what we had just like previously. Now the first thing I'd like to do, just go ahead and set up Tailwind CSS. The latest version is 4. This is just came out. I'd like to go with the version 3. This is not outdated. This is completely still valid version. Everyone's still using it. So don't feel we are using the old versions. No, this is not the case. So let's say documentation, and we would like to go under the framework guides, specifically Vite. We already have a React application, so we can skip this very first step. Let me just zoom in. Then we'll get the second step. So I'll copy this, open up my terminal, kill the front end, shrink the left-hand side, clear this up, and paste this in. Now this will give you a Tailwind config file. Here we go. And we'd like to update the content, just like what they say in the documentation. I'll copy it, go right here, just delete everything, paste this in, and let's go ahead, delete the index.css file content. Then we'll paste what they have, which is this one, and then we should be good to go. All right, we don't really need app.css file or the assets. We can delete them. And for the app.jsx, let's delete everything and say RAFCE. So if this does not work in your case, you should have this extension. Okay, so once you have installed this one, you should be able to say RAFCE and get this snippet. Now let's test out the Tailwind. I'll say class name, let's say background, red of 500, and this will take the entire screen. Let's open up our application. Let's say npm run dev. All right, here we can see it is working as expected. Tailwind, we're getting these classes from Tailwind. So we can do a lot more different things, like let's say text will be 5x large, save. Here we go. Now I don't really know why I don't get any highlighting, so I'll just say Command-Shift-P, reload window. Okay, now it is working. If you're not able to get this highlighting, it means probably you don't have this extension called Tailwind IntelliSense. So just go ahead and install it. With the help of this extension, you can get this kind of highlighting and autocomplete for the classes that are coming from Tailwind CSS. So you can hover over this one and see what are the styles that are being applied, right? Same for this one, so on and so forth. Now on top of Tailwind CSS, we would like to use a component library, which is going to be Daisy UI. So go ahead, search for Daisy UI, and the latest version is 5. We'll be using version 4, but just before we do it, let's see why we need this, right? So without Daisy UI, if you want to get this button, with Tailwind, you need to write all these classes, which is absolutely enormous, like giant. Instead, we would like to use something like button, right? btn class, and we'll get the exact same output. And to give you another example, if you want to get this output with only Tailwind CSS, you need to write all these classes. But with Daisy UI, just these classes and you got the exact same output. So basically this is the reason that we'd like to use Daisy UI, and they have a bunch of different components like buttons, dialogues, and we'll see a lot more different components. We would like to use version 4, which is again absolutely valid, not outdated version. Let's say how to use. We would like to install this specific version, 4.12.24. So even though they say install the latest, I think this is not correct. Let's go ahead, open up our terminal, kill the front end, and I'll say maybe just copy this entire thing, paste this, but instead of latest, I'll say add 4.12.24. Now let's say npm run dev. Let's go ahead and get some buttons from Daisy UI. So under the components, you can say button. So they have a bunch of different buttons, right? So neutral, primary, secondary, accent, and we'll be using React. So we can select JSX, copy this, and paste it right here inside. Now let's see the output. Now it looks like this did not work. Why this is the case? Let's kill this and rerun this all over again. Oh, I think, all right, so we're missing one more step. I just realized. So if you take a look at the documentation, I think I forgot, but under the installation, once you install it, you should add this import under the Tailwind config.js. So under the plugins, let's go ahead and do it. So under the plugins, I'll say Daisy UI and import it. Now kill your terminal and rerun this. Now this should be working out as expected. Here we go. We got all these buttons from Daisy UI. Now there is one more thing that we'd like to do. In our application, we'll be using a bunch of different themes. So here, night theme is selected. This is the output. If you click to the coffee, this is how it'll look like. And all these themes are coming from Daisy UI. And let's see how we can set them up. We will go under the themes. And if you want to use all of them, which are all these themes that we have, you need to copy this part. So from the Daisy UI up until here, then paste it into your Tailwind config file. Under the plugins, I'll go ahead, paste this in. Save this file, and let's try to use, I don't know, the theme of forest. So here I'll go ahead, say data theme, data-theme forest. I'll save. And this is what we got. All the buttons are kind of like in the green format. Now let's go ahead, delete this part, and I'll say data theme of coffee. This time what we're gonna get, it should be double E. So this is the coffee theme. You get the point. We will make this part to be dynamic later in the video. So whatever we put or whatever we click, the theme will be updated into that. But for now, we need to go really slowly so that we don't really miss anything. Okay, later in the video, we're gonna make this part to be dynamically working from that color palette in the navbar. So this was the Tailwind CSS and Daisy UI setup. Now let's go ahead, set up our pages. For this, we'll be using React Router DOM. Now let's kill the front end. Normally, we would say npm install React Router DOM. Now we'll be using version 7, which is the latest one. And for this, you would say just npm install React Router. So we don't really put the -dom part, right? So this is what we're going to install. And let's double check from the documentation. Let's say React Router. Let's say documentation. And if you say data, here we can see it's been updated to React Router. We're going to wrap our application with the browser router component. So let's import this. We will go under the main.jsx, which is this file. And let's wrap our application with this import. So now that we have wrapped our application with this component, that means we can use any component that are coming from React Router in our application, right? Now let's go into app.jsx. Maybe we can delete this part and try to put our routes. So the very first thing we need to do, import the routes component. Then we're going to put our specific routes. Let's create some pages. I'll say pages under the source. We're going to have homepage.jsx file. Let's say RAFCE. Save this and close that. We'll do the same thing. Let's copy this, paste it. This will be login page. And let's delete the content. Say RAFCE. Do the same thing a couple of different times. So we'll say sign up page. Delete the content, do the same thing again and again. Like if you want to, you can speed up this process, speed up the video. I'll say the other page will be, let's say, onboarding page. The other one could be notifications page. And the other one can be call page, right? We'll have a call page where we can video call other users. Then we can have the chat page. All right, now that we have set this up, we can close all of these and visit app.jsx. I'll just close them with Command W or Control W. Now I'll say route. Just route. We'll say if we visit the home, we would like to see the home page component. Let's try to import it. import homepage, from pages, homepage.jsx. And let's duplicate this. If we visit /signup, we would like to see the signup page. Let's try to duplicate this. And now this time it'll be for login. And basically we will add every single page. So one for notifications, one for call page, right? One for chat page. And are we missing anything? Let's say one for the onboarding page. And I'll go ahead and just put the pages right here. Alright, so this is what I have done. I put the notifications page, call page, chat, and onboarding, and I have imported all of them from the related path. So I'll save and let's test this out. We'll go into our React application. This is not working because I am not running the front end. Let's say npm run dev. So this is what we have in the home page. We can visit, let's say, signup page. Here we can see content changes. We can go into the login, to the call page. We can go into the chat page. So everything is working as expected. That means we have correctly set up our routes. And before we end this section, I'd like to set up one more thing, which is what we call the toasts. I'll say React hot toast. Now let's take a look at it. If you have never used, basically a toast is this kind of a notification that looks really cool. We have success case, error case, promise, which is basically loading, and a bunch of different things. Now let's go ahead, set this up. All we have to do, install the package and put a toaster component into our application. Then we can use the method. So I'll copy the name called React hot toast, open up our terminal, kill the front end, say npm install, paste this in. So it is React hot toast. Now that this is installed, we can run our application, and like anywhere in our application, I'll go at the very bottom after the routes. I'll say import the toaster component, which is coming from React hot toast, right? And let's test this out. Here I'll go ahead, put a button. Let's say button create a toast. Let's say on click. When we click to this button, we can say something like toast.success, hello world. Alright, we have a create a toast button. I'll click to it. This is a toast that we get. Later in the video, we'll be using success toasts as well as the error toasts. So all you have to do is just say either success or error. Now it should be working as expected. So with that, I think we can leave this section right here where we set up Tailwind CSS, Daisy UI, React Router with our pages, and the React hot toast. So I'll delete that button and this toast import, but this should be staying right here. With that, I'll see you in the next section. Now we are going to set up two different things. The first one is Axios and the other one is React Query, or also known as TanStack Query. Now we're going to get into both of them just in a second, but first I'd like to explain why do we need them, right? Why do we need React Query in the first place, and then Axios. Now this is optional, we don't have to use it, but I think this is something that you need if you are building a production grade application. Now let's delete them and I'll give you an example. Why do we need TanStack in the first place, right? Let's say you want to fetch some data. What would you do as a beginner is create a state called data, and you would say set data, let's import use state. The initial value could be an empty array. Then let's say you want to have a loading state, you would say is loading, set is loading, initially it could be false, then for the error state. Now then you would come here, you would say use effect, just initialize it pretty simply like this, and then you would create a function, let's say const get data. This could be an async function, and you don't have to follow along. I'll delete all of them just in a second, but I'm trying to demonstrate something. Then you would have a try catch block and even a finally block. So in the try, you would try to send a request. let's get an endpoint JSON placeholder API. This is a fake REST API that we can send a request and get some response back. So here you would say const data, or you would say await fetch at your endpoint. Then you would say const, JSON or response, whatever you would like to call it. Then set the data with it. In the catch, you would say if we got any errors, set that up. And before we try to do anything, set is loading to be true. Finally, this could be equal to false. Then you would come here, call this method, and let's try to see this in the terminal. I'll just say console log the data, open up the terminal. So initially we don't really have anything. Once it is fetched, we can see we got 200 different values. Now the thing is, just to be able to fetch a simple stuff, right? Simple request, you need to create 3 different states, write a huge use effect, and your code is really, really ugly. And this is really not optimal, because if this fails, there is no button to refetch this state. But TanStack comes into rescue and really saves you a lot of time and code. So instead of doing all this, we can do something like use query with TanStack, and let's say we're gonna put our endpoint. It will give you the data, it'll give you the is loading, and it'll give you the errors if you have any. So it'll be really, really convenient. This is why do we need it in the first place. This is why we are using it, and I wanted to mention this before we get into it. So just keep that in mind, and let's try to first set up the Axios, and then we're gonna set up the TanStack query. And let's actually first set up the TanStack query, right? Let's take a look at it, how we can set this up so that you can see the exact same example by using TanStack. So head over to the documentation, which is under the tanstack.com query latest. Then under the documentation installation, we're gonna get this. Let me zoom in. So copy it. Paste this in and say npm run dev. And then we can head over to the quick start. So first we have to create a query client. So I'll copy this and we can put it into the main.jsx. So just follow along with me. If it sounds complicated, it'll just make sense in a second. Now let's say import the query client from this part. I'll copy basically everything, paste this in, and we can delete those. We don't really use them here. And we need to wrap our entire application with the query client provider. So paste this in, wrap the application with it, and as the client, we're gonna pass this query client. Now, thanks to this setup, we can use TanStack query in our entire application. Let's save and try to use it. Now, there are what we call a query and mutation. So you would use query when you want to fetch some data. And this is an example. Let's try to see this in action. I will say const, we're gonna get some data when we say use query. Let's try to import it, but looks like my imports doesn't really work. Let's do it manually. So we're gonna get it from TanStack React Query, and we need to pass a query key. Now this is something that I'll explain. For now, let's say it'll be to-dos, right? We are trying to fetch some to-dos, and then we need to pass a query function. Let's say this will be an async function, just like what we have done previously. We can say const response to that fake API. Let me copy it, paste this in. We will say const data, and then we can just return this as our data. So what you have returned will be your data. Now you have also is loading state, and you have the error, and there are a bunch of different things like you can't even imagine. and you didn't really have to write any code to be able to get those. Now we can basically say console log the data, and we should be able to see it in the terminal. Okay, here we go. This is what we got. Let's refresh once again. Initially it was undefined, and then we got those, like we got the data, and it looks like we used the version 4 way of doing it. The query key should be an array, just like this. Now we shouldn't really have that warning if we refresh. So I hope you get the point. This is something that I wanted to explain. That was kind of like a quick TanStack query crash course that I tried to give you. Now, if you want to use mutations, and you would like to use mutations when you want to delete something or when you want to create something, right? So when you want to basically send a post request, put request, and delete requests. But if you want to just send a get request, you would use query, right? I hope that makes sense. So now that we know the really basics of TanStack query, we can try to update this fetch with what we call Axios. So it is a lot more convenient than fetch. So instead of doing this second step, you don't really have to do it. If you say like Axios, let me delete the fetch. I'll say axios.get. And now you can just basically say like response, okay? Then you would say res.data. Now, I know this might not make too much sense. Let's go ahead and try to Axios. I'll say npm install Axios. Then we'll run our application, and let's try to do it with Axios. Just import it, and if you try to save this, it should be working as exactly before. So here we can see. And you can also console log the loading state. Now let's say console log is loading, and we can put the error as well. And this was the data. Let's say data, put it under an object, refresh. So data was initially undefined, loading was true, and no errors. Once we fetch everything, now data is this, loading is false, and we don't really have any errors. Alright, so I hope that makes sense. Now we are going to combine the Axios with TanStack. That'll make our application look really clean. Let's go ahead, set up the Axios. I'll go under the source, I'll say lib. We're going to create an axios.js file. Now why do we need to set this up? Because if you think about it, every single time when we want to send a request to our backend, which is http localhost 5001/API/something, right? Every single time we need to write this to be able to send a request, which doesn't really make sense, right? So we have one query, let's say later in the video we'll have another one, and then we just need to write the same code again and again. This one would be, let's say, put request, this one would be post request, but this part doesn't really change. So why do we need to type this out again and again? Well, we don't really have to. So we can create this axios.js file where we can set up an instance. Now let's say import Axios from this package. We'll say export const Axios instance. And this is what we'll be using every single time when we want to send a request. Now our base URL will be localhost 5001/API. And when we want to send a request, we would like to send the cookies with the request, because in the cookies we have a token for the authentication. So we'll say with credentials is equal to true. And this basically says send the cookies with the request. Alright, so we're going to save this, and if you try to send a request to your endpoint, you would say Axios instance. Let's import it. Okay, that should be Axios instance. It'll be coming from lib axios.js file. And let's say we want to fetch the currently authenticated user. So I'll say API auth me. And let's try to console log the data. Now we're going to get an error, which will be a coarse error, right? So if you refresh, right, so what does that mean? Default this should be under the curly braces. Now let's refresh. Alright, so we got a course error. Let's try to fix it. We're gonna go into the server.js file and we are going to set up course. So here I'll say import course, from the course package, and this is something that we have installed at the beginning of the video. And here, just before the express.json, I can say app.use course, and we're gonna put our front-end URL. Let's say origin. We are accepting requests from localhost 5173, and then we'll say credentials equal to true. Now this basically means allow, let's say allow frontend to send the cookies, right? So with this configuration, we should be able to send the requests to our API. Here we go, it says 401 unauthorized. We are still getting errors, but this time it says unauthorized. And if you have realized, we have sent 3 times after the first request. This is thanks to TanStack. So whenever it says something failed, it tries to refetch again and again because it thinks that maybe your server is down, which is really cool. If you write this with your use effects, right, this would not be the case. You only send request once, but thanks to use query, it will send it 3 more times. Let's try to see it in action. So first time it failed, it sent again, it waits a little bit, it sends again, it waits a little bit more, and then sends again. Here we go. But still it says it is failed, so it's not going to do it again. So I hope that makes sense. That was the really basics of Axios and TanStack. I'll leave this section here. We're going to fix this code, change it, and even optimize it. Then we will do the navigations depending on the authentication state. So basically this is the authentication state that we have. User is unauthenticated, but they can still visit the homepage. We are going to fix it. If they are not authenticated, they should be redirected to login screen immediately. And you might be also asking, what happens if I don't really want this to be retried? Well, you can basically go ahead under your query and you can say retry should be equal to false. Let's save. Now this will only try once. Here we can see it is not being retried again and again. And this is actually what we'd like to have for the authentication check. Because if in the first time it fails, if we got unauthorized, that means like it is unauthorized forever. User needs to log in. So in this case, we specifically want this to be retry or false because this is the auth check. And I just realized also this doesn't have to be the entire URL because we have put this part under the base URL. So we can delete this. Let's save and test this out. Hopefully it should be working. Here we go. We are still sending the request into the exact same endpoint. So I think we can leave this section at this point. That was once again a quick crash course on TanStack query, as well as we set up our Axios file. I hope everything made sense so far. I know that we are going really slowly, but I am doing this on purpose so that we can understand everything as we go. So with all this in mind, I'll see you in the next section where we will build the signup page. Now let's get started with the signup page. So before we write any code, let's see how we can grab an image like this for free. Now there's a website called storyset.com where you can search for illustrations. They are completely free to use. So we can go ahead and search for something like video calls. There are a bunch of different options. This is the one that I'll be going with. Now let's click to it. If you'd like to change the color, you can click here and basically select anything, and you can even put your own colors as well. Now for this, let's see which color did we use. I'll say pick color and select this one and just paste this in. I can zoom in. So it is 1FB854, right? So go ahead, download it and then put it into your public folder. This is what I have done. It is i.png. Here we go. I didn't change anything else. I just put the image off camera so that I don't really need to install it. Here we go. Now, there is one thing that I'd like to do before we jump into the signup page, where we would like to protect our routes. And by the way, this is called to-dos. This is something we forgot. Let's make this to be auth user, because this is exactly what we are doing, right? Trying to fetch the authenticated user. We didn't really explain what query key does. This is something that we'll do once we need it. I'll explain this, I promise. But for now, just know that this is something important that we should have in our queries and mutations. Now, this is the authenticated user data, right? Now, when you read the code, data just doesn't make any sense. You don't really understand if this is some posts, if this is books, products, or if it is authenticated user. So for that reason, I'll go ahead and rename this to be auth data. And then I will create a variable, let's say const auth user. This will be equal to auth data dot user. And we'll just add a question mark in case this is undefined. Our code shouldn't really break. Now, why dot user and not something else? Well, it's because this is what we return from our endpoint. Let's double check. I'll go under the controllers, under the, let's say, server.js actually, API auth. So right here we send user. So that's why we need to say dot user. If you called user X, here you should say user X, right? So this is something to keep in mind. Now we will do protecting, right? So I will say if there is authenticated user, okay, they can visit the homepage. But if they are not authenticated, you should navigate them. Let's say navigate, imported from React Router, and we'll say to login page. And here we will say if they are not authenticated, they can visit the signup page. But if they are authenticated, just navigate them to the home page, right? We can do the same thing for this one. I'll basically copy this part and this part. And we can do the same thing for these pages. So I will say if user is authenticated, they can visit the notifications page, but else just take them to login page, right? I'll duplicate this 3 more times. Let's say this one and this one. Let's copy this part, add it right here 3 times. Okay, so this is how that look. Let's take a look at it. I'll try to visit the home page. I am unauthenticated. It'll take me to the login page. Here we can see. And if I try to visit something like notifications page, again, I am in the login page. Now let's get started with the signup page, right? We would like to have this kind of a UI. Now the theme for this is called Forest, that is coming from Daisy UI. So I will go into the signup page and we can get started with the UI. So here, first I'll create my state. Let's say use state. We will have the signup data where user needs to send the full name, email, and password. Now then we can create one more function. Let's say handle signup, and we'll say we're gonna take the event, prevent default, and then we'll do something, but for now let's leave it as it is. We'll be using this function when user sign up, when they submit the form, right? Now let's go into the return statement and build the UI. Then we will implement the functionality. So here we will have class name of height screen. This will take the entire screen. Flex items of center, let's say. Then we will have justify centered, and then padding of 4 smaller screens and above. Padding will be 6. And medium screens and above, we can just increment it by 2. Then finally, as I said, the data theme from Daisy UI will be equal to forest. Now inside this div, we'll go ahead and create a parent div. Now I'd like to just say, paste this in. Here we go. We have a bunch of different classes just to make it look nice. If you want to, you can pause the video, try to write this out, or grab it from the source code. Then we will have 2 different parts. One is going to be for the left panel, right, for this part, and then one for the image illustration. Let's get started with the left hand side. So here I'll say sign up form dash left side. Then we'll go ahead, say we are gonna have a div with some classes. It'll be width of full, then it'll be larger screens and above with one, like it'll be half of the width, then padding of 4 smaller screens and above, padding will be 8. Then we can say flex and flex column, so it'll be in the vertical direction, right? Then we can go below, we're gonna put our logo. So I'll say logo and then have my div that is gonna be looking like this. So we have a logo, right? We have an icon on the left hand side, and then we have this text that is going from like gradient color, right? From this green color to this one. Let's try to first import a package. I'll kill my front-end terminal. I'll say npm install lucid-react. We'll be using this to be able to use some icons. Now let's say npm run dev. Here inside, I will say class name, margin bottom of 4. We will have flex, item centered, and justify start. Then finally, we'll say gap of 2. And then we will have our icon, which is going to be ship wheel icon. And let's close this off. This will be class name of size 9. Now, what is size 9? Well, basically you would say width of 9 and height of 9. If width and height is equal to the same value, we can just shorten this by saying size and whatever the value is. And for the color, we can say text primary, but this should be 9. Let's try to import this icon that will be coming from Lucid React. Here we go. And then after this ship wheel icon, we're gonna put a span that will put our logo, which is Streamify, the brand name that we just came up with. And for the class name, I'll say text 3x large. This could be font of bold. Then this will have font mono. This will change the font family. Let's say background clip text. Then we will say text would be transparent. Let's say transparent, and then we would like to have background that would be going to the right gradient from the primary color to the secondary, just like that. And we can just change the letter spacing. So I will say tracking wider. So these are some Tailwind classes that you would know as you use them more and more. So we'll go with this value. Now let's save and maybe take a look at the output, what we have. Under the signup page, okay, so we're just having some results. After this one, so after the span and after this div, we would like to go ahead and put something like our div. Let me just delete this part. We will have a div that will take the class name of with full. Then here inside, we will have a form element. This is not going to be taking any actions, but instead it'll take an on submit handler. And we're going to call the handle signup method that we have created above. Currently it doesn't do anything, but we'll add that just in a couple of minutes. Then we'll have a div, let's say class name of space y of 4. Then we will basically put the header section. So here I'll wrap it with a div. I'll say h2 create an account. And then we'll go into the h2, we'll say class name, text of x large, font of semi bold, just like that. After the h2, we'll put a p tag. We'll say join Streamify and start your language learning adventure, something like this. Then for the p tag, we can say class name, text small and opacity of 70, let's say. Alright, so this is the very first div that we have added. Right below to it, we will say space y of 3 this time. And let's close this off. This should be a div. Now we will basically add our input elements. So right after this space y of 3, I'll put a div, and these classes are coming from this UI, which is form control. Here we can see, and width of full, we're going to say. Then we would like to have a label. we can delete this part. We'll say class name will be label. And once again, this is coming from Daisy UI. Here we can see whenever you wonder about a component, you can come here, search for the label, let's say. Do we have it? So we have badge. This is something that we'll be using, but let's say form. Okay, I think we cannot search for the class names, but we can search for the components. So let's say you want to use an accordion. You can just come right here, take a look at the JSX, how they are using it, and then just make that work. So back to VS Code, we have put this label that's gonna have a span, let's say full name, and we can give the class name of label text. Right after this label, we're gonna put our input. Let's say the type will be text, and let's give some other props, like the placeholder will be John Doe. Then we can give the class name of input and input bordered. Then finally, we're gonna say width of full for this class name. Then we can give it a value. So here I'll go ahead, just say value. This will be coming from signupdata.fullname. And when we type in, we'll say on change. You should take the event and basically update the signup data, keep everything as it is, only update the full name field. And this input will be required. Okay, let's say this is the very first input that we have just right here. So copy this form control, this entire div. We are going to paste it a couple of different times. So I'll just duplicate. Now this will be for the email. Let's delete this. We'll say email. Type will be email. Placeholder could be something like john@gmail.com. And signup data, this will be email. And when we type in, we will update the email part, right? So here, let's give it a space. I'll say email so that you can just have this in the source code. This will be the full name. And then we will copy this, duplicate it again. This will be for the password. So for the placeholder, we can put some asterisks just like that. And then this will be equal to password as well as this one. Right after this input, we can put a p tag that says password must be at least 6 characters. And after this p and after this div, we're gonna have one more form control that will be for the terms and agreements, just like this one. And it's not really necessary, but I'd like to still put it into my code. So right here, I'll just paste this in. This is what I have copied and pasted. Just some text and classes, that's not really important. But right after this label, after this div, and after this one, right? So just go to div below, and then we're gonna create a button that will be our submit button. So I'll say button, and here we'll give some classes. Let's say class name of btn, btn primary, this will be, and then we'll say width of full, and we'll say type of this is equal to submit. All right, then we can go right inside and just say create account. And right after the button, so just go below, we're gonna paste this code where we'll say if you already have an account, just go ahead and sign in. When you click to it, it will take you to the login screen, and make sure that you import this link from the React router. Now let's save and try to test this out. We have just built the left hand side. Here we can see, I will click to it. Now I am in the login page. I can type something in for the email, password, and say create an account. Now this is required. All right, nothing happens, but we're just gonna get there. And let's try to build the right hand side. So after this very first div that we had for the left side, just shrink that, go below to it. I will zoom out once, and I'll say right side. Now this is not a HTML and CSS course, so that's why I'll just paste this in around 10 lines of code, which is this entire thing. So you can pause the video if you wanted to. You can type this out or just get this from the source code. So we have i.png. This is our illustration that we are displaying. And then below to it, we have some text. Let's save and take a look at the output. Here we go. This is what we have. Now, if we try to shrink this screen, after some point, the image is not really visible so that our code, our application is responsive. It works fine in the tablets and mobile devices. Now it is time to actually implement this button. So when we click it, it should sign up the user, right? So let's go ahead and try to see how we can make that work. Now, since we are using React Query, as you might imagine, we'll be using some mutations, right? So we're going to say something like use mutation. That is going to be coming from TanStack React Query. And this will give us a couple of different values, just like in use query. So this time we don't really have is loading, but this time we have is pending. And before this, we can get the mutate method. Now, you're going to see what this does. So for now, let's get is pending, error, and the mutate function. So once again, we will put our object and we can say something like mutation function. And if you wanted to, you can also put mutation key. This is optional. We don't really need to add it. So I'll just go ahead and get started with the mutation function. So here, this will be a method, let's say an async function. And here I'll say const response. We're going to send a request to, say, Axios instance. We'll send a post request to our /API auth. So we don't need to put API because it is already in the Axios instance. So we have API at the beginning /auth /signup. Sign up, and we're going to send the sign up data, right? So let's say we would like to send the sign up data to our backend. Then whatever we get as the response, we can say response.data. All right. Then we can have something like on success case, right? So if everything went successfully, this function will run. And what do we want to do? Now, if everything went successfully, we would like to refetch this authenticated user so that, now just think about it. When you sign up, we would like to refetch this user so that we are redirected, right? This code should run again. Let's see how we can make that work. So we're going to get the query client. So if this doesn't make sense for now, just follow along with me. I promise it'll make. We'll say import the use query client. And here on success case, we can say query client dot invalidate queries. Basically, this says refetch. And here is the query that we would like to refetch. So this is the query key auth user. Now, by using this query key, we are able to refer to it, right? And this is why do we need a query key in the first place? Here we go. We have a query key called auth user, and by using this query key, we can refer to it. And this is exactly what we are doing. So now we just defined our mutation function, right? This doesn't really call it. To be able to call that, we're going to use this mutate. Here I'll go ahead and say mutate and just call that. Whenever we submit this form, we would like to call the mutate method. Now let's try to call this when we, where that is. When we submit the form, we are going to call that, but let's go into the button. Do we need to add anything? For now, let's just say if I'll delete that for a second and let me actually cut this. I'll say if it is pending, we can say something like signing up, and here we can say create account. All right, let's save and hopefully just test this out. It should be working out. In the database, let me refresh. How many users do we have? So we have 2 users. One is John and the other one is Jane. Let's go ahead and sign up as Beth. So I'll say beth@gmail.com and I'll say from 1 to 6. Agree to terms, create account, signing up, and here we go. We are redirected to the homepage immediately. If we take a look at the database, we should be able to see that third user, which is Beth. Now, how does that work? Let me pretty quickly walk you through it. Once you submit the form, right, this method will run, handle sign up. we will prevent the default so that screen doesn't really, it is not being refreshed, sorry. And then we're going to call the mutate function, which is this one that we have defined. We are sending a request to our endpoint with the sign up data that we have. And if everything went successfully, we are going to refetch this query, which is this one. And now this has been refetched. This part will be re-evaluated and we will be navigated to the home page. So this is exactly what happened. This function would run first. On success, we are refetching our query, and then this part will be re-evaluated. I hope everything makes sense so far in this code. Now let's optimize this code a bit. Instead of having our function right here, I will cut this and I'll just call this as signup. We are going to create it under the api.js file. So you're going to see this will make our code a lot more cleaner. So I'll say export, paste this in, and let's say this will be a function like export const signup, and async function just like this. Let's get the Axios instance, and let's say this will be the signup data that we are getting as an argument, right? So let's save and go right here, import the signup coming from not backend but from lib API. And when we call this mutate method, we're just gonna send the signup data. Alright, so this should be working exactly as it was before. All we have done is just optimize our code a bit. So we grab this signup method, put it right here, that takes the signup data. And when we call the mutate function, we are basically calling this signup method with the signup data right here. And if you want to make your code a little bit more readable, most of the time we would rename this mutate code. Because if you take a look at it, if you read this part 1 month later, you don't really understand what this mutate is all about. So you can say, let me go ahead, call this as signup mutation. And then you can update this part with signup mutation, right? Okay, now we have the error, but we are never using it. So let's go ahead under the maybe logo, right? After this span, after this div, I will say error message if any. So we're gonna basically display the error. I'll say if there is any errors, just go ahead, run this part. I'll have a div. Okay, this is really annoying. Let's close this off. Here we'll have a span. In the div, we'll have class name of alert and specifically alert error. So we have a bunch of options here we can see, and then we'll say margin bottom of 4. Then inside the span, we can put this part, let's say error dot response dot data dot message. Okay, so this is specifically coming from Axios, but here we go. We will save and let's try to create some errors. This is something that we don't use. Let's delete. I'll try to sign up all over again, but how can we log out? You can open up your, how do we call it? You can open up your DevTools by right clicking, inspect, go under the, let's say, application, cookies, and then just scroll to the bottom. Somewhere you should see something like JWT. Delete that. And if you refresh now, you are logged out. Okay, so we can go ahead, say sign up. I'll go with a test account. I don't know, let's say Bob Doe. I'll say Bob Doe at gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. I'll just say Bob, and actually I'll say something like 1 2 3, and I'll try to sign up. It says password must be at least 6 characters, right? And I'll put from 1 to 6, and then I'll say john at gmail.com, and this email already existed. So we're gonna get this error here we can see, and that means our errors are also working as expected. Now we can update the button as well, just to make it look a little bit more clean if we are in the loading state. So here I'll scroll where we have this create button. So let's shrink the left hand side. Here I'll say if is pending, we would like to render this part, else we would like to render this part. So here in the pending state, I'll have, let's say, a fragment. I'll say span. This will be our loading let's say class name of loading spinner, loading, and loading spinner, we'll say loading will be x small, and then we can say something like loading ... or creating account, whatever you would like to put. And then here I'll just say create account. Okay, now let's save and try to open this up. I'll go with bob@gmail.com. Let's say create account. We got the loading for a split second, and then we are in. So this section was kind of long, where we have done a bunch of different things, but the most important part, in my opinion, is this part, right? The mutation that we have just done. If you understand this part, the rest is completely like unnecessary. We just have some classes, UI, nothing really important. The only important thing is this use mutation, where we also use the query client on success case. If you want to use the on error case, you can also do it. There are a lot of different things like on mutate, on settled, but in this case, we just need to use the on success message, right? On success case, we're going to refetch the auth user that we have right here. So with all this, I think we can end this section right here, and I'll see you in the next one. Now in this section, we're going to build the onboarding page that will look like this, where user can fill in the bio, the native and learning languages, as well as the location. They can also generate a random avatar if they didn't like the default one. And then finally, when they say complete onboarding, that they will be redirected to the home screen. But here is the workflow. Once they sign up, right, from the sign up page, they first will be redirected to the onboarding page. But in our application, once we signed up, we were redirected to the home page, which is something that we don't really want. Now in this section, hopefully we're gonna fix that. So just before we get started with the onboarding page, and by the way, this is where we left. We are not using useEffect and useState. Let's delete them. And we'll be using these states just in a second. So before we jump into the onboarding page, I was going to say, let's create a components folder and then a file called page loader.jsx. So when we are in the loading state, while we are checking for the authentication, this will be true, right? And we would like to say something like if is loading, right? If we are in the loading state, let's return some kind of a loading spinner. Now here we can say a simple div, and now if we try to see this, it'll be really quick. So as you can tell, it's not really visible. Let me say if this is true, this is what we're gonna get, but this is really ugly, right? So we'd like to put an actual component, and this is what we'll have. So I will say get the RAFCE, then here in this div, I'll have some classes. Let's say minimum height of screen, then we'll say flex, item center, and justify centered. Now we can go inside and try to put a loader icon. Now this should be coming from Lucid React, okay, not React Hot Toast. Then let's give some classes. I'll say animate spin, let's say size of 10, which stands for width 10 and height 10. Then we'll say text of primary. Alright, in this case, we would like to return this component. Let's say page loader. And this is what we're going to get. Let me just zoom out a little bit. While we're in the loading state, this is what user will see. At the end of the day, this should be equal to is loading. Now, since my internet connection is super fast, or since this is localhost actually, that's why it is super fast. But let's say if you had a bad internet connection, users maybe would see this for 2 seconds or so, right? So this is something definitely that we should have. And then, now we're not going to be using this error state. We can delete that. If you wanted to, you can use it, but I'll just skip that since we don't really need it at this point. All right, so once again, just before we jump into the onboarding page, I would like to make my code a little bit more clean. Now, what do I mean? We are going to be using this a ton of different times, right? And instead of every single time copying this and coming up to, let's say, onboarding page. So if I wanted to use the auth user, I need to just copy and paste this entire thing, import the use query, import the Axios instance, and then finally I would be able to use the auth user. Now I don't really want to do it. every single time. So that's why I will create a custom hook that will make my code really, really clean, and it'll just make everything easier for me. So I will say create a hooks folder, and then we're going to take this logic, and let's actually delete it from here. We're going to take this entire logic and put it into the hook, and I will call this as use auth user. Since this is a custom hook, it should start with use, right? So this is something mandatory that you should add. And let's say .js at the end. Now, there is one more thing that I would like to take this function, just like what we have done previously. So I'll just cut it from here, and we're going to put it into the api.js file. So what you can do is just say export const, let's say get auth user. This is exactly what we are going to do in this function, and then you can just paste this in. So we have this async function, we are sending a get request to our endpoint, and we are getting the result. That's either the authenticated user, or it is not, right, or it is undefined. So let's save. Now we can go back into the app.jsx, and for our query we can call this get auth user. All right, now we would like to take this and make it reusable with this hook. Okay, so I can feel this might look a little bit complicated, so let me just explain what we have done. We just remove this function, right? This is what we had previously. We put it into the api.js file. Just like that, we imported it. Now we're going to take this entire use query and we're going to put it into a hook. So I will cut this part, right? And let's go ahead into the use auth user. And the first thing we would like to do, just say RAFCE so that we can get the boilerplate, but we are not going to be returning a div or any UI elements. So for now, let's just delete this part, and I will paste what we have just cutted from the app.jsx. Now here, instead of destructuring this, I will just say auth user, just like that. And now we can import use query and get this function. Okay, now from this, instead of destructuring, we can just say auth user dot is loading, right? This is what we have. So it's just the exact same thing, but I'm just not destructuring it. So I'll go here, I'll say return an object with the is loading field. This is our key. We'll say auth user dot is loading, and then we can return the auth user field. We will say it'll be equal to auth user dot data dot user. And we can put the question mark just in case if it is equal to undefined. All right, so all we have to do, just go right here and say use auth user, call the hook, and we're gonna get two different values. The first one is loading, and the other one is the auth user, right? Now we don't really need to call this hook all over again in different places. Now let's save and get rid of these imports that we don't really use. Now, if you want to use the auth user in, let's say, onboarding page, all you have to do, just copy this line and paste this in. So I hope you're able to see how beautiful it is. We don't really need to type this use query again and again, right? All we have to do, just call our custom hook that we have just written only once. So I hope that makes sense. Now I'll delete this part, obviously, we don't really need it at the moment. Let's go back into the app.jsx, and I will create two different variables. Now I'll say const is authenticated. Since this user will be an object, I would like to take this and convert it into a boolean. Let's say boolean and just say auth user. So this will be either true or false depending on the auth user field. And then I'll say const if his user is onboarded. We'll be using this variable. Let's say auth user dot is onboarded, just like this, and I'll put a question mark. Now here I'd like to still make my code a little bit more readable. Sorry, we'll go ahead, say instead of auth user, I'd like to just say if it is authenticated, right? Now this feels a lot more cleaner, I think. If user is authenticated, take them to the home page, else navigate them to the login page. So I will basically select all of these auth user instance and paste is authenticated. Now our code looks a lot more cleaner, right? Now we are not onboarded, but we can still visit the home page. So we can even fix this part. Let's try to do it. Now I know that we still haven't touched the onboarding page, but we're just trying to go really slowly to make everything like just so that everything can make sense. So I will go right here and I will delete this part for a second. So I'll say if it is authenticated and if is onboarded. In this case, we're gonna return something, but else we're gonna do something else, right? So I'll go right here and I'll say, you should return the home page, right? Let's say, go ahead, return the home page if user is authenticated and if they are onboarded. But in the else case, we'll go right here and we'll say we would like to navigate them to a page, but this part will be dynamic. So we will say if user is not authenticated, you should take them to the login page. But if they are authenticated and not onboarded, they should be in the onboarding page. Now I can feel this might look a little bit weird, but just pause the video and try to read it. It should make sense. If user is authenticated and onboarded, take them to the home page. But if they are not authenticated, take them to the login page, else take them to the onboarding page. Let's take a look at it. Now if I try to go to home page, I cannot because I am not onboarded. So I am signed up with Bob Doe. So this is the account, and here it says user is not onboarded. So that's why I am in the onboarding page. So now that we have fixed the navigation for this page, we can finally go into the onboarding page component and try to build the entire UI and the functionalities. So I will go into the onboarding page and we will first have some states so that user can put their full name, their biography, right? So just like here, they'll have their full name, biography, the languages, location, so on and so forth. So let's try to create that state first. I'll zoom in and shrink the left-hand side. We can close these components that we don't really need. So the first thing I would like to do is just get the authenticated user. So this is how we can do it. We already have created this hook. Here we go, we have the auth user. And then I will create a state called form state. This will be an object. Let me import useState. Alright, so we have an object with a couple of different fields. The full name, bio, and the rest, as you can tell. Now, instead of just saying they will be an empty string, we say just go ahead, get the auth user data. So if they have a full name, just display it as the initial data. So that when you visit the onboarding page for the first time, here we would see the full name of the user. They don't really have a bio, that will be an empty string, but if they have something, we would like to display it right here. So this is exactly what we are doing with all these fields. Then we can create our mutation, right? So I will say use mutation. This will take an object, but on the left-hand side, we're gonna have these fields. So as always, the very first one will be the mutate function, and then is pending state, the loading state. So instead of calling this as mutate, I'd like to rename this so that my code is a little bit more readable. I'll say onboarding mutation, and we'll go into this object and we'll say mutation function. Let's create one called complete onboarding. And this will go under the API.js, just like what we have done previously. So we're going to put it in a second. And then on success case, if it is done successfully, we can run this part. So here, I'll just say, first, let's display a toast. I'll say toast imported from React.toast. I'll say profile completed successfully. Or let's say profile onboarded successfully. And then now that user has been onboarded, we would like to refetch the authenticated state. So I would like to get the query client. This is something that we have done in the past, right? So we'll say use query client, and then we will say query client dot invalidate queries, and we would like to invalidate the auth user state, right? This query. Now let's try to create this mutation under the API.js. So it'll be really simple. I'll say export const and the complete onboarding. This is how we call it, right? I'll copy the name and we'll say async function. All this has to do is just send a post request. So this will get the user data as the argument so that it could know which fields the user is updating. We will say const response and we'll say await Axios instance dot post request to our endpoint, which is /auth /onboarding, and then we'll just send the user data. Finally, return the response dot data. Let's go ahead and import it. Here we go. We have the mutation. We're gonna call this mutation whenever we click to this complete onboarding button. Now, since this is a form, when we submit it, it'll try to refresh the page. So what I'd like to do, just go right here and create a handle submit method. And we'll take the event so that we can just prevent the default behavior. So say event.prevent default so that it doesn't really refresh the page. And then we are going to call our mutation with the updated form state. Now let's try to build the UI. Hopefully, then we should be able to test it out. I'll delete this return statement. Let's say we're going to have a div with some classes like minimum height of screen. Let's say minimum height of screen. Then we'll say background base of 100. Then we'll say flex, item centered, justify centered, and padding of 4 from all directions. Then we'll have a div, let's say class name of card, background, let's say background base of 200, width of full, and maximum width of 3x large. Finally, I'll say give some shadow of x large because why not? Then finally, we'll have a div. This will be our card body. Say card body, and then we'll have padding of 6 from all directions, and smaller screens and above, we would like to just increment this by 2. Then we'll have an h1 that will say complete your profile. I can display this pretty quickly. Okay, we're getting started with this part all the way up to to the bottom. So I'll say this is my h1, here are the classes, and this is my text. So we're gonna have a form element. So let's go ahead and say we will have a form. Let's close this off. When we submit it, we're gonna call the handle submit, and we can give some classes like space y of 6. And then we will have the profile pic container. So let me display once again. This is the part that we are trying to build, or actually this is just this part at the moment. Then we will create the button. Let me delete these so that it's not really confusing. Okay, now let's go right here. I'll say profile pic container. And instead of typing this out, I'd like to basically copy and paste so that we don't really waste any time. Here I'll put a div with flex column, item centered, and justify centered. Let's close this off. And then we will basically just display the image. So I will say image preview, paste this in. So all this says, if user has a profile pic, just go ahead and display it. If this is equal to null or undefined, we can just show a camera icon. Now let's delete this part, save, and take a look at the output on the onboarding page. This is what we have. This is the default image that we have generated when user signed up. So if you refresh this every single time, you're gonna get the exact same output. And this is actually what we have in the database for the Bob Doe. I'll copy this URL, paste this in. Alright, so this is the exact same thing that we have. Now, right after this form state, let me shrink this, or actually shrink this image preview. We're gonna put the generate random avatar button. So right after this div, I will paste this in, and on click to this button, we're gonna call this function. Let's create that. Let's say const this arrow function. For now, let's leave it empty. We will implement that a little bit later in the video. But all we are doing, just return a button with this shuffle icon and a text. Let's take a look at the output. I'll refresh. Okay, so I think we have an error. It's because we need to import this icon. I just imported it, and here we go. This is the output. Now let's put the form control element, this input, so that user can put the full name. So right after this div, I will put the full name, and I can put an icon above. So a comment. I'll say full name. And once again, this is really basic, like 10 lines of code that is only HTML, CSS, and I don't really want to type this out so that we don't really waste any time. So we have a label that says full name, an input type of text. This is the name that we give, and then we have the value on change, which only updates the full name field. Then we have the class name and placeholder. You don't really need to give the name, but I'll just have it here in case you would like to change this on change with a function above. You know, if you have ever done that, this name could stay here. Then we can shrink this, go right below, we can have a bio input element. So again, this will be 10 lines of code. We can copy and paste. We have a label and a text area that will update the bio state in the form state. And then we have some placeholder, just like previously. Let's save, and I'll shrink this one. Right after the bio, we're gonna have the languages. So let me put a div, or maybe a comment first. And let's save first, take a look at the output. Alright, so this is what we got. It is not really looking correct. And it is because we need to visit VS Code and try to fix something. So here, just copy the languages, bio, and full name. Okay, just cut it from here and go outside of this div. So that was for the profile pic container, right? So delete this space and just paste this in. Now this should be looking a little bit more cleaner, just like that. Okay, once again, we just take this bio, full name, and put them outside of this profile pic container. And then we can go ahead and build the languages field. So the first one will be the native language. So here I'll say I'll have a div with some class names. This is going to be the parent element. We'll say grid columns of 1, medium screens and above. This could be grid columns of 2, gap of 4. Then we will have, oops, this should not have any spaces. Then we will first have the native language. So here I'll say div with some classes, form control it'll be. Then we will have the label that says native language. Then we will have a select element. Let me display. Okay, it'll be this one. When you click to it, some languages list will open. Now, where are these languages will be coming from? So we will have this constants file. Do we have it? Let's see under the lib. So it looks like we don't really have it. I'll go under the front end, under the source. Let's create a folder called constants. Dot, let's say, yeah, not dot, this is just a folder, sorry. Here we'll go ahead and say something like, you know, index.js. Why not? We're gonna put all of our constants into this file. And for the file content, we will visit this GitHub gist that I have mentioned previously. You can copy this entire constants index.js file. So we have some themes that we'll be using later in the video. Just go ahead, copy this entire file, and I'll explain what we are doing once we use them. So I'll copy this, go right here and paste this in. Let's just scroll to the top. We are not using themes at the moment, just shrink that, but we have a list for languages. So these are some languages list that I just came up with, and then we will be using this list to be able to display some, you know, images or flags, I should say. So for Spanish, this is the flag that we're gonna put. For Portuguese, so on and so forth. And this is that kind of object that we need for the key value pairs. But for now, we are only interested in this part with the languages. So save this file, and right here, we'll be using that constant. So let me shrink the left-hand side. We had the label, right? I'll save to get this formatting. And after this label, we will have a select element with these values, the onChange and the class name. Then we'll say languages.map. Basically, for every single language, we will return an option with the key and the value. So let's save and take a look at the output. So if you take a look at the output, this is what you will see. We have a bunch of different languages that is coming from that array for the native language. And then let's go ahead and try to build the other part. I think it is called as a learning language. So go ahead, shrink this div, right? And right below to it, we will say learning language. And this will be the exact same thing. I'll just paste that. We have a div with a label and then a select element with some options. So let's save and take a look at the output. All right, so it's the exact same thing, but one of them is native language and the other one is the learning language. Here we can see these are the states that we will be updating when we select something. And after these languages, so after this div, right above the form, we will have the location. That will be around 10 lines of code with a label and map icon and then an input of, type of text that will update the location field. Let's save, take a look at the output once again. I think we need to import this icon from Lucid React, and this should be good to go. And at the very bottom, we will have the we will have this button that says complete onboarding. And when we click it, we're gonna call our mutation, right? Or we will submit our form. So after this part, and maybe I can add a comment, let's say location. All right, right after this div, I will have my submit button. Let's say we will have a button. Let's give the class names. I'll say btn primary and width of full. And I'll say this will be disabled if we are in the pending state, right? We don't really want to click to this again if we are in the pending state. And then let's finally say type of submit. Then we'll go here. Now we could just say complete onboarding, but I'd like to make this a little bit more dynamic. So I'll say if we are not in the pending state, go ahead, return this part, else return this part. If we are not in the pending state, we can return a fragment with the shape wheel icon, which is this one right here. Let's give some classes of size of 5, margin right of 2. And then we'll say complete onboarding. But in the else case, I will copy this part, paste this in. This will be loader icon coming from Lucid React with the exact same classes, but on top of it, we will add the animate spin so that we can get that loading animate or animation. And then we'll say onboarding ... All right, let's save, take a look at the output. This is exactly what we would like to get. Now, what I'd like to do, just go right here above and try to create this function. So all we want to do, generate a random avatar, and we already know how to do it. We are going to call our API with a number from 1 to 100. So I'll get a random index between 1 and 100 included. We're going to call the API, so we'll generate a random avatar, then we would like to update the state with it. So I will say keep everything as it is, but update the profile pic with this random avatar. And then we can put a toast of success, let's say avatar changed successfully. Or instead I'll say random profile pic generated. Just like this. Now let's save and try to test this out. I will click to this one, generate it, and it will update the UI immediately. Now let's try to put something into the form and try to submit that. Once we submit it, this method will be called, it'll prevent the default, and then it'll call our mutation with the form state. All right, let's test this out. I will say something like, my name is Bob, and let's get a profile pic for Bob. That should be male. Let's say, I am here to practice Spanish. Let's say the native language is English and then learning language is Spanish. Now, what happens if we don't put a location, which is mandatory, right? Or if we don't even add a bio? I'll say complete onboarding. Looks like we got an error, but this is only in the terminal, I believe. So let's just do it once again. Okay, here it says auth onboarding not found. All right, why do we get this? I think our API, this should be Axios instance, right? I just realized it. This should be Axios instance. We would like to use this one so that we have the base URL and with credentials option as true. Let's do it once again. I saved. Sent the request. It says 400 bad request. Why this is the case? All fields are required and we are missing bio and location. Now we are getting some errors, but we don't really give any feedback to the user. So this is a perfect opportunity for us to go ahead and use the onError method, right? I'll say onError. We're gonna get some errors, and let's try to first say console log the error so that we know which fields we have. I'll take a look at the console and say complete onboarding. This is the error that we have. So we can go under the response, under the data, and get the message. So let's say toast.error, and we can say error.response. Let me see. So error.response, data and message. Response, data, and message. Let's see. I'll click to it. Here we go. We got all fields are required. If you wanted to, you can put the missing fields into the alert, but I'll just leave it here just to keep it simple. Now let's put the bio. This is what we had. And let's put a location like this one. I don't know. And let's say complete onboarding. It says profile onboarded successfully. Now let's take a look at the database. This field should be equal to true. Okay, so here we go. This is equal to true. Location has been updated with these fields as well as the bio. But now the thing is, we are onboarded, but we are still in this page. We should be redirected to the home screen. Now we are missing this. It's because we didn't really update this path. So let's go ahead and do the exact same thing what we have done above. And not the exact same thing, but a similar thing. So I would like to just delete this entire part and we'll go step by step. I'll say if user is authenticated, we would like to render this part, else we would like to render this part. And in the else case, all we want to do is just say navigate to login page, right? If user is not authenticated, we'll just take them to login page. But here we would like to check if they are onboarded or not. I'll say if it is not onboarded, we would like to take them to the onboarding page, right? So let me type everything and this should make sense. Here we'll say return the onboarding page, but else we would like to take them to the home page. Okay, so this is the entire logic that we should have. Let me walk you through it. If user is authenticated, we're gonna return this part, but else we will take them to the login page. But if user is not onboarded, we will take them to the onboarding page because they need to first onboard their profile. And if they are onboarded and still they want to visit this page, we will take them to the home page. So I hope that makes sense. I tried to go really slowly. Now let's see. Here we go. We cannot visit the onboarding page because our account has been onboarded. We are immediately redirected to the home screen. And with that, that's gonna be it for this entire section where we have built the onboarding page. Now, we did not only build this page, but we have also built some custom hooks such as this one so that we don't really need to write this query again and again whenever we need to fetch the auth user. So if we wanted to get this field, all we have to do, just call our hook in any part of our code, right? So this is what we have done in the onboarding page as well as the app.jsx. Later in the video, we will be calling this a lot more. And here we're using a page loader for the loading state. This element part could be written in a better way, but I think this also works and it doesn't look that bad. So for that reason, I'll just leave it right here to keep it simple. And let's delete this comment, and then we'll just jump into the next section. In this section, we are going to build the login page that will look like this. The functionalities are really similar to what we had in the signup page. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and try to build the page. Now, currently, we cannot really visit the login page because we are logged in. Later in the video, we're going to put a logout button into the nav bar. Let me display it. So we will have this logout button, but this will be a little bit later in the video. So for now, if we want to log out, we should say inspect, go under the application, and then just find the JWT token that we have. So if you delete that and refresh the page, now you can visit the login page because we are unauthenticated. Now let's visit VS Code, Frontend, and app.jsx. And we're gonna first update this, the login part. So this path actually. And we're gonna do something similar what we have done previously, like similar to this one. So I will say if user is authenticated, show them the login page. But in the else case, you should either take them to the home page or the onboarding page. So I will delete this part. I will open up curly braces and I will say if is onboarded, take them to the home screen, but else to the onboarding page. And this check is needed so that if user is authenticated, but if they are not onboarded, we need to first redirect them to the onboarding page so that they can complete their profile. I hope this makes sense. And I'd like to do the same thing for the sign up page. So here we can basically copy this navigate entirely and paste it right here. Okay, it looks like I have done something wrong. Let me paste it like this, save. Alright, so this is what we have for the login page and for the sign up page. Okay, so with this in mind, now we can visit the login page and build our UI as well as the functionalities. So once again, we are going to be having some mutations, right? And just like what we have done in the past, in the sign up function, we have created this one. So I'll go ahead and duplicate this and I will call this as login. Our endpoint will be auth login. We're gonna send some, let's say, login data, and we're gonna get some response. So we'll be using this mutation just in a second. And once again, this is a post method. So let's go here and try to call that mutation. Now, first I'll have a state so that I can get the email and password from the user. So right after this, I will get my query client. We'll be using this. That will make sense just in a couple of minutes. Let's say use query client. And then we would like to get the login mutation. So we will say use mutation. Let's call this and import it. I'll give a little bit space. Then this will give us some values. So we can get the mutate as well as the is pending state. I would like to rename this to be called as login mutation, but technically you can call this anything or don't even rename this. So we have already explained this. Why are we renaming it? So that our code looks a little bit more cleaner, right? Then we can even get an error state. Then we will have this option. Let's go ahead and say we will have the mutation function, which is this login that we have just created under the lib API. And then on success, we would like to invalidate a query, which is the auth user query. So that's why we are using the query key. All right. Then we will create a handle login method. And as you imagined, the first thing we would like to do is just prevent the default behavior so that it doesn't refresh the page. And then we can call the login mutation with the login data, which is our state. And then we can build the UI, then make that work. So I'll go ahead, delete this return statement, say a div, then we will say class name of height of screen, items centered, and maybe first we'll say flex. Then we can say justify centered, padding of 4, can just increase it for the smaller screens and above, as well as the medium screens and above. Now we want to have this green theme in the authentication pages specifically. So here, no matter what happens, we would like to have this green theme, right? Because this is what we have as the image. And that's why we will say data.theme or data-theme will be equal to forest. And also I have a quick diagram that I just realized. So I have prepared this one, but forgot to show you in the previous section. This is basically what we are doing. If user is authenticated, like if this is the case, we're going to check if they are onboarded. If this is the case, we're going to return them whatever they want to have. But if they are not onboarded, we will navigate them to the onboarding page. And if user is not authenticated, we will just take them to the login page immediately. So this is something to keep in mind. And this is exactly what we are doing if you read this part of the code, right? We have this element parts that you can take a look by keeping that diagram in mind. And then we will go inside this div. We'll have one more div with some classes. This will be a little bit long. That's why I would like to copy and paste. All right. So this is the entire class list. Then we would like to create a login form section. So this is the left hand side, and then we're gonna build the right hand side, which will be the image. So first, let's say div and class name of width full, larger screens and above. Width will be the health. So I'll say width. It'll be just like this. Padding for small padding. Smaller screens and above, we would like to have padding of 8. Then we can say flex and flex column. Then within this div, we are going to have our logo. So I will say class name, margin bottom of 4, let's say flex, item centered, and justify start this time. Where that is, let's say justify start. Is this even an option? Yes, here we go. Then I'll say gap of 2. The first thing we'll like to have is this ship wheel icon coming from Lucid React, and then we will give text primary as well as the size of 9. And then I will have my span element that will be my text. Let's save and take a look at the output. So this is what we have so far in the login screen. Let's move on. After this span and after this div, I will check if there are any errors. So I'll say error message display, and we'll basically say if there is any errors, show this alert error with the error.response data message. Currently we don't really have anything, so we can ignore this part. Right after here we will have a div. Let's say class name width of full, and we will say this will have a form, and we are not going to have any actions, but instead we will have the onSubmit handler, where we will call the handle login method. Then here I'll just say we're going to have a div, class name of space y4. We'll go within this, have a div, and that will basically say something like welcome back, and just sign into your account to continue your language journey, something like that. After this div, where we have space y of 4, or I'm sorry, after this div, okay, so right after this div, we're gonna put another div. We'll say class name of flex of column, and then we'll say gap of 3. Now we'll go inside and create our email input form controller that will have a label. So this is what I just pasted. We have a label that says email, and then an input that is type of email. Here is the placeholder, class name, value, which is the email, and when we type in, it'll update the email field, and it is required. So outside of this div, we're gonna do the same thing, but this time for the password. So this is what I'd like to provide. Here we go. This is what we have for the password, a label, and input of type password, class name, value, on change, and it is required. And finally, we're gonna have a button where we can submit the form. So after this form control, go ahead and give a space. We will have this button, type of submit, some classes. It'll be disabled if you are in the pending state. And if you are in the pending state, we will have this loader, but else we are gonna have the sign in text. Let's save. And just before we move forward, let's take a look at the output. This is what we have, email and password inputs. Now, right after this button, we will have a link that will take you to the signup page. So here, this is what I have just copied and pasted. Don't have an account, create one that will take you to the signup screen. Looks like I am missing something. It's because I need to import a link from React router, just like here. Let's save and see the output. If I click to this one, I am here on this page. If I click to that, I am in the login screen. And then we will go outside of this form, right? Outside of the two different divs. Once again, outside of the form, and there are two more divs, just go outside. Then we'll just put the image section or the illustration section. This is only UI. That's why I'd like to copy and paste around 10 lines of code. We have the i.png that will be displayed and then some text. Let's see. All right, this is the output. That is exactly what we have in the demo application. Now we can try to log in. Now we have a bunch of different accounts. This is the Bob. Let's go ahead and try to log in. This account has been onboarded. So I'll say bob@gmail.com. Let's put a wrong password. I'll put 123, but I think, did we call our mutation? Yes, we did. So I'll go ahead, say 123, call this invalid email or password. That's correct. Let's put the correct one, 456. Sign in. Now we are in the home page because this account has been onboarded. Now let's try to log out from this account, and I will log in with an account that is onboarded. So I'll say application, cookies, delete this one. Now let's try to log in with account of Beth, which is not onboarded. So we should be navigated to onboarding screen. I'll say beth@gmail.com, 123456, sign in. Here we go. We are redirected to the onboarding page instead of homepage. If I wanted to visit homepage, I cannot. First, I need to complete this page. So let's try to onboard this account. I'll get this profile pic. Let's say, hey there, I'd like to practice Spanish. Let's say this is our native language and we would like to learn Spanish. This is where we live. Let's say complete onboarding. Here we go. We are onboarded. Now we are in the home page. So that's gonna be it for the login page section. But just before we end this section, I'd like to teach you something else. So what happens if you wanted to take this and put it into the hooks folder? So you might be asking, hey, I want to make this a custom hook as well. Now let me try to help you out and show you how you can create it. Now we would like to call this as use login.js. And before you build any hook, just think about it. How are you going to be calling it? So if I have to have a login hook, I would say I'll call it as use login. So I would call it, and then it would return me some values like the is pending state, an error state, as well as a function that I can call. So I will say login mutation. So now that you know what you're expected to have, you can go ahead and build it. And I will copy this part, and let me just comment this out in case you want to have it in the source code. I'm not going to delete it. I'll just copy it. Then we will say RAFCE. Here, let's say just paste this in and uncomment. So we will have the use mutation. Then let's get the login method from web API and then the query client. Now we don't really have to do it. I'm just showing you guys for those that wonders how to make this work with a custom hook. So now that we got everything, so we have this mutate, we don't really have to rename this. We have the loading state as well as the error state. From this hook, what do we want to return? So we would like to return the error state, that is this error right here. Since it is the same thing, we can shorten this. Then is pending, as well as the mutate. Now I would like to rename this so that I can destructure this as login mutation. I'll go ahead and say login mutation, and it is this mutate method. So that's all we have to do. In the onSuccess case, we are going to invalidate our query, right? Now we can basically call our custom hook and uncomment this. Okay, so just imagine this part doesn't exist, right? Everything should be working as expected. We are having our custom hook that will handle the logic with React query, and then we are getting these values where we can call our mutation on submit, and we are having the is pending as well as the error states. So let's try to test this out if it is going to work as expected. I will go ahead and try to log out. So I just deleted my token, and let's try to log in as, beth@gmail.com. I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sign in, still it works. And we can even log in with a different account like Jane, John. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so just keep that in mind. This is how you can create your custom hooks for basically anything that you wish. And I'll do Control Z just to keep it in the source code. And I'll say, this is how. So I just put this comment that says this is how we did it first without using our custom hook. So this is a comment maybe you would like to have in the source code. Just in case, I'll leave it here. Then we can delete those that we don't really use. And at this point, you can pause the video, go ahead, visit the Signup page, and do the exact same thing if you want to practice, practice by yourself. And if you're wondering, here is how I would do it. So first I would copy this code and comment this. And I would go ahead to say, I would like to have a use signup hook, right? That will give me a couple of different fields. The ones that I need is the is pending state, the error state, as well as a mutation called signup mutation. Then I would go ahead under the hooks, create this use signup.js file, say RAFCE, delete the return statement showing the left hand side and paste this in. And then I would get my imports like use query, the signup, as well as the use mutation. We don't really need to rename this. I will say have all these fields save, and then I would like to return what I am expecting to have. This pending, error, as well as the signup mutation, which is this mutate that I have. So I can save and go back here, call my mutation. Now everything should be working as expected. Here in this component, once again, I'll add a comment right here so that you can have it in the source code. So I just put my comments, and now why you might want to do it in this way, it's because let's say 1 month later you came back to this code base and now you want to change the implementation of signup. So on success, maybe you would like to do something else, right? Not only this, but add more and more things, or you would like to add on error case, so on and so forth. All you have to do, just come up into this use signup file, update your code, and you don't really need to change anything else here on the signup page. So everything is now isolated. If you wanted to update the login method, you can just come here into the use login file, into your custom hook, and just update it. So I hope that helps, and we can move forward with the next section. In this section, we're going to build a layout component. Now, what do I mean by this? If you take a look at the home page as well as the notifications page, you're going to see that we have something in common, which is the layout itself. So we always have this sidebar on the left, navbar at the top, and then the page content in the middle of the screen. So we would like to build a layout component so that it is reusable, right? Here we are using it, in the notifications page we are using it, and even in the chat page we are using some part of it. So the sidebar is not here, right? We deleted that, but navbar is right here on this page. Now let's try to create a reusable component so that if later at some point you would like to add different pages, right? Maybe let's say you will add 3 more pages to this sidebar. When you click to them, you would still have the layout in those pages. So let's go ahead and see how we can create a layout component. And by the way, these are the errors that we have from the previous section. This is just a warning since we are not using them. Let's go ahead and delete those imports. Alright, so I will go into the app.jsx where we have the home page. Instead of returning this immediately, I would like to cut this for a second. I will say wrap this with a layout component that we are going to create in a second. So let's go under the components. So again, under the frontend source components, we will say layout.jsx, and let's say create something like this. And we'll be doing the same thing for the notifications page, chat page, etc. But for now, let's focus only in the home page. Here I'll go ahead and import the layout from the components. So make sure this is coming from the components and not really from Lucid React or anything like that. And we have the home page content. Now we'll go into the layout, and as I said, we would like to have the sidebar as well as the navbar components. So let's create them. So that was the sidebar. Now let's save and create the navbar component. Alright, so now that we have those components, for now let's ignore the content. We will go into the layout and try to build the UI. So here I'll say the class name will be minimum height of screen. So this layout will take the entire screen and we'll have a div with the class name of flex. And then now we can just just go into the flex, and here we'll like to return the sidebar component. Let's try to import it. This will be self-closed, and let's grab it from the /sidebar. And now we only want to see this if user says display the sidebar. And for this, we can get a prop. Let's say this will be equal to show sidebar. And by default, the value could be false if you really wanted to, or you could say true. Here, I'll just leave it as false. Then here, I'd like to wrap this. I'll say if show sidebar is equal to true, then display the sidebar component. So that's the very first thing. Then we'll go ahead and create one more div. This will be the class name of flex. Actually, flex1, let's say flex, and flex of column. Then at the top, we are going to have the navbar component. Let's try to import it. Let's just scroll, duplicate this. Navbar from the navbar file. And below to the sidebar, below to the navbar, we would like to have the main content. So I will wrap this with a main tag, and then I will say just display the children. Now this children will be coming as a prop, so we can destructure this. And this children is basically the homepage or whatever you put right here inside the layout. Alright, so let's give some classes. Say class name, flex of 1, overflow, y of auto. Now we can save this layout.jsx file. And then if you really wanted to show the sidebar, you would go here and you would say, hey, layout, we want you to show the sidebar. So we'll just say either leave it like this, or you can say true. So both this and this version means the same thing, right? This is equal to true, but I'll just make it explicit by adding this part. Now let's save and take a look at the home page. So we got the sidebar, navbar, and then the home page content. If we delete this part, sidebar shouldn't be really visible. Here we go. but we'd like to have the sidebar on the home page. So I will leave it like this, and then we'll go into the sidebar component and get started with it. Now, just before we write any code, let's see the output. So we would like to have this kind of a component where we have the logo at the top, then we have 3 different links, and depending on where we are, we will just make it look like active, right? And then we have this user information at the very bottom of the screen. So with all this in mind, let's go ahead, visit the sidebar component and get started with it. So the first things first, I'd like to get the authenticated user. So I'll say use auth user, and I'll say const give me the auth user object so that I can display the data at the bottom of the screen. And then we can get something called location. Let's say const location. We'll be using this hook called use location that is coming from React Router. And then we can get the current path. So let's say const current path is equal to location.pathname. Let's try to just console log it. We can say current path, and let's take a look at the output. So since we are in the home page, we got just a slash in the terminal. If we visit something like notifications, what are we gonna get? We cannot get anything because it is not wrapped with layout, right? Only the home page is wrapped with layout, so that's why we can see it. But basically, depending on this current path, we're going to add this active class on the sidebar elements. Now let's go into the div and just say this will be an aside tag, and we'll just say class name width of 64. Here is the value that you can see, and we'll say background to base of 200. Then we'll have border right. We'll say border base of 300. We'll say this would be hidden by default, but larger screens and above, this would be flex. And flex of column, let's say height of screen, and then we can say this will be sticky to the top of 0. All right, and the first thing we would like to have is the logo, right? So this is what I'll have, a link imported from React Router. And when we click to it, it'll take us to the home screen. We got the ship wheel icon, which is our logo, and then the text for our logo. Let's save and take a look at the output. All right, so this is what we got at the moment. And if you want to change the theme, all you have to do, just visit app.jsx and say the theme will be anything that you wish. So we can say forest, it's been updated. And the other part is to build our links, right? The navigation. I'll go under the sidebar after this link, and even after this div, right here, I'll go ahead, say nav. This is our navigation. And then we can give some classes like flex of 1, padding of 4, space y of 1. Then we will have our very first link that will take us to the home screen. And instead of typing this out, I'll copy and paste and we'll go through it. It is around 5 lines of code. Let's import the home icon. Okay, so let's just ignore this part. I'll delete it for a second. Let's save and see the output. Okay, so this is what we have, the home link. So by adding this part, we basically say if current path is equal to the home, that means we are in the home page. So you should add this button active class, but otherwise ignore that. So this is exactly what we are doing. I think I forgot to save. Let me save. Okay, since we are in the home screen, now this is active. Let's add the rest of it. Now, I think we can just duplicate this twice, but what I'll be doing is copy it and paste it. This will take us to the friends page. And once again, this would be active if we are in the friends page. Then let's import the user icon. Then we'll go right below to this link, do the same thing for the notifications. Import the bell icon. Okay, so I'll just refresh. This is exactly what we would like to have. If you click to them, that would take you to the related pages. We don't really have the friends page at the moment, but here we go. Everything is working as expected. Then right after this nav, we would like to put the user profile section. So I'll say user profile section. Then we'll have a div with some classes. Let me say class name of padding 4, border of top, and let's give the color of base 300 and margin top of auto so that it is pushed at the very bottom of the page. Then we're gonna have 10 lines of code that is only UI. So this is what I just copied and pasted. We have the user profile picture under an image tag, and then we have this online text as well as the full name of the user. And this is the output that we got. And if we hit, the larger screens and below, it'll be invisible, but else we can see it. So I think that's gonna be it for the sidebar component. The next thing that we can build is the navbar component. So I'll just go ahead, right click to it, and then the very first thing we would like to do is just get the authenticated user. Now why this is the case? Because we are going to display the profile picture of the user in the navbar. And then we need the location as well so that we can check if we are in the chat page or not. Now notice how the logo is on the sidebar component, but the sidebar is not going to be visible in the chat page. So we're going to check if we are in the chat page. We're going to display the logo here in the navbar component. So I hope that makes sense. Let's try to see it in action. It'll just make sense right now. So the first thing we would like to do, just get the authenticated user by using our hook. Then we'll just get the location, just like what we have done a second ago. And then we'll just check if we are in the chat page or not. So this is how we can do it. We'll say location.pathname. If it starts with chat, that means we are in the chat page. And then we're going to get the query client. You're going to see why. We'll be using this when we try to log out. So here, if we click to this button, we will try to log out. And that means we need to visit api.js, maybe duplicate this method, call it as logout. That's going to be a post request. We don't really need to take any data. All we want to do is just log out by hitting our endpoint. All right, so we'll just go ahead, say use mutation once again, that we're going to put something in like mutation function that will be logout from the lib API. And then on success, we would like to invalidate our query. So here I'll just say we'll have an arrow function, query client dot invalidate queries. We would like to invalidate the authenticated user query. So here I'll say query key is equal to auth user. And then we're going to get a couple of different values, such as the mutate function. And then I would like to call this as logout mutation, just like what we have done in the past. Now, since logout functionality will be really like super quick, that's why I don't really want to get the is pending state. If you wanted to, you can definitely do it, but I'll just skip that state. And then we can go ahead, build the return statement. So here, I think I'll just call this as nav because this is the navbar component that we are trying to build. Then we're going to get a couple of different class names, such as this one, and then we can go into the navbar, try to build the rest of it. So first we'll have a container div. Let's close this off. So these are just some classes to make it look nice. Then we're going to put our logo. So first I'll have one more div with the class name of flex, item centered, justify, and because we want this to be, first let's say end, we want this content to be pushed to the end, right? It's not going to be here on the left hand side. So it's, okay, sorry, especially for the navbar component, we don't really want this to be here. It should be on the very right hand side. So that's why we say it'll be justify end width of full. Within this div, we're going to have the logo only if, let's say only if we are in the chat page. So let's say only in the chat page. And this is how we can do it. We'll basically wrap it with is chat page check. If this is the case, we're gonna put our link with the logo that will take us to the home screen. So right after this is the chat page check. We can go below and we can just say div. We'll add our classes. Let's say class name of flex item centered, gap of 3, smaller screens and above. We can maybe increment the gap by just 1, and then we'll go ahead build our links. So the very first one will be our link to the notifications screen. Let's import the link from React Router DOM, or just React Router to be honest. Here we go. Then we'll get the bell icon. And I think we forgot to import the ship wheel icon. Let's import that one as well. Now let's save and take a look at the output for a second. So this is what we have. The content has been pushed to the right hand side. Now we're going to have a theme selector component that is going to look like this. Where is that? Okay, so it's going to look like this, where we have a color palette that we can choose from. But for now, I'll just leave it as an empty component. So right after this one, I'll say call the theme selector component. Let's create it and make it something dummy. I'll say theme selector.jsx. And for now, all we want to do an empty div with a text. Let's import it from the components. So here I'll say theme selector from the current folder, just like this. And I think we can delete the extension. So we got the theme selector. This is something that we'll do later in the video. So I'll just say to do. Maybe this could be in the next section, but for now, let's move on with the user avatar that will be right next to it. So here I'll go ahead, paste this in. We are just displaying the profile picture of the user. And then finally, we're gonna have a logout button. So after this avatar, we have a button. When we click to it, we're gonna call the logout mutation, and we have the logout icon. So once we log out, it's going to refresh the authenticated user, and hopefully we should be navigated to the login page. So let's try to give it a go. I'll go ahead and visit my application. As you can tell, the theme selector is here. We will make that work a little bit later in the video, but other than this, everything seems to, as expected. Now I'll click to this. Okay, I think we're logged out, but it didn't redirect us to the login page. So if you just refresh the page, as you can tell, we are logged out, but it did not navigate us automatically. Let's try to log in once again, and we'll try to see why this is the case. I'll put the correct password. We are logged in. Now, I think it's because if we visit the api.js file, here in the get auth user, whenever we hit an error, we should return null. So I will cut this for a second. I'll say try and catch. In the try, we are gonna put exactly what we had previously, but in the catch, that means we got 401, right? We'll say return null. This is the new authenticated user. It is null. User is not really authenticated. And we can, for the debugging purposes, we can say error in get auth user. Now let's save. This should fix it. We'll go under the homepage and just try to log out. As you can tell, now we are redirected immediately. And that means our logout functionality is also working as expected. This is something that you should keep in mind so that, we are returning null. And since this user is null, is authenticated will be equal to false. And since this is false, we will be navigated to the login screen immediately. Now with that, that's gonna be it for the navbar, sidebar, and the layout components. In the next section, we can get started with the theme selector component that we have right here. And if you wanted to, you can take this, make it its own hook as well. Let's actually do it right now. I'll say use logout.js. And once again, what you would like to do ultimately is return your values. So let's say we're gonna have a hook called use logout, and I want to get 3 different fields, or in this case it is just one, which is called as logout mutation. You can call this anything really, but this is the name that I'd like to have. So we're gonna cut this part, this entire thing. I'll actually copy and comment so that maybe you would like to have this in the source code. We are gonna create our hook, paste this in, import the necessary things. Logout method, here we go. And we just want to say return the logout mutation. And if you want to, you can put the is pending state as well. Let's do it actually. I'll say is pending as well as the error. Okay, so this is the entire hook that we need. Now let's save and go back right here in this file, import it. Everything should be working as exactly as it was before. I'll delete these imports and let's try to test this out one last time. I'll say beth@gmail.com and I'll just try to log out. As you can tell, it works properly even with our custom hook. So that's gonna be it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. So we would like to build a component called Theme Selector that will look like this, where we have 32 different themes that user can choose from. In this case, they have selected night, and if they wanted to click to this one, the UI will be updated completely, right? The color theme, the entire style will just change. And now currently we are doing this in the wrong way. We are just having this data theme that is hard-coded. We want this value to be coming from the user choice, right? So this should be some kind of a global state so that we can use it in different parts of our application. And for this, there are a bunch of different packages. The one that I'd like to use, and this is the most popular one, called Zustand. So this is how you type it. Let's take a look at their documentation for a split second. Then we'll just get started with it. So here we can see all you have to do, just create a hook with your state as well as the setter function. And then you can use this state in anywhere in your application with a one line. Now, what does that mean? So if you wanted to create a state, what do we want to do? So we would say const, whatever that is, let's say data and set data, right? And we would say this will be equal to use state. Now, this is a state, that's correct, but this is a local state. If you wanted to use it in this file, you would create it right here. And if you wanted to use it in a different component, you would basically send this as a prop, right? You would say data, add the data, so on and so forth. But we don't really want to do this. We want the state to be global. In this case, we can use something like Zustand, or there are other options like Redux or React Context, but they just have too much boilerplate code. And I think Zustand is a lot more better than them. So we are gonna go ahead under the front end, kill this, and then just say npm install Zustand, let's import it. Once this is done, we'll say npm run dev. Now let's try to get started with it. So here I'll create a folder called store, and then we can create a custom hook or a Zustand hook, right? I'll say use theme store.js. And what we'll like to do, basically, this entire thing that they have in the documentation. So I'll copy it, paste it, but we don't really want to have a count state. Instead, we'd like to have a theme state. So I will say my theme by default could be forest, or in this case, I'll go with coffee. And then instead of increment, we don't really need it. Let's just delete this part. And notice how, I'll just delete this part as well. Notice how they are returning an object. So this object will be accessible as a global state in our application. So we're gonna get into that just in a second. For now, go ahead, put the theme. So I'll go with coffee and then a setter function. So whatever the theme we got, we will update our theme with it. All right, let's say export this method. And instead of store, I'll say use theme store. All right, so this is all we have to do just to get started with it. Now, if I wanted to use this theme in my app.jsx, all I have to do, just say use theme store, and destructure the value. That's it. So I'll say theme. Now I can basically say data theme will be equal to this theme, which is equal to coffee. Let's take a look at the application. Now in the login page, it didn't update because we put it specifically in the login page. We are still using Forest. Let's try to log in. So I'll say beth@gmail.com. In the home page, it should be updated, right? Here we go. Or if you visit the notifications page, any other page other than login and sign up should have this theme. Okay, now what happens if I wanted to update this theme? So let's see, I'll put a button. Now we are going to delete it. This is just for testing purposes. I'll say update to, let's say, night. This is a different theme. I'll say on click to this. We are going to call it the setter function, which is equal to set theme, right? Here, let's just destructure it. I'll say set theme, on click. We'll say call the set theme method with the night theme. Let's save and test this out. I will click to this. Now theme has been updated. So this is how easy it is to get started with the stand. Now, we don't really have to use this state only in this file, but in anywhere in our application. So all you have to do, just copy this line, go into, let's say, homepage, paste this in, import the use theme store. Now, here you go. You can use these global variables. So this is some kind of a quick Zustand crash course that I just gave. Now with this, we can delete the button, the set theme, and just get started with the component called Theme Selector. Okay. Now we have this data theme right here. We would like to build the Theme Selector component. Just before we write any code, let's take a look at the end result. So we have some kind of like a drop down, right? When we click to this icon, this drop down will open. This is what we call a drop down, and then we will have 32 different themes in it. And every single theme has some preview icons, right? So here we say for the coffee theme, this is the color palette that we have. For the night theme, this is what we have, so on and so forth. And how can we grab all these fields? Well, actually, we have done this already in the past. If you visit the constants, so under the frontend, source, constants, and index.js file, from the themes, you can see we have 32 different objects. And every single one of them has a name, a label, and the preview colors. So these are the 4 different colors that will be displayed right here for every single theme. So this is that constant that we'll be using in the theme selector component. So with this in mind, let's visit the theme selector, and we'll be using this use themes store hook. We're going to get both of our values, which is the theme, as well as the set theme. We'll be using them just in a second, but first let's go ahead and build the UI. Here I'll give it a class name of dropdown and dropdown end. And the first thing I would like to add is the dropdown trigger, which is going to be this palette icon. So this is the dropdown trigger, right? When you click to it, the dropdown will open. So that's why we said it'll take the palette icon and make sure to add this tab index of 0. And then we'll have a div with some class name as well as the tab index of 0 so that it is matching with this content. Then I'll give you the class names. This is just to make it look nice, and this is the drop-down content element. Then we'll go ahead and say div, and this will take the class name. Let's just say space y of 1, and here we'll go ahead map over the themes constant. So import it from the constants, and we'll say map for every single theme. We'd like to return something. So I'll just say map, and I'll say theme option. We would like to return this part. So this is my code. Let's go into it. We'll have a button. let's say button element. Just to make React happy, we need to add a key. I'll say theme option dot name, which is going to be unique. And then we're going to give some classes. Now this classes will be a little bit dynamic. And why this is the case? Here we can see this is active. It has a different background color, right? The rest is not really active. So it is the same kind of logic that we have done for the sidebar elements. So just keep that in mind. This is exactly what we're going to be doing under the classes. So here I'll give you the class names. This would be implemented no matter what happens, but then we have this dynamic part where we'll say if the current theme that we have is equal to the theme option, then we will add this class, else it'll have this one. And when we click to this button, let's say on click, we would like to call the set theme method with the theme option name. So the same kind of thing that we have done in app.jsx a couple of minutes ago. And then inside the button, we will have the palette icon, right? We will have the palette icon, the name, and then the preview colors. So we have put the palette icon, let's import it. I think we already have that. Then we'll put the label, not the name. Okay, theme option, the label, and then finally the preview colors. Okay, so that's it for this entire component. Let's save and give it a go. I'll click to it and I can just change my theme to whatever I wanted to, right? We have 30 different themes, all are working. And let me walk you through it pretty quickly. So when you click to the coffee theme, all it does, just run the onClick method. It updates the theme with the coffee, right? And now that the theme is equal to coffee, in app.jsx we are using it. So as if now this is equal to coffee. But the thing is, if I refresh this page, sorry, let's go ahead and select forest. If I refresh this page, it'll go back to the coffee. Why this is the case? It is because by default we are using this value. And we want this to be some kind of, like it should not forget it. So if I select Bumblebee and if I refresh, it should still be that state. And for this, we're going to be using local storage. So all we have to do, just visit this file. We're going to say, okay, we want to use coffee by default, but first just check if user has a value in the local storage. I'll say local storage get item. We can call this really anything. I'll say Streamify theme. And when we set the state, instead of just doing this only, I'll say, okay, set the theme, but also update the local storage. I'll say set item. So here is the key that we'd like to update it with the theme. Now, let's give it a go. It should be working out. I'll select forest. I'll refresh my page. This is the still same theme that I get. I'll go ahead with, let's say, Aqua, and then refresh. Here we go. Everything is working as expected. Now there's one more thing. I don't really know if you have realized, but let me select the forest theme and go into the page loader component. All right, so here in app.jsx, I'll say if this is equal to true. Okay, so this is not the theme of forest, right? This is using the default theme. To be able to make that work, we will just go into the page loader and just call our hook. So I'll say grab the theme from use theme store, and here let's just add it. I'll say data theme, put the theme. Now, if you take a look at the page loader, let me put it as true. So this is also in the forest theme. So this is a really tiny detail, but I just wanted to show you this so that in case if you are wondering. And I believe with that, that's gonna be it for the theme selector component, where we did not only build a component, but we also learned about something called the stand a really popular and really cool technology in the front-end world. And we even use the local storage. So with that, that's gonna be it for this section. I'll see you in the next one. In this section, we're gonna build the homepage. Now here is the end result, and let's notice how we're gonna need a query to fetch our friends, and we're gonna need another query to fetch the recommended users, and then we're gonna need a mutation to be able to send a friend request. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and jump into VS Code. This is where we left. We're gonna go visit the homepage, and let's get started with it. So as always, we're gonna put our mutations and queries under the API.js. So these are everything that we have at the moment. Let's first visit the homepage. I will get my query client. From use query client, we'll be using this to be able to invalidate some queries. And then I would like to have a state. So let's call this as outgoing requests actually, and let's say IDs. And I'll get the setter of it. Now, why are we having this state in the first place? Let me pretty quickly display. So here, when we send a friend request, we want this button to be disabled, right? And when you refresh the page, you still want to see this as disabled, and it says request sent. And to be able to keep this in mind, we are going to have this state that will be updated when user refresh the page. So if you don't understand, we're going to see this just in a second. For now, let's move on. So we're going to call our query, let's say use query coming from TanStack. And then this would give us some data as well as a loading state. Now here we'll put our query key. Let's say this is going to be our friends that we're going to fetch, and then the query function, we are going to create it under the API.js. So let's say get user friends. Okay, now we can just leave it here and build the next query. I will basically duplicate this, and this would be for the recommended users. Now, as you can tell, this is called as data, and this one is also called data. If you hover over this, it'll say you cannot declare the same variable twice. So let's go ahead and rename them. I will make this one to be friends. And by default, if I don't want to get undefined value, so I will say just set this as an empty array, and then we'll say this one will be recommended users. We just rename this, and now I'll say the default value for this will be an empty array, and then again we have the same variable with the same name. So let's say this is to loading friends. And let's do the same thing for this one. I can call this as loading users. And the query key of this will be users, or you can call this as recommended users. And here we'll have the function called get recommended users. Alright, now let's jump into the API.js and try to create these functions. So instead of typing them out, I just copied and pasted. We have two basic get requests, similar thing that we have done above. So we are just sending a request to our endpoint to fetch the friends as well as the recommended users, and then we return the data. So let's save this and go back, try to import these queries from the API.js file. Now we also want to have another query so that we can fetch the outgoing requests. So I'll just paste this. Again, the exact same thing what we have done above. Call the use query with a query key and then our function that we're going to create, and then we just rename this data. So let's go ahead and try to create this method. It'll be almost the same thing. The only difference is the endpoint. Here we can see this is what we have in our API. And again, this is a get method just like any other query. Let's save this file and go back right here, try to import it, and this should be good to go. Then we're gonna have a mutation where we can send a friend request, right? So I'll say const, and again we're gonna destructure something from the use mutation. Let's call this, and then we're gonna get the mutate as well as, let's say, is a pending state. Now just to make my code a little bit more readable, I'll say rename this to be send request mutation, just like this, and this is pending could just stay as is pending. If you wanted to, you can update that name. Then we'll have our mutation function that's going to be send friend request. This is something that we're going to build, and on success, so once we send the friend request successfully, we would like to refetch this so that UI is updated, right? So I will say on success, that's going to be an arrow function where we'll say query client.invalidate queries, and specifically invalidate this query. Now let's create this mutation that will be just a post request to our API. So I'd like to copy and paste, again, 4 lines of code. Here we go. We'll just take the user ID as an argument so that we know which friend that we are trying to add, and then we'll just return the response. So these are all the queries and mutations that we need. Just before we jump into the return statement, I'd like to have a use effect, because if you think about it, we fetch the data, right? We fetch the outgoing friend requests, but we never updated our state. So let's say this will be a new set so that we can store only unique values. And then once we fetch the data, we're going to go ahead and just run a use effect so that we can update that state. I'll say, here we go. And I'll just say whenever the outgoing friend request changes, whenever this changes, we would like to run this use effect. And here I'll say const outgoing. Probably this is not really a good name, but I think it's also it's fine. If you wanted to, you can update it. So I'll say this will be a new set. Let's call this class, and then we'll say if outgoing friend requests, and if the length of it greater than 0, right? If it is an array, or if we have some value, we would like to basically map through it and update our set. So I'll say just add it to the set. I think this is correct. We'll say for each, get each request and add it to our set, and then finally we will update our state. Alright, so now that we have updated our state, we can go ahead and get started with the UI. I'll just give a little bit space. Let's delete this part. I'll say I'd like to have a div with some classes. That's going to be some paddings, and then we're going to have a div with the class name of container mxauto, and then we'll say space y of 10. Then we can just go within that div, and we're going to put the friend requests link. Let me display. So we'd like to build this header component. When you click to this one, it'll take you to the notifications page. So right here, I'll just have a div with some classes, just like this one. I'll import the link from React Router, and then we'll get the user's icon. Alright, now let's save and take a look at the output. This is what we have at the moment. If I click to it, I am in the notifications page. Now let's get started with the friends card, right? We are gonna just go after this link, and after this div, we will have a conditional rendering. So we'll say if we are loading the friends, in this case, we would like to run this part, else we would like to run this part. So first here, we'll just put a loader. So I'll have a div component or a div element. Okay, so it's kind of annoying, but let's go ahead and try to type this out. This will be class name of flex and justify centered, padding y of 12, and then we'll say have a span. This could be self-closed because it is not going to have any content. Then we can basically put some loading classes. So I'll say loading spinner as well, and then loading of large. So let's save. I think this is not going to format it. So here, let's go ahead and delete this part because I'd like to do something else here. I'll say here, if friends.length, if it is equal to 0, that means we don't really have any friends. In this case, we are going to return this part, else we are going to return this part, right? So this is what we have. Let's go ahead and just say something like p no friends yet. And then we can go ahead here and actually try to map through the friends. So I'll say I'd like to have a div, and we can give the classes. First, let's just turn this off or close this off. Here I'll say grid. This will be grid columns of 1, and smaller screens and above, this will be grid columns of 2. large screens and above, this could be 3, and even X large screens and above, we can just go with 4th columns. And then we'll say gap of 4. And here all we want to do, just map through the friends. So we'll say friends.map for every single friend. Go ahead, return this friend card component and pass the key as well as the friend. Now we're going to create this component. Let's create it under the components. I'll say friend. Let me just copy the name. Oops. And paste this in. This will be .jsx. For now, leave it as an empty component. We need to import it from the components. Okay, so this is coming from the correct path. Now let's save. I think we're gonna hit this because we don't really have any friends at the moment, right? Especially for this account. All right, here we go. This is what we have. Now this doesn't really look nice, so let's go ahead and create a component for this one as well. I will say under the components, I will have this no friends found.jsx. This is only related to UI, no logic at all. So this is what I'll have, 10 lines of code where we say no friends yet, and we can just put a p tag. If you wanted to, you can update this one and make it look a lot more cleaner. Here I'll say no friends found, and for some reason my auto completion does not really work, so let's do it manually. From the components, just like this. Let's save and the UI should be updated. Okay, but if we have some friends, we would like to see a friend card component where we display the profile image, the full name, native language, learning language, and a button that says message to this user, right? Now let's go ahead, create this component. Even though we don't really have any friends, in a couple of minutes, we're going to implement this like this functionality where we can send a friend request, and then later at some point we should be able to accept those. So we're definitely gonna see the friend card, but not just at the moment. But still we can build that component. Here is what we have, the friend card component, and this is only related to UI, so we can just get the friend as the prop and then just return our UI. So here I'll have the class name of, let's say, card, background base of 200. We will have hover state of shadow MD, and then we will have the transition of shadow so that it is a little bit more, it looks cool when animation happens. Then we'll have a div that will be the card body, and we'll give some paddings of 4 from all directions. So the first thing we would like to have is the user info part, right? So the first thing we would like to add is this part where we have the profile picture as well as the full name. So this is what we're going to put, an image component as well as the full name of that friend. Now let's save, and right after this div, we would like to put the language badges, right? We have some flags. Now, how can we get these flags? We are going to create a function for this, but first let's write the code and then I'll explain. So we'll have again 10 lines of code right after the user info, and here we have a function that basically will get the, let's say, the flag for the native language as well as for the learning language. Now let me provide this function. It'll be around 20 lines of code, and I'll just put it right here at the bottom of this component. So I'll just paste the function and let me walk you through it. So we are getting a language as an argument, right? And we're gonna get this language to flag constant that we have. Let me go back into this file. So we have all kinds of languages and their flags, right? So you can add more and more, but this is what we have at the moment. So for, let's say, Italian, this is the, let's say, the language code, and we're gonna hit an API. So let me copy this. Let's say this is equal to IT, which stands for Italian. I'll go ahead and just hit this. Let's say this will be equal to IT, and we're gonna get the Italian flag. So if you take a look at it, this is the output. You can put basically anything here. Let's say US, we're gonna get United States, so on and so forth. And this is basically what we are doing. We are just gonna put the language, and this will take the country code from this file, and then it'll just return an image if there is anything existed. And basically this is all we have in this component. And at the very bottom, we're gonna have a link that will take us to the chat page. So here we can see it is this button that I'm talking about. This is a link actually that will take you to the chat page. So let me paste this in. We have a link, let's import it from React Router, and it'll take you to /chat and whatever the friend ID is. And it just says message. Once again, we cannot see anything here because this account doesn't really have any friends, but this will happen a bit later in the video. Now that we have the user card, maybe it is time to build the recommended users section. So I'll just jump into the VS Code right after the, let's say, the loading friends. I'll go below and I'll have another section. So still within this div, we will have a section, and I'll just put this kind of like header component. So we'll say meet new learners, and here's a p tag. Let's save and take a look at the output. Okay, so this is what we got. Now it is time to build these cards. Right after this div, I'll say if we are loading the users, in this case, we're gonna run this part, which will be a loading spinner, else we're gonna run this part. And this will be the same thing that we have above, so we can just paste it, just a loading spinner, and this could be a self-closed span because we don't really have any content. So here we can add our edge case where we'll say if recommended users.length is equal to 0, we would like to return this part, else we're gonna return this part. And here you can do the same thing, create something called no recommended users found, or you can directly put it right here. This is what I'll be doing. I'll just say no recommendations available, check back later for new language partners. And then we'll go right here. Then this will be the case if we have some recommended users. So I'll put my dev with the same classes that we have above. So we're gonna just put this, and then we can say recommended users, just go ahead, map through it, and for every single one of them, you would like to return this part. And instead of just making it an immediate return, we will say this will be a function. We're gonna do something, and then we will return our JSX. So here, what do we want to do? We will say const has request, let's say request been sent. So this is basically needed so that we can display a button like this or like this one, right? If request has been sent, this is what we're gonna show. Otherwise, this is what we'll put. Let's say if outgoing request IDs has this user ID, and this should be underscore ID, in that case, this will be equal to true. And we'll be using this variable just in a couple of minutes. Then we can put a div, let's say return a div, this will get a key. Key will be user._id, and then we can give some classes just to make it look nice. And then we'll have a card body div. And then we can give some padding of 5 and space y of 4. Then right inside this, we're gonna put the image and location wrapper. So let's say we'll have a div with the class name of flex, item centered, and gap of 4. Then we're gonna put the image component at the top. So if like to copy and paste, we'll basically say display the user profile picture inside an avatar. And right after this one, we're gonna put the user full name as well as their location. So I'd like to copy and paste. We have user full name, and if user has a location, we would like to display it with the map pin icon. Let's import it, and maybe we can save just to see the output. Let's refresh. Okay, so it says no recommendations available at the moment. We will see how to get some recommendations in a little bit, but for now, let's keep building the UI. The next thing that we would like to build is the languages with flags. So we're going to do the same thing right here by using that method. And if you have realized, we are capitalizing this languages, right? We are taking the first letter and just make it to be uppercased. And for this, we're going to have a method. So for now, let's go right after this div. Okay, so after this one, after this, and even after this one. Okay, so after the curly braces, just go 2 divs below and then paste this in where we have the languages with flags. So we're going to import this method. Let's try to export it. So we will export that, and then there is another method called capitalize that we can create. It is really simple. For now, I'll just put it right here. This will be only one liner. So a really popular method that we use in JavaScript. We don't need to export this at the moment. So it'll basically take a string and uppercase the very first character and then leave the rest as it is. So this is exactly what we are doing. And after this languages flag, we can put the user biography. Right after this one, I'll say if user has bio, go ahead and display it. And then finally, we're gonna have the action button where we can send the friend request. So let's try to paste this in, and I'll display, I'll walk you through it. So we have a button with the class name that will say if request has already been sent, it'll be disabled, but else it'll be primary. And then on click, we're gonna call our mutation with the argument, which is the user ID. And this will be disabled if the request has already been sent or if we are in the pending state. And if request has been sent, we're gonna see this icon as well as the request sent text, but else this is what we're gonna see. So this is exactly what we have done. Either we will see this button or this one. I hope that makes sense. Now we can save this and take a look at the output. We cannot see anything because for some reason we don't really get any recommendations. So there must be something wrong in our API endpoint, right? So let's visit the user controller file where we have the method that says get recommended users. I just realized this should be underscore ID, so not $. We should delete that. Instead, this will be underscore ID, just like what we have here. Now this should fix it. Let's save and try to refresh. Here we go, we got some recommendations. These are the accounts that we have onboarded, right? Bob and Jane. Now let's take a look at the database. We have also someone like John. He's not onboarded, so we don't really see this in the output, because this is exactly what we have in our code. We say if account is onboarded, only then display it. Now if we delete this, so I'll just comment this out, save, and refresh, we should be able to see the account of John, right? But this doesn't really make any sense because the account has not been onboarded. That's why we would like to say only show onboarded accounts. Now let's refresh. Here we go. This is what we have. Now I'll send a friend request to Jane. Okay, what happened? Maybe we have some bugs in our code. Let's refresh. Let's take a look at the database at least. Do we got a friend request? Okay, it says pending. It has just been created, but why UI looks a little bit weird. Let's try to fix that. So the error that we have is related to how we set our state. So when we add this, this is not really correct because let's try to console log this. I'll say go ahead, console log the request. We are trying to add the ID field, which is not really correct. Let's open up the terminal. I'll refresh. All right. So this is what we have under the request. We would like to put the recipient dot underscore ID because this is the one that got the request, right? We sent request to Jane. This is what we see. We should add the ID of Jane. So I hope that makes sense. We're going to go ahead, delete the console log, and I'll say request dot recipient dot underscore ID, just like this. Let's save. Now UI should be updated once we refresh. Okay, looks like we got an error. Let's see. Check circle icon is not defined. check circle icon, let's import it from Lucid React, and then refresh it once again. Here we go. Now it says request sent to Jane. Let me go ahead, open up another tab and log in as Jane. So I'll say at gmail.com, but there is no reason for me to log in because we don't really have the notifications page. So Jane at the moment cannot see that. And maybe in the next section, we can get started with the notifications page where we can basically see all the notifications, all the friend requests that we got, and we should be able to accept them. So we can leave it into the next section, and let's just pretty quickly go over what we have done in this section. I'll just zoom out a bit. So we got started with the homepage. We created a couple of different queries where we can fetch our friends, get the recommended users, and any outgoing friend requests. So basically the friend requests that we have sent, so that we can show this kind of an output, right? This button, when we refresh the page, we still know that we sent a request to this user. So this is the query that we need at the end of the day. And then we can send a request with this mutation, and then a use effect that will update the state. And the rest is only UI, where we have some edge cases, loading spinners, and then the friend cards. Then we'll learn about a function where we can basically get the language flag depending on the country code. And I think that's it. We have a method to capitalize these strings. Now it's not really good practice to put it right here, so I'll delete that and I'll go under the source. Let's see, we have this lib folder. I'll say utils, basically the utility functions, and then we can say export this method. Now let's save and go ahead, try to import this one. So I'll say import capitalize from utils. Okay, so you can double check if it is visible. That means it is the correct path. Okay, so if you save, everything should be working as expected. That's gonna be it for this section. In the next one, we're gonna build the notifications page. Now we're gonna build the notifications page where we need one query so that we can fetch this data, and then a mutation so that we can accept the friend requests, which is going to be a put method because we're updating something in the database. So with this in mind, let's go ahead and get started with the notifications page. Just before we write any code, we need to update this element path for the notifications page. So once again, we don't really want anyone that is not onboarded to visit this page, right? Only if they are onboarded, only then they can visit this component, right? So we'll go ahead and do the same thing or a similar thing what we have done above for one of these pages. So I'd like to maybe just delete this entire thing. Here I'll say if we are authenticated, and maybe I can zoom in. Let me just zoom in once again, shrink the left hand side. Okay, so under the notifications page, we will say if is authenticated and if is onboarded, we're gonna run this part, else we're gonna run this part. So here, what do we want to do? Just have the layout component where we display the notifications page, and we'll say show the sidebar, right? So this will be equal to true. In the notifications page, we'll like to see the sidebar. But if user is not authenticated or onboarded, we will say navigate them to a page depending on the state. So if it is not authenticated, it'll be in the login page, but else they will be redirected to the onboarding page. Now with this in mind, let's save and visit the notifications page and get started with the component. Now the first thing I'd like to do, once again, just put my queries and mutations. And as always, we're gonna need the query client so that we can invalidate queries when we need them. And then we'll say, let's first get some data and some loading state. Let's say is loading when we call the use query. And then for the query key, we can say the friend requests. You can call this as notifications as well, but this is what I'll say. Let's say friend requests. And then we'll go below, we'll say call our function. This is something that we are going to create called get friend requests. And I'd like to rename this. So instead of data, I'll say friend requests. Now let's go ahead, copy this name. We would like to create a function right under the api.js file. Actually, I'll just paste this in. Once again, we have a get method to our endpoint that will give us all the friend requests that we have. So it'll even return the accepted friend request as well, right? Both the incoming as well as the accepted ones. We can import this one now, and this should be good to go. So right after my query, I'll say const, we're gonna get mutate, and I'd like to rename this to be accept request mutation, and then the is pending state. Then we'll have this use mutation call. Let's go ahead, open this up, import the use mutation, and then we'll say here are the mutation function called accept friend request, and on success case, we would like to invalidate some queries. So I'll say on success. Let's go ahead, open up this function. We'll say query client dot invalidate queries. The first one, okay, so I'll say queries. The very first one we would like to invalidate is the friend requests. Now, why this is the case? Once you accept this, it should immediately get rid of this in the UI, right? So it's going to refetch this so that you don't really have this request in the UI. So this is what we're doing. That's the first thing. And the other one is to invalidate the friend's query. Now, why this is the case? Just because you accept the request, now this is your friend, right? And when you visit the homepage, it should immediately be in your friends list. So this is what we are doing. We are both invalidating the friend requests as well as the friends queries. I hope that makes sense. Now we're going to go ahead into the api.js and try to create this mutation, which is just a put method. Just like this one, we will send a request ID in our endpoint, and this should be good to go. So now that we have our queries and mutations, we can get started with UI. There is just one last thing that I'd like to do. I'll say const incoming requests. This will be friend requests dot, let's say even question mark, so that if it is undefined, our code doesn't break. We'll say incoming requests. This is what we returned from our API endpoint. So let me actually display this. If you go under the user route, when we send a request to here to get our friend requests, we are returning incoming requests and accepted requests. So you should keep this in mind so that you actually call it correctly. And we will duplicate this, and this will be this time accepted requests. And let's say this is going to be equal to accepted requests. And if this is empty, we can put an empty array just as a fallback. Now with these variables in mind, we can build our UI. Here I'll delete this part. Let's say we're going to have a div with some classes to give some padding. And then we will have a div that's going to be our container, just like this one. Container mx auto maximum width and some spacing. Then we will have a header that will say notifications. Right after this one, we will say if we are in the loading state, we would like to return this part, else we're going to return this part. And now let's get started with this one. That will be a really basic loading spinner, just like what we had previously. But now in the else case, we're going to get started with the actual UI. So I will go within this brackets, and then I will create a fragment, because we're going to have a couple of different sections. So the very first one is to, get the incoming friend requests. So I'll say if the length of this greater than 0, we would like to run this part, where we'll have a section. Let's say import the section that will have the class name of space y of 4. And then we'll have an h2. Let me display. Okay, so it is this part that we are trying to build at the moment. We just put our header component, right? We put the text. Now we'll say Here we will have an icon as well as an h2 that says friend requests. Let's import the icon. Alright, right after this h2, we're gonna put a div with the class name of space y of 3. And within this div, we will say incoming requests.map. For every single request, we're gonna return this JSX element. So right here, I'll have a div. Let's create this one. This will take the key as well as the class name, just like this. Then we'll go within this div, create one more that will be the class name of card body, as well as, let's say, padding of 4 from all directions. Then we'll have one more div. This will be class name flex items of center and justify between, so that they are spaced out. And then we'll have a div that will hold the profile image as well as the information about the user. So I'd like to basically copy and paste. Okay, so this is what I have just pasted. It is this entire thing. We have flex item centered, and then we have an image. This will hold the sender profile pic, and then we have the native language, learning language, as well as the full name. So please feel free to pause the video and try to type this out. Right after this one, we're gonna put the button where we can accept the request. So after this span, go 3 divs below, right? 1, 2, 3, go below to it, and we're gonna put the button. Let's import that. This will take the class name of btn, btn primary, and then let's put btn small, btn sm, just like this. Then let's add the onClick handler. We will say once we click to it, we basically want to call our mutation with the request dot underscore id. Then finally, we'll say this will be disabled if we are in the loading state, right? If we are in the pending state. And then I'll say text will be equal to accept, just like this. Now let's save and take a look at the output under the notifications page. Now this account doesn't really have any notifications, but we sent a request to Jane. So I'd like to go ahead and log in as a Jane. Let's say jane@gmail.com from 1 to 6. Okay, so here I'll go ahead, take a look at the notifications. We got one from Beth. I don't really know why profile image is not being loaded. Maybe I have a like slow internet connection. I'll just refresh. Okay, here we go. Now we can accept that, right? We are able to fetch the data. We got a friend request from Beth. We sent a request to Jane, and we are able to see it as the account of Jane. Now I will accept this just in a second. First, let's shrink this and build the rest of the UI. So after this section where we have incoming requests, we would like to put the accepted request section as well. So right after this section, in curly braces, I'll just say accepted requests notifications. Now this is only UI, it doesn't even have any mutations. That's why I'd like to just zoom out, paste this in, and walk you through it. This is around 30 lines of code where we have this header just like above. Let's import the bell icon, and then we say we have accepted requests. Let's go over it, and for every single one of them, we would like to display the image, the recipient full name, right? Okay, so this is H3, this is P tag, then we have the clock icon. Here it just says recently, and then we have the message square icon. Right next to it, it says new friend. So this is completely UI, nothing special. If you wanted to type this out, let me show you. So this is the entire thing that I have copied and pasted. Okay, so this is the entire thing. Now let's take a look at the output. I'll go right here. This account doesn't really have any notifications, but what I'll be doing is go ahead, accept this one. Now it's been accepted. Let's take a look at this account. I'll refresh. Even before I refresh, TanStack immediately fetched it, and it says Jane accepted your friend request. Now the best thing about TanStack query is that if you go into a different tab, and whenever you come back here, it'll just refetch it automatically. So you don't need to refresh to be able to get that data. So this is really cool. You just came here, and if you come back here, a new request would be sent. Let me actually prove my point. So we don't really have any requests at the moment. I'll go right here and come back. Here we can see our queries has been sent automatically. I'll just go back, come back again. Every single time these requests would be sent. So this is something to keep in mind. And now with all this, that means our notifications page is also working as expected, where we can have our queries and mutations working without any problems. Now the only issue that we have, if we don't really have any notifications, we don't really put any feedback. So let's go ahead and display something here after this one, and even after the section, curly braces, I'll go ahead and just say if there is no incoming requests and no accepted requests, we'll just say no notifications found. Now let's save and try to create this component under the components. Okay, so this is only UI around 20 lines of code. I'd like to copy and paste. It says no notifications yet, and then we import the icon. So let's import this component from the components. Okay, let's save and take a look at the output. Here we go. This is how it'll look like. So with all this in mind, that's gonna be it for this section where we build the notifications page. In this section, we're gonna get started with the chat page. So this is the end result that we're gonna have. Basically, we have a chat container in the middle of the screen that everything works in real time. So we can send messages, we can have status of like this message is seen, right? This is what we got. This is that badge, which means the other user just seen your message, and then they can send images, we can send images, we can create threads, reactions, and we can even have video calls, which will be for the next section. But for now, let's go ahead and get started with the chat page itself. So the first thing I'd like to do, just visit app.jsx, and here we would like to update our path, right? This is not really correct at the moment. We would like to make it something like this, and so that onboarded users cannot really visit the chat page. So what I'd like to do, just copy this entire element part. I'm going to delete it and paste this in, okay? So this is the exact same thing what we have done above, but instead we are displaying the chat page, and we don't really want to show the sidebar in this page. Now I'll save, and there is one more thing that I'd like to fix. Currently, if we visit the home screen, I accidentally use the link icon instead of link component. So if you visit the friend card, probably you have it as like coming from React router, but I got it from Lucid React. So that's why this did not work. Let me zoom in. Okay, now this is a proper link that we can save. And when you click to this link, it'll take you to /chat/NID, right? Let's take a look at it. I'll click to it, so /chat, and then we have an ID. But now in our app.jsx, we didn't really put an ID. This is not correct. Let's go ahead and fix it. We will say we will have an ID, right? This could be anything, which is a dynamic value. That's why we're gonna put colon and then ID. Now, how can we get this ID from the URL, right? There is a hook that we'll be using. So for now, this is our setup for the path. Now we will go into the chat page and get started with the functionality. And since we are going to be using Stream, I'd like to show you the documentation. Here is the dashboard. You should log in. Previously, we have created an application. Just go ahead and select that. We're going to come back to it in a second. But for now, if you visit getstream.io, you should be able to take a look at the chat messaging. So I'd like to show you the documentation for React. You can say client. Here is an entire documentation where we need to install this package. This is something that we'll do in a second. And then you can import the stream chat, get the instance by passing your API key, and then you can connect your users where everything would work in real time, because we're going to say something like watch the channel, right? So that means subscribe to future updates. So you can take a look at the documentation, but I'll walk you through it in this video. And then there is an entire React tutorial. If you wanted to take a look at that, this is the place that you can see. So the first thing I'd like to do, basically get this entire command where we say npm install the stream chat and stream chat react. So I'll copy this, go back into VS Code, kill the front end, and just paste this in. So we're going to get our packages. Once they are installed, we will say npm run dev, and then we'll just jump into the chat page. So one more thing, before we built this page, if you remember, we had an endpoint under the backend, server.js, for the chat. We said that we need to create a stream token whenever we want to start messaging or create a video call, etc., right? Our endpoint is API chat /token. So we're going to send a GET request to here so that we can get a token, right? Now, this is what I'd like to do. Just before we write any code, I'll go into the api.js and I'll create that function called getStreamToken. So I just paste this in. It is a get method to our endpoint. This will give us a token. And we'll be using this function as our query function just in a second. Now let's go ahead, shrink the left-hand side and get started with the chat page. Here, the first thing I'd like to do, get the ID from the URL. So I will say const destructure something which is called as ID. This would be coming from use supremes, and we'll import that. Now let's just say console log the ID. Now we can visit this page. Let's open up our terminal. Here we can see this is the exact same value that we have in the URL. So if we just put something like ABC in the URL, in the terminal, you're gonna see we got ABC. This value is like we are getting this value from the use params. Now you have to call this as ID. It's because this is what we said, right? If you said something like hello, then you should come here and destructure this value as hello. I hope that makes sense. So whatever you put here will be destructured from the use params. So we just got the ID and I'd like to update it. Just rename this, right? So I can say something like target user ID so that my code is a little bit more easier to read. And then I'll have a couple of different states. So the first one is, let's say const chat client. This will allow us to, communicate with the stream. We're going to see this in a second. Let's say import the use state. Initially, it'll be null. And then we're going to have a channel, which is the chat channel that we will have. So I'll say just channel, set channel, initially it'll be null. And then let's have a loading state. And I'll just say initially it'll be, let's say true, because as soon as we visit this page, we will try to connect to our chat. And then we can get the authenticated user. So I'll say const, go ahead, get the auth user from our custom hook. All right, then we're gonna have a query so that we can get the stream token, right? I'll say const, we're gonna get some data from the use query where we have the query key of, let's say, stream token. And then we can say query function that we just created, get stream token. Okay, just import that. But now, first I'd like to save and I'd like to explain something. Now, when we create a query, what is happening is that this will run immediately, right? You don't really have to say anything, it'll just run immediately. But maybe we don't want to run this until this user is being fetched. So ultimately, what we want is this. We want this query to run. We would like to get the result, and only then we would like to run this query, right? And how can we make this happen? Well, there is a field called enabled, and we will say, unless we have the auth user, just don't run that. And we can put 2 exclamation point to convert this into Boolean. So this is some JavaScript trick, but basically we say, do not run this query function until we have the authenticated user state. So once again, this will run only when auth user is available. And I just even added a comment. Now we're going to have a bunch of different imports that will be coming from Stream Chat React. You can take a look at it from the documentation, but basically we have components like channel, channel header, chat, message input, thread, so on and so forth, so that at the end of the day, we could have this kind of an output, right? So we put the message list, we put the message input, we add the thread component so that we can have threads in the chat application, etc. And now we would like to finally get started with the use effect so that we can really create a connection. So don't worry about the UI part, it'll be really easy to set up. So for now, we are trying to just initialize a connection to our chat application, right? So here I'll say use effect. Let's import it from React and we'll just initialize it. Let's say for now it'll be looking like this. And then I'll create a method. Let's say initialize, let's say init chat. It'll be an async function, and at the end of the day, we would like to call this. Now let's try to implement that. Here, the first thing I'd like to do is just say if there is no token, just return out of it. And let's actually rename this to be token data. Okay, so here I'll say if there is no token data dot token, and let's add a question mark. If this is the case, or if we do not have the authenticated user, just return out of this function. Don't do anything else. But if we have those, then we can create a try and catch block. In the try, we can first just add a console log like initializing stream chat client ... so that we can just see it in the terminal. And then the actual part is this. This is coming from the documentation. Once again, we will say client and we'll say stream chat, and this should be imported from stream-chat. So we'll say get instance, and here we need to put our API key. So for this, I will create a environment variable in Vite. So let's shrink everything, go under the front end. Here, I'll create a .env file. And in Vite, if you would like to create an environment variable, you need to prefix it with Vite underscore. So I'll say Vite underscore stream API key, and we can grab this API key in our .env file. So this is what we have used. So let's copy it and paste it. And you can grab this from the stream dashboard as well, but this is what I'll have at the moment. Okay, so now that we have the environment variable under the .env, we would like to grab that. So here I'll just say const, let's say stream underscore API key, and we'll say import .meta.env dot whatever the environment variable name is. So it should be exactly this one. I'll just paste. Here we go. We got the stream API key that we have as an environment variable. So now that we have this, we're gonna just pass it into the get instance method. Now here, what this says, okay, it should be this one actually. Let's copy it and paste it. Now this should be happy with us. Now we just initialized a client. It is time to connect a user. I'll say await client dot connect user, and this will take an object. So let's go ahead, put the ID, which is the auth user dot underscore ID, because this is a MongoDB user, right? And then the name, we'll say auth user dot full name. This is how we store in our database. And then finally the image, which is auth user dot profile pic. And then we need to pass the token. So this is why we are creating it in the first place. We'll say token data dot token. Okay, now that we got this connection, we can basically create a channel ID. Let's say const channel ID. This will be equal to an array because we would like to sort this. And I'll explain why. For now, let's actually accept this. This is correct. So we're gonna put our own ID and then the target user ID. We would like to sort this and then just join this array with a string. Now, why are we trying to sort this in the first place? Now, basically, we would like to create a unique channel ID by sorting these user IDs to ensure that the same channel is created regardless of who initiates the chat. Now, what I mean, it sounds complex. Let me simplify. Let's say you and me, we are having a chat. If I started the chat, so I'll say if I start the chat, the channel ID will look like this. So since I start the chat, the first one will be my ID, right? My ID, and then it will be your ID. So this is if we don't sort it, by the way. I'll delete this part. Now let's say if you start the chat, what'll happen? Let's say channel ID. Oops, let's say channel ID. All right. So since you start the channel, auth user is you, so it'll be your ID, and then my ID. Now, if you take a look at this, they look like a different array, right? They are different arrays, so the ID will be different. Now, we as human, we understand that this is the same channel, but unfortunately, computer cannot understand. So we need to sort this by going here. We'll just say sort. No matter what, if I start the channel or if you start the channel, this would be sorted. So at the end of the day, we will have the exact same, like the same order. First my ID and then your ID. I hope this makes sense. Now that we got this out of the way, we can go ahead and create a channel. So I'll say const current channel. We'll say client dot channel. Once again, everything is coming from the documentation. We would like to create a messaging channel, and then we would like to put the channel ID, and then we're gonna put the members. So we'll have an object, let's say members. It'll be auth user ID and then the target user ID. Now that we have created the channel, or we fetch the channel, we would like to say await current channel dot watch. And if you hover over this, it says basically this will listen for any incoming changes, and it'll work in real time. And right after this watch method, we would like to update our state. We'll say set chat client with the client that we just created, as well as the set channel with the current channel. Now here we say set loading to be false, but I'd like to delete it and actually put it into the finally block right here. And then in the catch, let's just put a console log, and maybe we can put a toast.error. Let's import the toast from React.toast. Okay, so that's gonna be it for the entire init chat method. So all we have to do, just create a instance, right, by putting our API key, then connect the user. This is the current user that we just connected to the chat. We got the channel ID, and then we created that channel, which is a messaging channel. And then we are listening for any incoming changes. So we are gonna go at the very bottom, just before the return statement. I'll say if we are in the loading state, or if we don't have a chat client or no channel, in this case, we would like to return a chat loader component. So this is a file that we're gonna create under the components. It'll be really simple, just maybe 10 lines of code, only UI. Here we basically have a loader icon where we say connecting to the chat. All right, let's try to import it. Looks like my VS Code does not really work at the moment. I'll say import chat loader from the components from this file. Here we go. And then finally, we can build the return statement, which will be really basic because we are using Stream. All the components will be coming from their SDK. So I'll say class name. I'd like to make this to be height of 93 VH. So this will take almost the entire screen. And then we are going to wrap everything with the chat component, which will take the client, let's say chat client. And then we're going to create the channel. So I'll say channel. And this would take the current channel that we have so that we are in the correct channel with this user. And finally, I'll just put a div. For now, I'll say class name of with full, and we are going to make this to be relative. Then we will have a window that we can put the channel header component, message list, and message input. And I want this to be focused as soon as we visit this page. Now let's save. Hopefully everything should be working. I think we forgot to update this part. I'll say whenever the token data changes, run this, and auth user changes, run this use effect, and maybe even target user ID. Okay, now let's save and go back into the browser. Hopefully it should be working out. What are we getting? We have an error, but for now let's just go into the home page. And the navbar is broken. I know, we're gonna fix it. Let's refresh. Click to this message button or the link. Okay, here we go. We just got the initializing stream chat client for a second, and then we got the chat page. Now this looks really ugly, but thankfully we can fix it by adding an index.css file. I'm sorry, just a CSS file. We're gonna go into the main.jsx, and we would like to grab the CSS file that is coming from stream. You can get this from the documentation. Okay, so just go ahead, type this out, or copy it from this documentation. Let me find it. Okay, so this is what we have. I just copied it and pasted, and just make sure that this is above the index.css because we're gonna add something into this file in a second. Now let's take a look at the output. Hopefully it should be updated. Here we can see this is exactly what we'd like to have. All I want to do is change the width. So I don't want this to be entire width, but almost like the half of the screen in the middle. And to be able to fix it, we would like to visit the index.css file and just add a couple of different classes. You can grab this from the source code or just type this out. So we are going to update the stream chat channel with these styles. Same for the container, list notifications, and the message input. So let's save and take a look at the output. Here we go. This is what we have. Now I'll go ahead and log in as Jane and try to see if it is going to work in real time or not. So let me open up a new tab. I'll say jane@gmail.com from 1 to 6. Okay, we'll like to message with Beth. Connecting to the chat, we have 2 users online. Let me just put them side by side. Okay, so here I'll just say, hey Jane, how's it going? Sent the message. As you can tell, immediately it is right here. And it says, and we just got this badge that basically says this message has been seen by Jane. And let's go ahead, put an answer. I'll say, doing great. What about you? So it's like working in real time, and we can add reactions. I'll just add heart. It should be visible immediately on the right hand side. We can add threads, but I think if we click to it, it's not gonna work because we need to add this thread component right above the chat. Now let's save, and hopefully this should be working out right now. So if I click to thread, here we can see I can have this special thread component and just say, this is my first thread. Sent the message, we got a reply. If you click to it, now this should be working out in real time. All right, we can even add images. So I'll select one from my machine. So I just selected something and I'll say, hey, this is me. And here we can see, by the way, we have the typing effect. Once we stop, it's gone. But let's say it's me in cartoon, or let's say Ghibli Studio. Sent this now. So here we can see everything is working as expected in real time. And this can scale to millions. Like seriously, this can scale to millions thanks to Stream. They have built the entire infrastructure, so you don't really need to think about it at all. And the navbar is broken. Let's go ahead and fix it under the navbar component. It should be. So I think here in this part, maybe we can give something like margin left of auto. Is it going to fix it? Let's see. All right, so basically what we have done from this part, we said you should have margin left of auto that will push everything to the left-hand side. And if we visit other pages, is it going to break anything? No, not really. So all we have to do is just add the margin left of auto. And with that, that could be it for this entire section where we have built our chat page. But I think we are missing one important component, which is this call button that we should have at the top right corner, right? So let's try to build it and then we can end this section. So here I'll just scroll to the bottom in the chat page. Here we have the relative for some reason. It's because we are going to position this button absolutely to the top right corner. That's why we even said position will be relative. And then within this div, I will have the call button component that we are going to create. And then I'll say handle video call. Let's say video call. And then we're going to pass the handle video call method. So we are going to create it just below to the use effect. Let's say for now, this could be an empty arrow function. We are going to build it. This will be really simple. But first, let's visit the call button component, which will be under the components. And we'll just say .jsx. And this will be really basic component. All we have to do, like import an icon and put a button. When you click to it, it will call the handle video call method. So that's it. This would be positioned absolutely to the top right corner. So I'll save this component and right here, I'll try to import it from the components. Let's say call button. From the components call button file. Now let's scroll to the bottom where we have this method. And when we click to it, what do we want to do? So if I click to this, I want this to send a link to the chat immediately so that users can click to it and start having a video call. So this is all we want to do. I will say first, just go within this. I'll say if we have a channel, we would like to say, let's create a call URL. That is going to be this dynamic string. We would like to get the window.location.origin. You're going to see what this does. Let's say /call/the channel ID. Then we'll say channel.sendMessage. So we'll say send message, and here is the text of that message. We'll say I have started, let's say I have started a video call. Join me here. And then we're going to put the call URL. And then right after this, we can say toast.success video call link sent successfully. So that's it for this method. Let's try to give it a go. I'll go into here and just click to that button. Here we can see I have started a video call, join me here. And this localhost 5173 is coming thanks to this window.location.origin, right? So when we deploy the application, whatever the URL is, we're gonna just get that one. So that's why we don't say something like, HTTP, localhost, etc. Because in production, once we deploy the application, we don't really know what this part will be. Okay, now if we click to this one, this will take us to the call page, which is something that we're gonna build in the next section. And I don't really know if you have realized, but we have this structure for the channel ID, where we have the authenticated user ID, dash, and then the other user ID, right? So every time they will be joined to the same call. And then, once they click to it, it would be right here. So with that in mind, I'll see you in the next section where we will build the video calling page. In this section, we're gonna build our very last page, which is the call page. So this will be really easy to implement because all the components will be coming from Stream. Speaking of which, let's take a look at the documentation. So if you visit getstream.io, under the developers, you can say video and audio. And from here, we would like to work with React. So I'll say documentation, and then we can take a look at the video and audio calling tutorial. So there is a complete tutorial with a video, but since you're watching this one, I'll walk you through it. So this is just a reference that you can take a look whenever you need. Just before we write any code, let me just showcase what we need at the end of the day. So we're gonna wrap our entire call page with stream video component as well as the stream call. Now we're gonna pass our client, the stream video client, so that we know which account that we are connecting and specifically which project that we are connected to. And then we need to put the call, right? So that we know which call that we are in. In this example, we are in this specific call where we have these two users. So I hope that makes sense. You can always take a look at the documentation. So this is what we'll be doing. Now just notice how when you click to this one, the URL is call and then some ID. But in our app.jsx file, let's shrink the terminal. In app.jsx, we only have /call. So this is not really correct. Let me shrink the left-hand side. This should be call and then some dynamic value. And for the element, once again, we will say if user is onboarded, only then show the call page. So I'll delete this entire part and update it with this one. Here we go. We'll say if it is authenticated and onboarded, go ahead, display the call page, but else navigate them to one of these pages depending on this state. All right, now let's save. This is what we have for the call page path. Now let's go into the call page and get started with the actual page component. So once again, I would like to get the ID from the params. So I'll say use params, import it from React router, and then we will get the ID. Now we can change the name, so I'll specifically call this as call ID. Then we are gonna have a couple of different states. So here I'll say import the use state. The first one is our client that we're going to update, and then the call itself, initially they are null, and then is connecting state, initially it'll be true. Then we're gonna get the auth user state. Let's import our hook as well as the loading state. Then we would like to get the stream token, just like what we have done in the chat page, right? So we are going to import the use query and then the get stream token. We don't really want to call this query until the authenticated user is fetched. So that's why we will say enabled will depend on this state. And then we can get started with the use effect. So here I'll say use effect. Let's initialize it and just make sure that you have installed it from React. So I'll have a method. First, I'll just say const init call, and this will be an async arrow function. At the end of the day, we would like to call this method, not at the end of the day, but immediately whenever the use effect runs, right? So we created the method, now we are calling it, and let's put the logic. So first I'll say if there is not token data dot token, or if not authenticated user, or if there is no call ID. In this case, we don't really want to do anything. We would like to just return out of this method. But else we'll go and write this try and catch block. So the first thing I'd like to do is just say maybe console log for debugging purposes. I'll say initializing stream chat client or even stream video client. And just before we move on, I'd like to import a couple of different things from Stream. So here is what we got from stream.io video React SDK. I think this is a package that we haven't installed. So we're going to go ahead and install that. And we are also getting the CSS file so that we have proper styling, right? So I'd like to open up my terminal under the front end. Let's kill this one. And I'll say npm install, and we should put this package name. I'll copy the entire thing, paste this in. And once this is done, we'll just start our front end application. Okay, so I'll clear my terminal and I'll say npm run dev. Here we go. So these are a bunch of different things that we'll be using in a couple of seconds. And then one more thing that I'd like to do, just like in the chat page, I'll have an environment variable. So I'll say const stream API key, and we're gonna just import that. So here we'll go right below to the console log. I'll say first, let me create a user object, which is the authenticated user. So stream wants you to put the ID field, the name, as well as the image. Okay, so we have the user object, and I will say const video client. We will say new stream video client. So this is what we have imported just above, and this wants you to put an object. The very first thing will be the API key. This is what we have, and then the user that is being connected, then the token, so that we know that we are authenticated, right? So that stream knows that we are authenticated. Now that we got all these fields, we would like to create a call instance. So say const call instance, and we can say video client dot call. Here we go. The type will be, let's say, default, and then we're gonna put the call ID. Now we can just join the call. I'll say await call instance dot join, and we would like to put an object, which is an option. We'll say create true. Okay, so what this does, let's just hover over this. It says if it is equal to true, the call will be created if it doesn't exist. So this is something to keep in mind. And then we can just put a console log like joined call successfully. And then right below to it, we will update our state. We'll say set client as well as the set call. In the catch, we can put this console.error as well as a toast. So I'll go ahead, import the toast. And finally, we can update the loading state. Let's say set is connecting will be equal to false. So let's save. That's gonna bid for the entire use effect. And we'd like to put the dependencies, which will be token data, auth user, and call ID. If we are in the loading state, we can put the page loader just like this. Let's import it from the components. And now we can build the return statement. I'll go ahead, have my div. Let's first delete this part. Okay, so I have div with these classes. Then we'll just go right here. I'll say div class name of relative. Then we will have this conditional rendering. So I'll say if we have client and if we have call, then we would like to run this part. Okay, but in the else case, we can return something like, could not initialize the call, please refresh or try again later. But now what is going to happen in this part? Just like in the documentation, we will put a stream video component, then we'll say pass the client that we just have, and then we'll have the stream call component where we need to pass the call. And finally, we're going to have a call content component. This is something we will create. It'll be around 10 lines of code. So I just saved. Now let's scroll to the bottom. We're going to create this component and the video calling should be good to go. So here, right after this, or maybe even before the export, I'll say const call content. And we'll go ahead, return something. But first, let's build this above, like this part, where we'll like to call the use call state hooks. So by calling this hook, you can basically get a bunch of different hooks. Here we can see. And the one that we are interested in will be use call calling state. And you're going to see why. So first I'll say const calling state. We're going to call this method that will give us the calling state. And then we'll say also get the navigate method from use navigate. Okay, so basically we will say if calling state is equal to calling state dot left, and this should be upper C, like this one. Okay, so if you press control space, you're going to see all these types. We will say if it is equal to left, we basically want to just say navigate the user to the home screen, right? So if we click to this button, it should take us to the home screen because we just left the call. This is exactly what we are doing in this line. But in the return statement, we can say something like stream theme that will have the speaker layout. This can be self-closed, and then we can have the call controls. Okay, so believe it or not, this is the entire component that we need to have a video calling application that can scale to millions. You can update this completely, but this is what we're gonna have at the moment. Now let's save and try to test this out. I'll go ahead, open up my browser, and maybe just refresh this page. And I will go ahead, log in as Jane in the incognito window. Let's say jane@gmail.com. So let's say message, and then we'll try to join the call. I'll just put them side by side. Okay, so this is the account of Beth, and this is the account of Jane that we are logged in. I'll click to this call, and from here, we're gonna click to this one. And voila, it is live. I just muted myself so that the sound doesn't really echoes, but basically everything is working as expected. So we can go ahead, just kill our camera or turn this on. Let's say we're gonna add a reaction. It is live in both accounts. Then we can share our screen. Let's go ahead, say maybe just share the screen. Right, this is what we have. The other user can see what we have just shared. They can enter to the full screen, right? They can go back. So I'll just put them side by side, just like this, and we can stop sharing. Okay, now there is even a feature where you can record the entire call by clicking to this button. So it'll just wait a couple of seconds and then it'll start recording. Once you are done with it, you would say stop the recording, and then you should be able to see that recording from your dashboard. So under the video and audio, Explorer specifically from the calls, like you have some recordings. So I just took 2 different recordings, and if you take more, it'll be right here. So this is something to keep in mind, and you can always display them in your code if you really wanted to by taking a look at the documentation and just adding more stuff right here in your code. And if we click to this button, we would leave the call and it should immediately redirect us to the home screen because this is how we set that up. I'll leave this one as well. We are in the home screen. Okay, so now that our video calling page is also working as expected, we can end this section right here, and in the next section, we're going to deploy our application. So I'll see you there. In this section, we are going to deploy the application. Just before we do so, I would like to explain the current state of our app. So this is what we have at localhost 5173. We are serving our React application, and at this port, we are running our API. Now, at the end of the day, what do we want to do is just serve both of them under the same URL, right? So we're going to have a URL, something like, let's say, myapp.example.com, or let's say myapp.com. It's not really important. So when we visit this URL, we should be able to both get our React application and our API working. So this is exactly what we're going to do. We'll just get rid of the other URL and just have both of them under the same domain, right? So keep this in mind, and now let's see how we can make this work. Just before we jump into the code, once again, I'd like to say that this will be our static assets, right? React application will be served from an index.html file. So let's say HTML. Okay, so everything will be served for the front end from an HTML file. Now, what does that mean? Let's go back into VS Code. This is where we left. We'll just put first a package JSON into the root. I'll explain why. For now, just follow along with me for the next 5 minutes. I promise initially it's not gonna make sense, but after that 5 minutes, everything should be clear. Okay, so just open up your terminal and kill these ones that we had. Under the root, not in the backend, not in the front end, just say npm init-y, which will give us a package JSON. So this is kind of the place where we will handle the deployment. We're gonna add some scripts right here. Just before we do so, I would like to go under the backend, create one more script. So that was for the development. Now for the production, we're gonna have the start script that will run the same file, but with Node, not NodeMon, because in production, we don't really need this one. So that's the first thing that we have done. And the other thing that I'd like to do is to put a build script. Now, what do I mean? Now, when we deploy our code, first we need to push this into a GitHub repo. This is what we're going to be doing in a second. And then we're going to deploy the application with a platform called render.com. They have a free plan. You don't really need to pay anything. But the thing is that you need to keep in mind is this. When we push our code to GitHub, we are not going to have the Node modules, right? So let's go ahead and delete that. Same for the backend. And when we deploy the application, we actually need those folders. And how can we tell to render that you should install the Node modules? So here is that part. We will say, let's have a script before we run the application, which is going to be the build script. So let me shrink the left-hand side. I'll say, here is what you should do. You should say npm install -- prefix backend. This basically says run the npm install under the backend folder, right? Once you have done this, you will get the Node modules for this one. Now let's do the exact same thing for the front end. So here I'll just say, and just say npm install, basically the same thing, -- prefix, but this time for the front end. Once you have done this, go ahead and build the front end application. So say npm run build, run this command under the front end folder. Okay, so I'll just zoom out so that you can see the entire thing. Once again, we have 3 different commands. First, we will tell to the render, right? We will say, go ahead, run npm install under the backend folder. Once you have done this, go ahead, run the same thing for the front end so that you get the Node modules. And finally, go ahead, build the front end application so that we can get the optimized version of our React app. Now let's actually save this and maybe just try to run this command. I'll open up my terminal and I'll open up the left-hand side. Under the root, I'll say npm run build. So notice how it'll run the npm install under the backend and then under the front end. So we got the Node modules for both of these folders, and then we're gonna get a dist folder under the front end, because when you build a React application, you get the optimized version under the dist folder. So in production, the optimized version is this dist folder, and your entire React application will be served from this index.html file. So here we can see we got the assets, we got this illustration image that we are using, and basically your entire React app is being bundled right here in this dist folder. So here we can see this is the code. It looks gibberish, but it is being minified and simplified and optimized. Okay, so now that we have this in mind, once we build our application, we would like to start the app. I'll just zoom in, shrink the left-hand side. So we'll have a start command. This is something that render will run. That will be npm run start, but you should run this under the, let's say, backend folder. So when we run this under the backend, it will actually run this command that will start our application. Okay, so I can feel this might not make too much sense at the beginning, but I promise this will make sense once we deploy the app. Now that we got our scripts, right, to build it and start the app, we can go under the backend, just add like 10 lines of code under the server.js, and then we can really deploy the application. So I'll go under the server.js file and I'll import the path module from path. So you don't really need to install this one. This is coming from, let's say, it is coming from Node.js. Sorry, it is coming from Node.js out of the box. You don't really need to install this one. And then right after the port, we can create a variable like const __ their name, and we'll say path.resolve. Now we'll be using this to calculate a path. So right after all of your routes, we will basically say we'll say if, let me just type this out and then I'll explain. I'll say if process.env.node.env, if it is equal to production. This basically says if we are in the production environment, right? If we are in the deployed environment, we would like to take this dist folder, convert it to our static assets. So I'll say app.use. We can do it thanks to express. So we'll say express.static, and we'll say path.join. We'll say underscore, let's say join. I'll basically copy this. So what do is this. We say from the current directory, which is backend, we will go one above. So we are right here, and then we will go into the front end, right? And under the front end, we will go into the dist folder. So this should be dist, not build. Okay, now this dist folder is our static assets. We would like to add a get request. So I'll say app.get any route other than these, right? Anything other than these API routes, we should return our React application. So I'll say request and response. We'll go ahead and say res.send file, and we'll put our path. So I'll say path.join. Okay, so I think this should be good to go. And if you really wanted to, you can also put this string separated. So you can say go above under the front end, and then you can put comma like dist, and under the dist, go ahead, find the index.html file. So what we have just done here is the exact same thing that I have explained on this diagram. When we visit our application, we are able to both serve our API and the React application. So whenever we hit our API endpoints, we're gonna return the related functions, right? But if we hit anything other than these, we're going to serve our React application, which is coming from the index.html file. Now let's say I would like to add this node.env to be equal to production, and we're gonna test this out. So when we deploy the application, this will be equal to production. Okay, there's one more thing under the let's say axios.js file. We said that the base URL will be equal to localhost 5001, but when we deploy the application, we are not going to have the localhost, right? It could be something like myapp.com. In this case, we don't really know what will be the URL. So for that reason, we're going to make it to be dynamic. Here I'll have a variable, let's say base underscore URL, and I'll go ahead, cut this entire thing. First I'll say import.meta.env.mode. So it should be uppercase. We will say if this is equal to development, let's say development. In this case, we can just paste what we had, localhost 5001/API. But else, we're gonna say whatever the URL is /API. So we don't really know this entire part. We'll say just put the /API. It should be our root. Here we'll go ahead and say this is the base URL that we're gonna have. Okay, with this in mind, we can, I think, just test this out. Let's clear our terminal. I'll say npm run build. This is going to build our application once again, and then we should be able to say npm start, which is going to run this command. Okay, we have just built it. I'll say npm start. Now server is running on this port. Let's go ahead and visit that. Localhost 5001. Okay, so here we have something strange. We just visit our backend, but we got our React application. This is exactly what I have explained, right? Under the same domain, which is in this case, it is localhost 5001, we are able to get both our Node.js app as well as the React app. So I hope that makes sense. I just tried to go as much slow as possible so that it would make sense. Now we got the React app and now our API is also working, right? If I try to log out, here we can see we are just logged out. Now with all this in mind, I think we can create a new repo and then just deploy the app. So here I'll give it a name. I'll make it private. If you wanted to, you can make it public. It's not really important. Let's say create a repository. We are going to push this code to that GitHub repo. The first thing I'd like to do, just get this git ignore that we have under the front end and take it to the root. So this is what I have done, and I'll just put .env into this file at the very bottom. Now let's close everything. I'll open up my terminal. Under the root, I'll say npm init, sorry, not npm init, we'll say git init. Okay, now git initialized, and if you take a look at it, node modules and .env files, as well as the dist, have been ignored. So we can say git add all, git commit, and let's put a message like initial commit. All right, now that we have committed our changes, we can basically go ahead, copy this command and just paste it into the terminal. So this will take our local code and push it to this repository. Here we go, this is what we have, and we will visit our render account. It's completely free to get started with. In the hobby plan, you don't really need to pay anything. I'll visit my dashboard. Let's log in. Okay, so previously I have deployed an application, but we're gonna do it from scratch. So you should see something like this new button, and we'll say deploy a new web service. Alright, so this is the repo that we just created. This is the one that we would like to deploy. Let's select this one, and the first thing I'd like to do, just add my build and start commands. So for the build command, we said that the render should run this build command, and then once it is ready, it should run the start command. So we'll go ahead and say for the build, you should run npm run build, and for the start, you should run npm run start. Okay, we're gonna go with the free plan. If you wanted to, you can go with a paid plan. The only downside is in the free plan that your application will get inactive if you don't really visit it about 15 minutes. But I think it's completely fine for a side project like this one. And just before we say deploy, we would like to add our environment variables. I'll go ahead and visit my .env files. This is the first one. I'd like to copy everything other than Node.env. So I'll just paste this in. Now we don't really want to get the Node.env because render will know that this is the production environment and it'll set it up by default. So you don't really need to add that. We got the port, our Mongo connection URI, stream API key secret, and JWT secret. One more thing, we have this environment variable for Vite for the React app. So I will go ahead and add this one because why not? We got the key and then the value. I'll say deploy the web service. I think this will take around 2 minutes or so. We should be able to see the logs. Once this is done, I'll just be right back. And our URL will be this one. So we should be able to visit it and test out our application. So here we go. It says your service is live, MongoDB connected, and it is running on this port. It is live. Once again, let's click to this link. It should take us to the actual URL. Here we can see app is live. So we had an account like john@gmail.com. I'll put the wrong password. All right, it's invalid. Let's put the correct one and try to sign in. Here we go. In the John, we didn't really onboard this account. That's true if you visit the users. Okay, so I think I need to log in to my MongoDB account. It's been a while since I haven't really interacted with it. So let's wait, and I'd like to actually prove my point that the John account is not actually being onboarded. So here we can see it is not onboarded. Let's go ahead, just set this up. I'll get a mail profile image and I'll say, hey, I am John, because why not? Let's say, here, I am here to practice. Let's say something like, I don't know, let's go with Spanish. Always bet on Spanish. Here, let's put something like Russian, and here is our location. Okay, profile onboarded. Now we can, I think I'll just log out from this account. Or you know what? Let's try to stay in this account, send a request to Jane. Here we go, request sent. I'll go ahead, open up a new terminal or a new window, and I'll get my URL, which is this one. Paste this in and try to log in as Jane. Okay, I put the correct password. Now we would like to take a look at the notifications. We got this request, let's accept it. And we can see John as our friend. Now we can start messaging, right? I'll just put them side by side. This is also our friend. Let's balance this. Okay, I'll say it's a message and this one. Hey Jane, message is live. Let's say, hey John, and we can add reactions. It would be visible in both parties, right? Here we go. We can say something like add an image. So I will send a beautiful thumbnail right here in the chat. And if we clicked it, it should be, maximized, and we should be able to see the entire image. And we can add threads, just like in the demo application, in the localhost. So I'll say nice image. It should be here live immediately, as you can tell. And then the most important thing, can we have video calls, right? So I'll go ahead, click to this one. As we can tell, the link has been sent to both of the accounts. Now let's try to click to both of them and join to the call. I'll give the access and maybe mute myself so that it doesn't echo. All right, so, okay, I just mute myself. Here we go, everything is working as expected. So I'll go ahead and add some reactions, and yes, I just moved my class because why not? So let's add this one, it's live. Both of the accounts can see it in real time. We can share our screen. I'll go ahead and, maybe just share my MongoDB account. This user is sharing and this one can see it live. Now, since I am the only account that running both of these sessions, it kind of looks weird, but I think you get the point. In real world, you would have different people, so the experience would be a lot more different and even a lot more better, I should say. Now let's say stop sharing. We can turn off the camera for both of the accounts, add reactions, share our screen, and even have some video recordings. And when we say end the call, it should navigate the account to the homepage, and same for this one. Okay, so I think that's the entire application. Everything is working as expected. We have 32 different themes. My favorite is the forest, but you can choose anything that you wish. Then the only thing that we didn't implement is the friends page. I think this is really basic to implement. All you have to do is get the same query and display your friends. And at this point, you can take this application to the next level by adding millions of different features. So this is kind of like an introduction, right? A very long introduction, an entry point for you to really just see the entire process. We have built an API, we have built a React application, we connected both of them, we used React Query, which is something that you should have in your production grade applications, and we set it up the entire stream process. Okay, so with that, I think that's gonna be it for the entire project. I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in the next one.